previously on the LCS.
Welcome to week 4 of the North American LCS Summer Split. Today that business includes 8 explosive games.
I'm going on the back line, Get it back.
Cloud9 are crushing this fight right now. Double kills so far. Patoy going down as well. 3 kills. The Cocoon lands on a Kiwi Kid. Ball picks up the kill. Cloud9 taking it in style, remaining in first place right here. Congratulations, Cloud9. Look at this Alex getting just evaporated right now. Chipster with the Zen mechanic.
Everybody shield double it. Let's see if he can live.
Do they have the engagement they need? He comes across, double getting 7,000 health worth of shield. But do they have the follow-up damage? They still don't.
Go for Chris. We got him.
Smile from double it. Yes, Ravens OPs.
Team Solo Mid will come out with a win after being down.
TSM waited 41 minutes to find that fight.
I'm Jace. I can carry this.
Dyrus to come in and lay down the hammer. One last act coming from Wild Turtle. It is his league. It is his game. And Team Solo Mid finds another win on this 4th of July game day.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to literally the most aggressive Week 5 in the North American LCS. I'm Trevor Quickshot Henry, and right here next to me is Joshua Jat Leesman. And no need to adjust your browser. I will be in Los Angeles broadcasting the NA LCS for the next 3 weeks, while Freak will be dropping his puns of damage over in Cologne. Before we get into today's matches, we have some very exciting news. In case you missed the announcement, the Season 3 World Playoffs will be kicking off on September 16th in Los Angeles, California.
And besides the Summoners Cup, there is $2 million in prize money up for grabs during the playoffs. Plus, the Season 3 World Finals will be played in Los Angeles' Staples Center, home of the LA Lakers, LA Kings, and Clippers.
And competing for the Cup, the fame, and cash will be 14 teams representing 6 regions from across the world.
So 3 teams will qualify from NA and EU, and because of their win at the All-Star Weekend, Korea will have 3 teams as well. China and Southeast Asia will have 2 teams, and there will be 1 international wildcard team. The European teams and the international wildcard team will be qualifying for Worlds at Gamescom 2013 in Cologne, Germany, starting Wednesday, August 21st, while the North American regional playoffs will take place at PAX Prime in Seattle starting Friday, August 30th.
And for more information on the Season 3 World Championships, visit lolesports.com. While you're online, then head over to Twitter and let us know which 3 NALCS teams do you think will make it to World Playoffs and why.
We're at LOL Esports. Use the hashtag LCS. And just like last week, if we choose your tweet to be read on air later in today's show, you're eligible to win a Logitech G510S gaming keyboard. There's a couple rules. 1, you have to be following LOL Esports. 2nd, you'll need a hashtag LCS. And 3rd, you'll have to get your tweet past Quickshot, and he's really picky, so good luck.
Yeah, new rule because I'm here at NA. All right, guys. Today, the 8 North American LCS squads continued their march to the Season 3 World Playoffs with 6 huge matches, starting with 2 teams that went undefeated last week, Vulcan and Team Solo Mid.
And Vulcan continues to win and stay under the radar. They beat Curse for the 3rd time this summer already. And then TSM, they were able to bounce back from a disappointing MLG where they went 0-3 with 2 big wins last week, in large part to Dyrus' MVP performance.
Then there was Cloud9. They destroyed the competition again on the way to yet another perfect week.
Yeah, Cloud9 rolled through Curse and Dignitas last week, and they continue to prove why they're at the top of the standings here in the LCS.
So, talking about Curse and Team Dignitas, their Summoner troubles continued as both teams went winless in Week 4.
And to be fair, Curse and Dignitas had really tough schedules last week. They both played the top 2 teams in the standings, Cloud9 and Vulcan. This week, they get a chance to bounce back against the other team that went winless last week, actually, in Velocity. And then for Velocity, they'll be looking to turn their season around a little bit. They have a player swap in mid this week. Echo will be starting in place of Valrose for today.
Yeah, sitting 2-10, it's a bit of a difficult place to be. So
Echo.
after
I said Echo,
Echo.
right?
Yes, you did. After 4 exciting weeks of action, let's take a look at where the teams stand. So Cloud9 is still reigning on top of the NALCS with a 2-game lead over 2nd place Vulcan, while CLG is in control of 3rd with a 7-5 mark.
Tied for 4th with 6-6 records are Team Coast and TSM, while Dignitas, Curse, and Velocity are sitting at the bottom of the Summer Split standings.
And today we'll be bringing you 6 games, kicking off with 2nd place Vulcan taking on Wild Turtle and Team Solo Mid. Then 1st place Cloud9 battles one of the 2 teams to beat them this year, Counterlogic Gaming.
After that, Velocity Esports and their new mid laner Echo face off against Skara and Team Dignitas, and then Team Coast is looking for revenge when they take on Edward and Curse.
And our last two matches of the day feature Team Solo Mid taking on Velocity Esports, followed by an epic battle between the league's top two teams. First place Cloud9 versus second place Vulcan.
And remember, you can vote for who you think will win all 6 games simply by going to lolesports.com. Click on matches at the top right, go to week 5, and vote.
And today, there's going to be a new champion available in the LCS. Aatrox has arrived. So how do you think we'll see Aatrox used, if at all, by any of the pros?
So Aatrox has the potential to be played in a couple different places. If he's in the lane, he's going to be used there for his sustain and safety in the lane. Whereas if he's in the jungle, he'll be used for his ability to gap close, jump over walls like this, and tower dive with that Bloodwell passive.
So which of the pros do you think is most likely to actually run Aatrox?
So off the top of my head here, Voyboy always picks up champions very quickly. It's what he's talked about. He has a giant champion pool, and he's not afraid to bring them out. Also, I think NK Inc. has a pretty good chance of bringing him out in the jungle for Velocity because he's been known to already play some underplayed junglers.
All right, so besides possibly getting to see Aatrox for the first time, later in the show, we've got an exclusive sneak peek of the new movie, Pacific Rim.
You'll get a chance to hear from the stars as well as director Guillermo del Toro about his film later in today's show.
Plus, if you follow @Legendary on Twitter, you'll have a chance to win a Pacific Rim prize pack. All right, we've got to take a short break, but when we return, it's our first match of the day between second place Vulcan and the spring split champs, Team Solo Mid.
But first, here's a bonus clip from Pacific Rim that's appropriately titled Elbow Rocket.
Against TSM for MLG, it seemed like they were pretty rough, pretty shaken up, and maybe just too many fans, too much signing got to them.
Big words from Zuna. Welcome back to Week 5 of the NA LCS. It's time for our first match of the day, Vulcan versus Team Solo Mid. Vulcan comes into this game in possession of the second best record in the NA LCS after winning both of their matches last week.
And Vulcan's games last week exemplified the shift in power that's taken place between the spring and the summer splits. Vulcan beat Curse and Dignitas, the teams with the second and third best records during the spring split. But now it's Vulcan who's actually sitting in the top tier of the league.
So what is it specifically that has actually put Vulcan at the top of the league?
Well, the biggest things that teams have mentioned is Vulcan's skill in champion select and their champion pool in general. And then there's ManCloud. He's tied with Scar for the league lead in kills at 75, and last week he dominated in the 2 games as Ryze and Orianna.
And today, ManCloud and crew will be facing off against Reginald and TSM for the second time this summer.
And TSM had a great game against Vulcan in their team's only meeting back in Week 1. TSM controlled the game and took down the Nexus in under 30 minutes.
So even though TSM is going into this game off a 2-0 Week 4, they haven't exactly looked like the spring split champions since their Week 1 wins.
And TSM is still not comfortable with how they're playing. They were upset with themselves after the Velocity win last week, and they still have a lot of internal turmoil to work out. But while most of the team struggled in their matches, Dyrus was on top of his game last week. He didn't die in their 2 wins, and he carried the team and won our Week 4 MVP.
So coming into this game, Dyrus and TSM know that a win against second place Vulcan would go a long way towards helping them sort out their problems.
Winning against Vulcan this week is very, very important to us because we've been losing a lot and we can't really afford that much more losses because we're just in the bottom 4 and it's not a great feeling.
And if there's one thing Dyrus has always been about, it's feelings. All right, the players are making their way into the lobby, so let's take a look at the starting lineups. On the blue side, it's Vulcan. In the top lane, Psycho Sid, Jungle X Smithy. In the mid lane, Mandatory Cloud, AD carry Zuna, and support Bloodwater.
And on the red side, it's Team Solo Mid with Reginald in top, the Odd One in the jungle, Dyrus in mid lane, Wild Turtle on AD carry, and of course, X Special on support.
So before we get into the game, let's first check out who you think is going to win. According to LOLesports.com, 72% of you believe that TSM will win this match.
And unbelievably, coming into today, Vulcan has only been picked to win 1 of their 12 games, which was their match against Velocity. This makes it 1 out of 13 for them, so we'll see how the results pan out.
Yeah, interesting, because out of all of those, they've won 8 and 4. You know, you're looking at TSM, who are currently 6 and 6 on the ladder, and you'd have to feel, even though TSM has beat Vulcan, how the season has progressed this far, Vulcan have been looking a little more impressive.
It's true. And even though 1 out of 12 is obviously, or 1 out of 13 is obviously not indicative of Vulcan's performance, if you're just going off the recent results of TSM beat Vulcan really badly in Week 1, and how much has really changed since then? Obviously a lot, but if you're just looking back at that one, I can see the 72%, plus there's a lot of TSM fans.
Yeah, there's a lot of TSM fans. Just to remind everybody, we are on patch 3.8. We are into picks and bans, and immediately Karth is taken away from TSM. Nobody wants to give that to Reginald.
They're just trying to take out the power picks right now from TSM. Draven as well for Wild Turtle is Wild Turtle's most played AD carry throughout this entire split right here. And then for the TSM side, they're kind of doing the purple side must bans right now. A lot of times it's like Nunu, Elise. Against a lot of people, it's Twisted Fate, not necessarily against Vulcan, and then also Jace might be the last ban for TSM.
So interestingly, still up, we still have the globals. Twisted Fate and Shen are still there up if Reginald wanted to lock that in. I also know that ManCloud and Reggie, they like to play Ryze. So there's the possibility of maybe that being contested if it slips through.
And this is one of the big strengths of Vulcan in Champion Select is, yes, they can play Ryze. They play Reginald's top champions. They're actually banning out Twisted Fate because they don't need to play that game. They know Mandatory Cloud can take on Reginald in a lot of these situations. So Thresh was actually the last ban, which to me right here says they're probably going to pick Jace because once again, not only is he a powerful pick, they can take it away from Dyrus.
So denying that from their opponent has been locked in. It plays into Vulcan's hands. Very, very powerful champion that we've seen dominating the spring split, actually dominating all around the world.
Yeah, and these teams are getting very comfortable of picking and banning here on the 3.8 patch. You can see how quickly the first, second, and third picks went down. Shen is a TSM-specific pick, actually. He used to be kind of all over the place, but very recently, with how quickly teams will do 2v1 lanes and how quickly they'll push down turrets, it's going to be on TSM, and specifically the Odd One, to keep Shen alive in those lanes.
So we'll see quite how well the Odd One can focus into that lane matchup and exactly where it's going to go. Reginald is currently sitting with it in the top lane, of course. Now, Vulcan, they've got a number of options that they can go for. They haven't revealed any of their strats just yet, but we know Zac is a high priority pick for them.
And I'd be a little surprised with this Zac pick, only because that's not what xSmithy has played so far. He's really a huge Lee Sin player, as well as Jungle Elise is actually something he's picked a lot of. So the Zac is a power pick that maybe they've started learning, because Vulcan does like to mimic a lot of other teams' champion selects just so they can take things away from them. But in this situation, they're picking Zac for Zac because they're not taking a jungler away from TSM, since Odd One had already picked Jarvan.
The synergy is quite nice as well if you are able to get some good Jace poke down, that you've got that very hard engage from range, and that's massive.
That is a whole new story right here. First Zilean we've seen in North American LCS, and also the fact that Annie is picked as well.
Support?
I think we're going to see a bottom lane, maybe Annie Brand, maybe Annie support. One of those two things is going to be a thing that happens in this game. Based on that. That was
Either
quick.
way, that's awesome. That is really, really good. It's been a long time since we've seen Zilean in competitive play. Frequently. You know, he was a fringe pick Season 2. I think we've seen him once in EU as well, so a little bit different.
And I'm thinking back to Season 1, early Season 2 stuff, where Reginald was one of the most feared, if not the most feared Zilean in all of North America, which at the time was the world, because we're the only ones playing competitive League of Legends then. So he should be comfortable on that pick. It can be very crazy in lane. And you don't necessarily need to pair it with a hyper carry. It's just a matter of winning the game early and winning all their lanes.
Yeah, that's one of the things that is looking a little scary from TSM. It doesn't look like their damage is going to scale into the late game quite as well as their opponents. Vulcan was sitting on Vayne, sitting on Kayla, sitting on Vlad, all three of which do phenomenal at the 30-40+ minute mark.
And it's really beneficial that Zuna decided on Caitlyn. This is going to be... We're going to get to this in a second. That they decided on Caitlyn instead of Vayne, because knowing that Annie was going to be like a support that locks you down, you have to be able to stay away from that, and Vayne would not have been nearly safe enough. Caitlyn is almost the only thing you pick in this situation if you're picking AD carry, maybe Ezreal.
So just keeping them at bay, keeping them safe. Now, we do see the Xin Zhao's been locked in. So we were talking Annie Brand. You were talking about the stuns that can stack. It's going to have a similar flavor in that you get the stun from Annie. Xin Zhao's going to knock you up. But talk me through this lane. Annie, Xin, it's weird.
So what TSM's going to try to do is take very early control of the lane, because remember, they have a melee now that needs to be their primary farm holder. So they need to push Vulcan completely back in order for Wild Turtle to farm in the first place. But they're most likely going to try level 1 or 2 all in, because the stun from Annie plus the crazy level 1, 2, 3 burst damage at all ranks that comes from Xin Zhao is going to try to kill either Bloodwater or Zuna immediately. But the error that could happen here is when you're running an aggressive bottom lane like this, counter ganks, or just ganks in general, shred you to pieces, because Turtle's already all in every time he goes. Very easy to counter gank, and they have to be so careful when they play this game.
So you're expecting a 2v2 matchup. With that Xin Zhao Annie, you're not expecting 2v1 maybe?
They could do either one, right? If it's a 1v2 for TSM, they'll have an easier time zoning, but you generally pick two-man kill lanes to kill 2. You can kill 1 with them just fine, but that doesn't accelerate the game enough for you. You want to be able to shut down the AD carry from the start.
So the question is whether or not Vulcan can bounce back from their loss to TSM all those weeks ago against this crazy composition. We're about to load up into the game. Once again, just reminding you, on the blue side, it is Vulcan, and on the red side, Team Solo Mid. We're kicking off the first game here in Week 5 in the NA LCS.
Of all the things for TSM to bring out, we think back to TSM's history. They've been that team that just plays their standard picks. You'd say, okay, Chaos is playing Corki, Reginald's playing Karthus, Darius is playing Shen, Maokai for the auto. Okay, that's TSM all the time. You don't see them run these crazy unconventional things like they've pulled out here. They're also at a turning point in their season now where they're trying to turn things around, and this is what they've turned to.
The thing that I love to see is that with so much pressure on the line, 6 wins, 6 losses, and halfway through the split, deciding that, hey, maybe we can win it in Champs League. Maybe we can outpick Vulcan, who have been famed for picking so incredibly well throughout this split.
And they're putting all their chips on the table with this one. They recognized Vulcan was taking picks away from them, so TSM was just saying, we're going to bring out picks you have no idea we even have. And we'll see if it works out, as they got that one deep ward into the red buff.
So talk me through the start that we're seeing right now. TSM with a very, early, let's call it invade just for vision. A couple of items down the side. Red pot start for that Xin Zhao.
Yeah. TSM wants to punch Vulcan in the mouth right away in this match. There's nothing else they can really do. You're not going to take a Jin Zhao into late game and say he's going to counter the 6-item Zuna's Caitlyn. It's not even a consideration for TSM at this point. So right from level 1, they're going to be looking to make plays until the end of the game. Everything has to be initiated here by TSM.
So Vulcan will definitely be aware of how much pressure is going to be on them. We'll see whether they adjust their early game strats to counter this all-in of Wild Turtle and X Special as the minions are spawning and the monsters. At the moment, Jin Zhao's moving top lane.
So we're not entirely sure actually what's going to happen. We're assuming it's X Special and the Wild Turtle laning together because it probably is. But you could also create like a kamikaze Jin Zhao and just put bombs on top of him every time he flies into a fight. They are finally going back to the 2-man lane, and they may actually get that 2v2 they've been looking for.
That's an awesome delivery system for Shen and those bombs. Give him the speed buff from Zillion, let him chase in there with their audacious charge, and then have the Stand United come down on top. The scary thing is if that doesn't pay off, it may be very, very painful for TSM.
It will be very painful if it doesn't pay off. This is something that has to work almost perfectly for TSM, and if it does, it is devastating. So we need to spend especially close attention to this lane, because this is something we have never seen before in the North American LCS.
So we do see this. I doubt we've seen this lane probably
I
anywhere.
don't think we've seen this lane anywhere competitively in the world.
Yeah, I would go so far as to say that as well. Right now, Zuna and Bloodwater doing the best they can to fend off this melee monster that is Jin Zhao. The range on Annie will benefit, or at least help a little bit to get some poke down.
Yeah, 600 range from Annie, if they want to, can almost match Zuna's 650 on Caitlyn, but already you can see the Odd One is putting attention towards top. What Vulcan is actually trying to do here is just stall out this lane. They're not trying to counter gank. Zuna and Bloodwater should know to concede farm here. There is a ward that is spotting out the Odd One, and X-Smithy on Zac is nowhere near. So Vulcan is just saying, Zuna and Bloodwater, you handle yourselves. Everyone else, win.
So the question talking about that, if they realize this and they can plan this one out, do you think it's a viable strategy for Vulcan to work towards the late game, stall this match out, and just let their comp do the work for them?
It's not only a viable strategy, it's what they are going to go for. They're going to try to avoid, I feel like, the mecca of TSM's strength and do ganks elsewhere.
So X-Smithy's going to come in, he gets the slowdown into Dyrus, pops one of his unstable matches, and actually comes up worse for wear in that trade.
That was not the smoothest of approaches there. Dyrus definitely knew how to turn that around. Vladimir against Shen is actually the type of thing you want Shen to be laning against. He doesn't have to worry about insane lane shove early, and Vladimir's harass doesn't really start taking off until level 7 and 9. So Dyrus is incredibly happy with the matchups these lanes have given him.
Dyrus is also an incredibly well-known Shen player, doing phenomenal with it throughout the course of this split. Slow start, you've seen just that one little bit of presence from X-Smithy and from the Odd One. But right now, both Reginald and moving to this top lane.
And this is exactly what TSM wants. They want Wild Turtle to get something. He jumps in on Zuna. Support is coming.
There's the flash, the knock-up onto Zuna. Exhaust is down. First time bomb is there, but there's no knock-up from the Odd One. Second time bomb goes onto Bloodwater, and that is flash burn for Wild Turtle.
And you could still see, though, how ready Vulcan was to just getting out of there, and how badly TSM wanted to make something happen there, because Wild Turtle, I would say, went about 4 seconds too early, and it put everyone else on TSM out of position.
And Reginald is caught out completely, no mana. He's going to be able to get that speed buff up, taking a lot of damage. The 90 caliber net, he sidesteps past the Piltover Peacemaker. Mancloud now joins the party as X-Smithy gets the slowdown. First blood picked up by Sona. Wild Turtle goes down. One in reply. Ignite is ticking. Mancloud manages to survive the potion, keeps his HP ticking away. A Odd One's dropped down to 10 HP as X-Smithy will be able to get it with the red buff, and Reginald is in a lot of trouble. The flash from Bloodwater, 4 for 0. Vulcan go huge.
That was the best possible thing that could have happened for Vulcan right now. The only thing they could hope is Dyrus somehow gets soloed by Psycho Sid, because after TSM made their over-aggressive play, they were out of chess pieces. So Vulcan turned it around, went right back at them, caught Reginald in transit, and we've seen the communication issues that have plagued TSM throughout these last few weeks. That was Reginald pulling the rest of the team into his problem and getting everyone killed.
So we'll see whether or not Vulcan will be able to make use of this very early advantage. You have to feel that the pressure that Wild Turtle's going to be under in this lane, the moment Caitlyn goes back to spend money, is going to be so difficult to bounce back from.
The saving grace, though, for TSM is that 2 of those kills did go to Bloodwater Sona, and he is not the type of support to build non-consumable items. It's going to put him into a faster Sightstone. You can see he didn't even bother going Philosopher's Stone because he's just going for immediate control. I think the mindset of Bloodwater here is he knows that Vulcan will have this late game whether or not he invests those 2 kills. So he's investing those 2 kills in vision, which will protect them until they get to late game.
So we'll see how well those wards go down. We do see that Zuna has decided to recall, getting a little bit interrupted by Dyrus. Dyrus has actually moved to the top lane now, so after losing those 4 kills, the 1v1 head matchup has actually been moved to this top lane. Reactionary play from TSM.
I really think that's true, and they want to keep the kill potential up on the squishy targets, which is why they want to be able to continually sit against Bloodwater. But now, it's those counter ganks we've been talking about. Anytime Wild Turtle wants to try to pull something out, it makes them extremely vulnerable. But at the same time, Bloodwater knows, and the rest of Vulcan, that they don't want to take fights that aren't advantageous for them.
Smithy's going to slingshot himself into that lane. Zuna moving safely, and it was defensive play. They realized that they didn't have their AD carry with them, and they ran the risk of being outnumbered, so they hang around a little bit. This is a 2,000 gold lead before the 10-minute mark. Blue buff has respawned, and the odd one's going to start this one off. Most likely going to give it to Reginald, who's actually just recalled.
And speaking of Reginald, the 33 minion kills are not that great when you consider he was laning against ManCloud. We know ManCloud is one of, if not the best mid laner here in North America, performance-wise this split. And 64 to 33 against a very proficient Zilean player, that's not a matchup anyone has played lately, so you can't necessarily say, oh man, Zilean crushes Jace, but based on this, Mandatory Cloud is crushing Reginald.
Yeah, and that play, that very aggressive dive, they wanted to try to get that knock up early on, just didn't pay off for them. ManCloud, he's going to pick up his blue buff and just spam those accelerated shock blast combos away and just try to extend his lead even further. Got a fairly early tier thanks to those 2 assists and that kill. And I'll just be stacking up nicely as Smithy launches himself over the wall.
And I wonder if Vulcan's going to start getting a little aggressive here because they know that ManCloud has 1,000 more gold than Reggie, and he can support the jungle better than Reginald, which is why Smithy feels safe jumping over the wall and creating this red buff play.
So take a look at the reaction.
He might just go.
Vladimir and Jace bouncing is up. Odd One slides himself to safety, but does manage to get away. Manages to take a massive shock blast to the butt. Gets away a little over 200 HP. But very brave play, and that's a red buff stolen.
So this is going from bad to worse for TSM because they've lost control of their own jungle buffs already on the cycle rotation for a team that needs to be taking control of the enemy buffs. Right now, Wild Turtle and X Special have been a non-factor. In fact, they've actually been detrimental to TSM's overall strategy because they're investing so much in trying to get them going.
Now, if you take a look at the composition, though, with that Wild Turtle in the bottom lane, he's only 8 CS behind, 6 CS behind his opposite number, so he's farming relatively well.
And I think that has to do with the extreme level of passivity that Zuna and Bloodwater are coming to this lane with. They're not bothering trying to deny farm because they know they don't need to. Zuna will get an advantage on Wild Turtle with equal farm if they get to a point. What Zuna would threaten if he tried to stop Wild Turtle from farming, even though he could, would be the threat of dying and losing control of the lane, which is actually the only way TSM can win.
So patience is a virtue here for Vulcan and for Zuna. They're in the driving seat, and they're extending that gold lead even further. It's now up to 3,000 gold as we get closer to this 10-minute mark. In terms of items, double Doran's picked up for both Jace and Caitlyn, as well as the Berserker's Greaves, just to help stay safe.
And that ward is keeping them safe more than anything else. You know X Special's level 6 with Tibbers, and he wants to flash Tibbers in that bottom lane. They want to go right now, but they can't get the synergy together because Zuna is keeping himself so safe on Caitlyn. Brilliant play.
Such a smart 90 caliber net, gets himself away, and that's the ultimate burn from Wild Turtle on that engage, and it just didn't work out. It wasn't stacked. They've jumped on Zuna. Crescendo's down. Wild Turtles are held in place as the Stand United lands. Dyrus flash taunts, holds Zuna in place. This is a complete tower dive. The Ignite's going to be enough as Bloodwater almost picks up his 3rd kill of the game. The tower did drop in the mid lane, though, as members of TSM are retreating.
And even though the counterplay was great by Vulcan there, getting the mid turret, we have to talk about TSM's first successful move. Look how much they had to invest there. I feel like Zuna actually got a little bit greedy, staying in range with his 90 caliber net being down. He did flash away, but he burned almost everything from TSM in the process, leaving TSM open to turret pushes and dives like that.
So X-Smithy slingshots himself over the wall, gets a little bit of damage down into Reggie, takes a tower hit and a couple bombs for his troubles. And that's a 1/3 of the tower HP plus that mid lane tower. That's going to open up even more jungle invades for Vulcan.
And it's not only the jungle invades that are opened up, it's the lanes themselves that are being scared away by TSM. They have to be able to catch Xmithy here.
He's going to flash over the wall, carries on running. Reginald's got enough mana here. Going to move his movement speed up. And Smithy slingshots to safety. Manages to get a channel. Mandatory Cloud's the one that's been knocked up in the air. That's a double knockup. He's flying for a year. The Ignite's ticking. The time bomb should be enough to close it out. And boom! Reginald picks up a kill. He even uses the Chrono Shift and Wild Turtle, which wasn't needed.
TSM is getting back a little bit of momentum here because they're catching Vulcan in almost open field battle, which is what TSM wants. If they're constrained to lanes, the Jin Zhao is outzoned. He has not the best use of his gap closer, but if they fight them in the jungle like that, Wild Turtle and the Odd One, they can all pile on to who is now a squishy person like Mandatory Cloud and create the skirmish fights that TSM is better in. If they can get more chaotic fights, they'll be good. But if Vulcan can keep control and not get caught in those positions, Vulcan is A-okay.
What we do see though, Vulcan, they've now reset. They realize they got a little bit of a positional advantage. Started off this Dragon. They've also got vision control, as it does look like TSM slowly trying to respond. It's not going down particularly well. Dragon's up, but Xmithy's in trouble. Bomb is away. Ignite is now ticking. That should pop him into his passive. His Let's Bounce tries to get to safety, but they may just leave him as the sacrificial piece of flubber.
Wild Turtle wants to keep going because one kill for Dragon is not enough.
So Wild Turtle's going to jump in. That's a great crescendo. Locks him up, but it's not going to be enough. The bomb plus a couple more auto attacks secure a kill onto Zuna. All of a sudden, Bloodwater's now under focus. Stunned up under the tower, and another kill for Reginald. What looked like a game that was in favor of Vulcan swings back in TSM's favor.
And this is the game that TSM was envisioning when they picked this composition. One person after another, tower diving. The chase speed increased for Wild Turtle by Reginald's speed up from Zillion. But at the same time, they've fallen so far behind in the early game. TSM needs so much more of this to take it back in. Even though TSM was able to pick up those 3 kills on a great successful tower dive, it was after the Dragon. So all said and done, TSM is up maybe 500 gold from all that exchange, and actually down a little bit of farm as their other lanes have been getting farmed out.
Yeah, so they're still sitting close to that 3,000 gold difference right now. In terms of items, we see Dyrus, he went for the Giant's Belt into a recurve bow. So a little bit different, maybe working towards a Wit's End.
He's absolutely going for the Wit's End. It's been fairly recently changed. I think it was the 3.7 or 3.8 patch that had happened. It now steals magic resist instead of just giving it to Dyrus, so he's going to be trying to really synergize a bit with Reginald, but mainly just looking to fight against Vladimir while being able to 1v1, because the late game split push might be the only thing that could keep TSM in this if they're up against a sieging Zuna.
Talking about items right now, Wild Turtle got double long swords as well as their Kindle gem, so it'll be very interesting to see where he invests his gold and his items on this AD carry form right now.
Yeah, he's got a lot of options, but Reginald might be running out.
Take a look at that. The hammer gets dropped. ManCloud knocks him backwards. Chrono Ship is up and available. Xmithy and Mandatory Cloud immediately back off. They're able to zone him away.
I'm actually very surprised that they didn't decide to activate his passive and then try to kill him after. That tells you Vulcan is only concerned about map control right now, and they don't really care about killing Reginald, even though he's 2-1 and 2 on Zillion. They get the turret. They're up 2 turrets to 0 now and looking to take a stranglehold on this map.
They've got a 4-man in this bottom half of the map, and TSM is simply miles away. With Caitlyn here and Jace, they're going to put a lot of damage onto this inner turret.
They caught TSM wandering through the Baron area with their superior ward coverage that Bloodwater had gotten them previously with that super early Sightstone and ward investments. Beautiful pre-planned play there by Vulcan.
So 3 towers to 0. They extend that gold lead once again to the 5,500 mark. And they're just keeping TSM at arm's reach distance as far as gold is concerned.
And they're moving around as a pack, which is what TSM actually wants to be doing. So Vulcan taking it to TSM, much like Vulcan took it to Cloud9 in their victory against them.
So a slight difference in terms of the playstyle from the opening minutes of the game, where Zuna and Bloodwater were playing very, very passive and trying to extend that laning phase. Now they realize they have the ability to move, and if they get the jump on TSM, maybe they can win those team fights.
As long as they have backup. Zuna and Bloodwater aren't doing this in 2v2 scenarios against Jin Zhao and Annie, but if they have everyone there, if they have the Zac frontline and the kiting ability of Jace's Gate, that's when they're comfortable roaming around as a 4-man unit. It's just smart, heady play by Vulcan, knowing exactly when they're allowed to go.
Right now, though, TSM have decided to put some more pressure on. They've grouped up. This is a 5-man Team Solo mid. that is just grouped in the mid lane. Stand United is available, so even though Dyrus is backed, he can join at a moment's notice. Xpecial's got his finger on the trigger and he's ready to go.
Ooh, Smithy doesn't quite get the initiation, but there's the crescendo.
So there's the Stand United coming in. Let's bounce is up. Wild Turtle dives back into the middle of everybody. Reginald's chrono shift is up. He finally does get proc. First kill is secured onto Jin Zhao before Annie drops in the background. The Odd One's doing the best he can to run away while Dyrus is at full HP. Psycho Sid forced a flash before the time bomb pops on his head, blows him up in the air. Smithy now turns his focus over to Dyra. Zuna has got 60% of his HP, has been hardly touched. Reginald did come back to life thanks to his chrono shift, and he's gotten away, but a sloppy fight.
And considering the gold lead there for Vulcan, a 3-for-2 for TSM isn't the worst of things. However, based on the compositions, TSM needs to win fights better than that if they want to win this late game. They still weren't able to take down that turret control. Maybe Dyrus can get something going in the bottom lane, but TSM needs a lot more than just a 3-for-2 in Vulcan's favor.
They're holding themselves at least within touching distance, so if they continue to keep the numbers close, it will be a little, maybe easier for them if they get the jump in the later stages. Locket of the Iron Solaria has been completed as Wild Turtle's first item, and we see Xpecial on his support Annie going for Sorcerer Shoes.
So there's definitely a trade there. You can see 31 minion kills on Annie is not support level CS. That's definitely a different lane than we'd normally see here. And I think that item build for Wild Turtle is completely just dictated by how they didn't do that great in the lane. I think he would have went heavily more offensive if they hadn't already turned into a bit of a team fight phase, where now he's just going for utility and a little bit of damage items. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to get himself involved.
So we've approaching this 20 minutes mark. We've looked at the CS. For the time being, Wild Turtle Xpecial technically a little bit ahead of that of Zuna and Bloodword, at least as far as CS is concerned. But Vulcan ahead in top lane and ahead in mid lane. It's definitely in their favor.
And this just has to go with the map control they've been able to create. A lot of times, 3 turrets to 0 will also be equivocal to extra minion kills, just because A, Vulcan has better control of the enemy jungler, and B, TSM is more scared about where and when they can farm, whereas Vulcan almost has complete freedom of where they get to go.
You've seen up there in the top lane as the 4th tower got dropped. Mandatory Cloud was thinking of picking a fight, thinking of getting involved, but didn't make it. Didn't make his presence known until the last minute, and right now, it actually looks like TSM may have positioning on this mid tower.
And Xpecial has Flash and Ultimate up. That's always what Annie wants to do, and it's what Vulcan needs to be ready to counteract. There's still not good turret pushing coming down from TSM as well, because another thing you run into when you don't have an AD carry is difficulty sieging turrets unless you're ready to go all in. And since TSM fell behind by 6,000 gold, they're not willing to do that. So this is a very dangerous situation for TSM to be in.
Especially if Vulcan are able to start any pressure. If they can use the range of that Jason, that Caitlyn to their favor, it will obviously help them out. Reginald just going to put a time bomb there on ManCloud's shoulders. That'll pop and chunk him down for a couple hundred. It's not necessarily the hardest hitting bombs right now.
Not quite. Reggie's still powering up a little bit. Archangel Staff, and because of his heavy farm disadvantage to ManCloud, in small part to the roam where the Vulcan got 4 of the first kills in the game, he's just not where the bombs are hurting at. Now TSM trying to get a Dragon because they recognize Vulcan's back. I wouldn't be too surprised if Vulcan can test this a little bit.
So we do see they've got positioning on it. They're trying to set something up. Ace in the hole went down. The Piltover Peacemaker is not going to be enough. And at the end of the day, Vulcan just stood back and watched.
And not only did they just kind of give it to TSM, but ManCloud made a run for that top lane. So he's immediately pulling TSM back from where they weren't grouped up. It was a 5v5 that TSM was daring Vulcan to take, and since Vulcan is a really smart team in the way they play, even though Vulcan could have won that fight, it was a risk, and they weren't willing to take it.
It does show a clear focus. They're more interested in towers than anything else right now. ManCloud takes a lot of tower hits in those time bombs, but he's face tanking it just to get his team the 5th tower of the game.
And they know better than anyone that towers completely can win games. TSM has had some very interesting turret games lately. If I think all the way back to MLG, they had a game where they were up 8 turrets to 2, and they got came back on. Then they were down 11 turrets to 2, and almost won. So TSM has been in similar situations, and they kind of know how it turns, but still, if you look at the trends, 5 turrets to 0, you don't see many comebacks.
Yeah, it's really difficult. That is exactly what equates to the gold difference right now. The CS numbers are starting to normalize across the board, and you know, with that 6,000 gold, it stayed at that value, it stayed at that amount for a pretty long period of time. Distortion Boots picked up there for Psycho Sid with his Ghost Flash Vladimir. He really wants to make sure he can run and blink as quickly as possible.
and get out of there, because he knows a lot of times Wild Turtle's going to be trying to bear down on him, and Jin Zhao does really well against Vladimir in teamfight or even skirmish scenarios. But X Special getting caught out by Vulcan has to burn the ults.
Flashes away, Stand United comes down, and as soon as that shield popped up, Vulcan just backed off, so they're happy with that. A flash and Stand United.
TSM wants to go, though, because they have to go at 20 minutes.
X-Smithy's available, the crescendo goes down, they get knocked back. Chrono Shift is going to bring Jarvan back to life as Wild Turtle will be the first victim of this team fight. The odd one gets exhausted, his damage is mitigated. He's going to be the second one to fall. The time bomb's on X-Smithy and he's brought it into his whole team. Vulcan take a lot of damage, but 2-for-0 trade, realizing a Stand United wasn't up.
And I'm going to level with you. That fight and this fight doesn't look good for TSM.
They're going to carry on chasing. The third kill goes down. Dyrus tried to throw himself in there. In the background, we see X Special going down. They pick themselves up one. Dyrus will go down for his trouble. This is a 5-for-1 trade.
And it could be just another nail in the coffin for TSM. We have to remember, when TSM went into this game, they had to be thinking, win in 25 minutes or die, just fail. And since they were behind at 20 minutes, they forced that fight. They were forced into that fight by Vulcan, so it looked ugly by TSM, but they had to do it, and it didn't work.
So right now, Baron has been started up. This will be completed before the members of TSM can get close, but they are fairly low level, fairly low items, and this is a very long Baron. And we'll be able to get away cleanly at the end of the day, giving themselves a 10,000 gold lead and just a massive, massive power position if you're a Vulcan member.
Whole bunch more than just that 6,000 gold lead they'd held for so long, because the Baron buff gives thousands of gold of stats to every individual player, not to mention the level advantage they now have over a lot of people on TSM. Well, actually, they're even, because Zillion is crazy and gives XP to everyone. But TSM, despite giving up a Baron, is in an even worse situation now. They're forcing even harder because it just accelerates from here on out. They know once 30 minutes has passed, they don't have a chance, so they're still trying to do stuff.
It's even more difficult engaging in a team that's got Baron. You see that TSM, they've almost got that tower down. Smithy's thinking about it. Let's bounce, and Flash is available. He's going to eat himself a time bomb for his troubles, and that's barely doing anything to that very beefy Zac jungle right now.
And I really wonder how apprehensive Vulcan is going to be about diving these turrets, because they have a gargantuan lead, but they don't have any onus to make them turret dive. For now, they're just pushing TSM far enough back to get the turrets.
And the pressure of X-Smithy alone was enough to make TSM back off. They pick up the mid inner turret and then even get a couple of auto attacks down onto the inhibitor turret. Vulcan are just in the driving seat, and they're not afraid of TSM at all.
And they're going to get Dyrus right now, because Psycho Sid was pushing him back a little bit by himself, and now Dyrus in a whole lot of trouble.
Takes a lot of damage, gets knocked against the wall. Crescendo goes up. That's going to hold Dyrus in place. He will get Chrono shifted up by Reginald, as Reginald will most likely be the first one to fall in this fight. It's actually going to be X Special in the background. Odd One goes forward, trying to knock up ManCloud. In the background, Reginald's popped. Third kill of the game. Vulcan is just destroying everybody. That is the second ace within 3 minutes, and this is going to result in an inhibitor.
Right after the Baron, Vulcan goes and finds themselves another fight onto TSM Dyrus, and again, the rest of TSM comes down to try and help out in the situation, but once again, it backfired.
There's enough time on the clock and minions there for Vulcan to get onto the Nexus turrets. They decimate those turrets. They're onto the Nexus. GGs have been called in-game, and right now, Vulcan with a convincing victory.
24-minute victory for Vulcan. They took the strategy that TSM threw them completely in stride. They handled the Jin Zhao Annie lane perfectly, and TSM has got to be a little bit disappointed about that one.
9 wins and 4 losses there for Vulcan. They get themselves, securing themselves in that second place position, and the decision-making was perfect. From the early game, when they seen the composition, they knew what they needed to do to counter it, and they executed brilliantly.
Even their last few picks, just knowing it's like, yes, we absolutely need Caitlyn here, because Zuna does like playing a lot of Cogball. He loves playing Tristana, but he knew the early safety of Caitlyn was so necessary, and he knew he was never really going to have to come in and carry this game, because the compositions themselves would just do that for them.
Very, very well played by Vulcan. This is the first game of 6 today, and it was a convincing victory. It was one that it was impressive to watch if you're a Vulcan supporter.
And this is one of the reasons that almost all the teams we talk to, when we ask them, who do you actually fear a lot in the LCS, or who has given you the most trouble, more often than not, they'll tell you Vulcan. Yeah. And we mentioned a little bit in the pregame how it is about their champion select, but it's also about how smart they play in games. They're not flashy,
Not flashy,
but they take their games and just win.
One of the things that was impressive as well, that's now 1 in 13 votes they've been picked to win, and they've won 9 out of those games. So impressive play from them. I believe we've got a replay of the very first ace that actually helped accelerate Vulcan towards the end game. Jack, talk us through this one.
So this was the 20-minute fight that TSM knew they had to take. Once Chenault was down, they were panicking almost a little bit. And as soon as they went far in, Vulcan just turned around. The Zillion ult would have been great if the Odd One was the only one in the fight, but because both Wild Turtle and the Odd One took down, it just wasn't enough. They never synced their dives except a couple times throughout that game. And then for TSM, they still stuck around a little bit. They see these glimmers of opportunity, clumped up people for bombs, but they get a bomb down, Vulcan spreads out, they reinitiate on TSM once again. Such crisp team fight play by Vulcan.
Yeah, and the communication was so good. You actually seen that Psycho Sid and Smithy, they peeled. They realized they were low. They realized TSM, hey, TSM want another bite at this. They want to get back involved. And they immediately just shuffled out of the way.
I almost feel like Vulcan was grouped up just to say, Reggie, you want to try to get a refreshing bomb on us? And he just couldn't quite get in range. He could only get one instead of the double bomb, and they had to back sideways.
So we have to give props to TSM for picking a very unique composition.
I love it when teams bring out stuff like that, but it's just as interesting to see how teams adapt on the fly to stop it.
So we've got to take a short break, but when we return, Vulcan's mandatory Cloud will be joining us to talk about their dominating performance. Then it's time for our second match of the day. First place Cloud9 versus third place CLG. The North American LCS Summer Split. We'll be right back.
We have not played Atrax at all yet, but he looks like his kit is OP.
His built-in sustain from his W can allow him to win the war of attrition afterward and just win a lot of lane matchups.
It can either heal you for a large amount or hurt them for a large amount.
He has an unreal amount of sustain and an unreal level 2. You can start Doran's Blade on him and he'll sustain for the entire lane.
It'd be a really good initiator with the passive. You could really bait out some stuff.
In a 2v1, 3v1 scenario, he can just come back up and maybe outplay you or something with a good knockup.
Atrax would probably be used top lane, possibly mid lane, in a solo lane.
He has a hard CC, he has a soft CC, he has a sustain move, and also like an offensive W move, so and an ult that's like decent, and he has a rebirth spell. So honestly, like I can definitely see him in jungle.
And you can definitely outplay people because they won't expect you to heal for a lot, then chunk them for large amounts of damage. So knowing how to use him well makes him really strong.
Of the NA LCS Summer Split, and before we get to our second match of the day, Cloud9 versus CLG, I'd like to welcome Vulcan's ManCloud to the desk. First of all, congratulations on the win.
Thank you.
Secondly, you've seen Annie and Sinzar locked in. So 2 questions to this one. Did you expect it? And what was the discussion in the team to play against that?
We definitely did not expect that, and I think the first reaction was, that's kind of troll.
Fair enough. So how did your team counter it? Like when, you know, we've seen the Caitlyn locked in a little bit later on, Zuna, he maybe prefers to play some of the other carries?
You can't really counter that in picks, per se, because like they last picked the 2 things, and it was, then we started to realize it was really cheese. You have to counter that in play, but just like playing really safely, and then wait for them to mess up, because you outscale them.
And then even in the mid lane matchup against Zilean, you probably haven't played against Zilean in a really long time. How did you approach that matchup as a Jace?
Jace should win that really hard. So I was surprised he picked Zilean. I don't see how Zilean can win that matchup. I don't know.
So how did you abuse Reginald the lane? Because there was a point there where you were at about 80 minion kills and he was around 40 or 50. How did that happen?
He roamed top to try to get a kill, and then we pushed up mid lane and then collapsed on him. And that just started a fight where he fell really far behind because he missed like a big mini wave and was pushing towards me afterwards. So he missed out on a lot of creeps.
Talk to me about some of the plays that TSM were actually doing. They tried to pick a lot of fights. You know, with the composition they had to all in. Did you guys, like, how did you handle that? How did you handle the pressure, knowing that they were going to be in your face the entire time?
Like I said, you just have to play really safely, put a lot of wards down. Since it was standard lanes, I had to expect a lot of pressure in mid. I just played really safely, just pushed the lane up, didn't go for too aggressive trades. And aside from that, you just wait for them to make a play, and then you just counter it.
Is that different than the way you play against a normal team composition? Because I notice you guys do have a fairly conservative style.
It depends. It's a lot to do with the picks. Like if it's really easy to play safe as Jace and as Caitlyn, so we just kind of did that. Maybe if we had something more aggressive, we would do it differently. But that game, the best option was to play it safely. So.
And with that game, it was also a 24-minute win. You guys now move to 9-4, kind of solidly in second place here in North American LCS. You want to talk to me a bit about how it feels to now be solidly in second place versus last split, where you guys had an 0-5 start and were working your way up the entire time?
That start really messed us up for the entire split. And this season, we had a much better start. I think it was like 3-2, I believe. And we've been able to work with that much better. So.
About the team now as well, you guys sitting, you know, in that second place. The announcement came out that Worlds is going to be 3 teams from NA. How do you guys, you know, Sid, how do you prepare now coming into these last 3, 4, 5 weeks of the split to stay in second place?
Just keep doing what we're doing. We I don't know. We have changed our practice regimen a little bit. It's definitely working out for us.
Talk to specifically. What have you changed?
It's mainly, instead of scrimming for like 6, 7, 8 hours a day, we just focus more on less scrim time and then focusing on reviewing the gameplay. So we actually learn more from the gameplay instead of just grinding out games. I think that's helped us out a lot.
Do you guys do all that reviewing yourselves, or do you have outside people helping you out as well?
We have our coach, Kenma. He helps us review it, and we do that for like 2 hours, 2 to 3 hours every day.
Wow. How important is these review sessions? Do you obviously review your own matches, but do you learn from external sources, watching EU, Korea, China, things like that as well?
Yeah. Zuna's sleep schedule is actually completely messed up because he watches every OGN game, and he tells us all the new stuff they're doing in Korea, and we learn from that. We also watch EU LCS when that's on. Yeah, we pretty much watch everything. So.
Now, based on your knowledge, and since you guys are second place looking towards Worlds, everyone always asks this question, and I'm wondering what your opinion is. What is North America's chances heading in, looking into the future, if you can?
I have no idea. I really have no idea.
Make an educated
I would like to play one of the teams before we get to Worlds, but it's not going to happen. So I just really have no idea.
Based on, let's look at like today's games, like last week to this week's games, and compare it to what you are seeing from EU, what you are seeing from OGN. Individually and team-wise, what do you think of NA teams and how they stack up?
I think that the top 2 or 3 Korean teams are definitely better than everyone in like NA and EU, but the bottom Korean teams are definitely on par with them. I would say that. So
if you were going to face off against one of these teams at Worlds, for example, what would you do differently to approach that game?
It'd have to be a lot in the preparation stage. We'd have to plan something that they can't possibly expect, and then go from there.
Something like
I feel like we would just lose in like just a standard game.
So something like a Zinzao Annie Duo lane, maybe?
Not quite. That's kind of troll.
Well, thank you very much for the interview. Now it's time for our second match of the day, Cloud9 versus Counterlogic Gaming. And today, Meteos and Cloud9 are facing one of the 2 NA LCS teams that have beaten them this summer.
So back in week 2, CLG was the first team to beat Cloud9. They did their homework on Cloud9 and really schooled them from Champion Select until they were able to take the Nexus. Highs actually said a couple of times in interviews on our stage that game was a wake-up call for Cloud9. And since then, they've improved their preparation and have really upped their commitment level.
So Cloud9 proved they learned something from their first matchup when they took down Counterlogic Gaming at MLG.
And High said after that game that during the match, Cloud9 was wondering whether CLG was their kryptonite or not. It was actually a really close game, but Meteos made the difference. His Elise was catching CLG in webs all over the map. Even though they were able to beat CLG, Doublelift and crew have actually said Cloud9 and created the most problems for Cloud9. So we'll see if either of these teams can adjust and how we're going to see in the third match.
So one of these adjustments might just be a first pick Janna, which would make a lot of sense considering the way the first 2 games between these 2 teams have played out.
The first game we lost versus them, they got Janna when we got Kennen, and it countered us. And the second game, we got Janna, they got Kennen, we countered them. So maybe that'll happen again. We get Janna, they get Kennen, hopefully. We'll see.
And if the wind blows in favor of Cloud9, it might just be a first pick Janna. But before we get to Champ Select, let's take a look at today's starting lineups. On the blue side, it's Cloud9. In the top lane, it is Balls. In the jungle, Meteos. In the mid lane, High. AD carry is Sneaky. And for support, it's Lemon Nation.
And on the red side, it's CLG with Nien in the top lane, Big Fat LP in the jungle, Link in mid, Doublelift sipping on the water on AD carry, and Chouster on support.
So we're about to load up into Champion Select very, very shortly. The head-to-head matchup is 1-1 between these 2 teams. What do we expect for this game?
I expect another race for Cloud9 to try to beat CLG before they can take over, because that's the cleanest cut definition we have for these 2 teams. Cloud9 plays fast. They go for objectives, turrets, dragons, strong lanes, and they actually just let late game happen by being more powerful than the other team. But if you look at CLG, they're still what a lot of teams say in the past, back when AD carries were everything that was used to carry games. They channel all of their farm into Doublelift. They allow Link and Nien to shine on their own, but come late game, all the farm is going to Doublelift, and they're waiting for that moment.
You have to feel there's a lot of onus and pressure on Big Fat LP in this matchup. You know, we know he likes to play a gank-heavy style of jungle, and if he can disrupt that aggressive, objective-based play from Cloud9, it might buy CLG the time they need.
And I can't say enough about how well Big Fat LP has quickly adapted to the jungle. In one of the interviews, he said, it's actually easier for me to play jungle in the LCS than it is in solo queue, because he knows these guys so well. Even though Big Fat LP was a sub for CLG last split, he has played with Chouster and Doublelift for an excessively long amount of time. So he knows how to communicate with those guys perfectly. And if he's saying he's going to come down for a gank, or if he's saying he's going to go in for a team fight, or if he's confident that he's going to be able to get a smite, everyone is confident in him as well. And it's working very, very symbiotically for CLG.
Actually, talking about the smites, I've been watching it quite extensively. And I think Big Fat LP probably got one of the best smite securers. He's one of the best smite securers in the game when it comes to steals, when it comes to landing them on big objectives and things like that. And I think last weekend as well, there was a large amount of play centered around invades and whatnot, thanks to Big Fat LP saying, I'm going to do it, let's take it.
Yeah, it's a confidence thing in a lot of situations. Plus, he's got the track record to back it up. Smiting is hard, by the way.
Yeah.
I'm just going to throw it out there. There's a lot of variables. You can always say, why didn't you just smite that? Oh, I was level 13, so my smite was doing more damage. That doesn't matter. Like the amount, when you're smiting, you're waiting for breakpoints. You can't safely smite once you see the number lower than your number, because there's a chance enough damage spiked it and go down, and you don't recognize the frames going down fast enough. So a lot of smiting is a feel thing, and it's something Big Fat LP has mastered so far.
Yeah, it's a prediction-based thing when you start looking at all of those objectives. So we are into picks and bans. This is, of course, Cloud9 on the blue side. First pick, first ban, taking on CLG in the red side. And first one out the gates, Karthus.
Second game in a row we've seen Karthus banned right off the bat. And again, it was a blue side ban as well, because honestly, they're currently a little bit more free to ban what they want, whereas right now CLG is forced into banning the Twisted Fate and the Zac, the things that Cloud9 would first pick.
So we do see Elise is still open and available, you know, pretty powerful champion at this moment in time as Nunu is removed from the pool. Nunu, probably one of the most annoying junglers to deal with.
Yeah, right now for sure.
Yeah.
He eats your buffs, gets level 2,
controls the game,
blood boils away, and lasts the whole time. And he would invalidate Big Fat LP's ability to smite steal things, because he just boop, and it's gone. And of course that Elise was banned, but there was so much COG had priority on. Again, we get to see Jace, which is what Cloud9 actually values higher than any champion.
That was insta-locked. There wasn't even a moment's hesitation. And we've seen how effective Jace was in the previous game, being used by Mandatory Cloud. We'll see it once again in the hands of Cloud9. Now CLG, they've got a lot of options, a lot of ways that they can go. Whether or not they want to try something, you know, unique, like we've seen of the duo lane in the previous game from TSM, or if they want to stick to standard.
And here's the thing with COG, they don't pick the same champions as Cloud9 necessarily.
Yeah, different pools.
The things that Doublelift plays are the late game hyper carries. Even though he did play Draven last week, maybe we'll see that
and
swap
the odd
around.
Urgot.
The odd Urgot that's a little bit confusing. There was so much talk about Janna in the pregame, yet COG's just decided to pick Thresh, so they're not going anywhere near that right now.
Now this is going to be Chalster playing Thresh, and I distinctly remember a couple of performances. I think last week you were even saying CLG banned it out.
Yeah.
Chalster on Thresh, maybe not one of the supports he's better known for.
He's had a bit more time now, because we have to remember that Chalster hasn't been playing support since a couple weeks before the split. Of course, he played it in Season 2, then didn't play it for the longest period of time, and now he's back again. So he's confident enough in his Thresh ability right now. But I will agree with you, it has not been that impressive so far.
We'll see. If he can channel his inner Edward/X special, then you know we could be in for a treat. We do see Big Fat LP. He's gone for another strong early game jungler. It'll maybe benefit his ganking style. You know, Jarvan can work wonders for him.
It suits him just right, but if memory serves me correctly, we've also seen Nien play Jarvan in the top lane here in the LCS. He actually did Ravenous Hydra and just farmed out. So most teams, if not all teams in North America, if they pick Jarvan, you're saying, all right, jungle. Not quite for COG though.
So on the other side now, Cloud9, they've got themselves a Nasus and a Rumble. So we are going to see that Rumble up in the top lane. They're leaving their AD carry and support for last, and it's their turn to pick.
And this is Cloud9. These are the champions they've been picking since the promotion tournament almost. They're very confident with these. Meteos, even though he's known for his Zac, has played just as much Nasus this entire time. Even though Balls hasn't had the most successful laning phases with Rumble, he is on point with his Rumble ultimate. So there's no way CLG's disrupting them from comfort whatsoever.
On the other side, CLG's waiting to disrupt for comfort because their last pick's going to be their mid laner, most likely.
Yeah, they're actually letting Link pick what he wants going up against, which they now know is most likely going to be a Jace. So we'll see what he decides to throw out at that. There's no Karthus for Link, but there's still things like Orianna, even Xerath is something they've had a lot of success with because Link's champion pool is very diverse.
So what are we seeing from the CLG composition so far? We've got Jarvan and Shen, as well as that Caitlyn over the other side. We see the full composition for Cloud9.
Yeah, I'm going to touch on the Cloud9 composition first, only because that Ashe Zyra isn't their style, actually. Even though you can get the initiations from Ashe arrows, which might be what they're going for, Zyra and Ashe are disengaged champions. They're long kite champions. They stop the other team from aggressing on them. And Cloud9 is all about turret diving and fast pressure. So I really wonder what they have planned with those two picks because obviously they're not taking this COG game lightly.
No, and it does look like they maybe want to try to contain and control that Jarvan and Shen and Thresh. If they get collapsed upon, maybe that Zyra is going to help them out, knock them up in the air, buy them time to react.
Zyra, many teams have said, and I personally think one of the hardest champions, the hardest champion in the game to dive against. If you're a heavy, everyone dive comp, you pick Zyra. And COG's now trying to pick ways of diving and dodging around that if they want to dive in anyway if they go with the Zyra.
Do you still think that's a pick? I mean, it'll work better than the Orianna, have the ability to dash around, but there's still the possibility of being rooted in place or knocked up by that Zyra. It's a risky play.
It is, but Link's turning himself into a risky player. In the spring split, Link was always safe. He was always playing the support support mid lanes.
Yeah.
Now he's more about carrying, and I do like this because he's trying to take advantage of the immobility of Ashe and get around all of the move blocks that Cloud9 is going to be throwing at them. While it's not a super late game composition by CLG, it's something that I do think fits their playstyle.
And one of the things that's going to work into his favor is just how squishy that Zyra, Ashe, and Jace can be in those early stages. If he's able to get a leg up, get some early kills on the board, it will definitely play into their favor.
This is a game where Link has to carry a little bit. He really has to put the team on his back, and he's done that a couple times this split. Him and Yen have really changed the complexion of the CLG franchise, where it's not just Doublelift anymore. It's all the guys.
So now we're talking about Nian. He's got himself that supportive top laner in the form of Shen. We've seen him carry hard at MLG, if I recall correctly, and you know he's really grown into his position with CLG over the course of the split. And a reactive champion like Shen, how much of an impact is he going to have in this game?
I think he can still have a pretty big impact. We've seen people like Voyboy get extremely strong scores on Shen. We actually saw, I think it was against CLG, Zion Spartan building 400 armor and just running at 80 carries on Shen. They can have a large impact in the game, but it takes a while. So it's a good thing they're on CLG.
Yeah, they're going to be able to at least farm themselves up. So this is the second game of the day. It is, of course, Cloud9 taking on CLG. We will be jumping into the matchup very, very shortly. This is the third time these teams are meeting.
Yeah, and I can't wait because the first two games have been two of the best CLG games of the season. Cloud9 considers them a very large rival. Cloud9 right now is the best team in North America. CLG wants to take that from them, but they got a long ways to go.
Yeah, and they definitely want to try, you know, work themselves closer and closer to those top spots. If you can guarantee a first or second place, it helps you towards those world playoff positions, which were just announced earlier today. Top 3 teams in NA will get them.
And CLG wants to be one of those teams. Most of it will be decided in the playoffs, but the seeding is ever so important for these guys. And honestly, games during the season, even though they may not 100% matter where you finish exactly in the standings, the experience they get against these teams and the confidence they'll get is huge.
So what we do see right now, Cloud9, they've grouped up as a 5-man working towards the red buff area of CLG. Whereas CLG, on the other hand, they've stacked up and they're heading to the bottom tri-bush. So looking like the potential to just trade buffs.
Surprising, I was watching the Machinima follows Cloud9 around MOG video, and it was actually had some insight on Cloud9 planning level 1 against CLG. And Meteos was saying, I actually feel like shallow wards are safer against CLG because CLG loves to group up as 5 and mob around, so I don't want to take the risk of invading deep. But they prepare differently for every game. Cloud9 grouped up as 5 this time because they think their level 1 fight is stronger, and they got deep wards into CLG, but they're staying grouped as 5 because they still know that CLG does the same thing.
And you have to feel that they probably would have watched that video themselves and talked about it and said, well, if everyone's watching that, maybe we can, you know, counter mind game our opponents. Effectively, what both teams have just done is placed very deep wards on opposite numbers of the jungle. I think even the same number of wards, but they haven't necessarily taken anything away just yet.
And the starts are still different, even if the wards are mirrored, because Big Fat LP is looking to steal a red, whereas Cloud9 might delay steal a red. If I'm guessing right here, I feel like they're just going to trade invades and invade each other's jungle, even if it's not at the same time, and they're going to just kind of walk away with this both junglers double buff. We'll see, though.
If any jungler is going to be able to handle his jungle being invaded and buffs being stolen, it is going to be Meteos.
Yeah, he's done it before. In the very first game, we'll touch back on it once again. Very first game of the season for Cloud9, Dignitas stole both of his buffs. He went and pushed lane, killed the tower, and Cloud9 crushed. So he knows what to do if things get mixed up.
And he's one of the most impressive junglers out of both regions right now, NA and EU. He just seems to find a way to impact games all the time.
Early gank, though, from Big Bad LP, not going straight to blue. They might get him.
So the knock-up, he flashes over the knock-up, balls, gets away. What great reaction timing. The millisecond the taunt was out.
And that was CLG trying to chain him before the flash rather than wait post-flash. It's a bold move, but it was just fractions of seconds that saved balls there because Big Fat LP could have waited post-flash and probably gotten the kill, but they thought they'd be able to get the knock-up chain. They just weren't quite so fortunate.
So, flash down, Big Fat LP on his traditional early ganking style of gameplay. If he does decide to roll around to that bottom lane again, he may be able to pick himself up a kill onto balls. What we do see, though, is the duo laners are sitting in the top lane for both teams.
Yeah, I want to see how this matchup really pans out because Ashe even though she's not a strong laner later on, early game, the crit from her passive and just the range of the volley actually makes her very potent at harassing people. Not to mention, Zyra as a support has one of the smoothest and longest range auto attacks at 575, so that is actually a pretty decent lane for Cloud9 up top. May be able to push Doublelift out a bit, we'll see though.
So we'll keep an eye on that. In the meantime, Big Fat LP is trying to set up his second gank of the game. Realizes that high is a little bit too safe at the moment. He hasn't quite overextended far enough for Big Fat LP to invade on that position. He does run himself into a Meteos, and a slower start now that we've settled into the laning phase.
And there's a lot of mystery in this game too, because we look at the river and there's very few wards. All the wards were expended going inside the enemy junglers, but at the same time, the teams knew that the junglers would just be trading each other's buffs for a while and that they could kind of be safe in lane. But because of just the one gank from Big Fat LP, because of the wards within the jungle, the ganks haven't been that frequent.
Not impressive right now. Slower start. Elimination putting some decent damage under Chowster before he eats a pult of a Peacemaker and dropped relatively low. In terms of the ganks, Meteos now thinking he might be able to sniff something out, but somebody put Nien's actually pretty safe. He's taunted in though.
Oh man, flash taunt from Big Fat LP as well.
So Balls does get knocked up in the air. Now they've turned the pressure onto Big Fat LP. He's a lower level. He's the first one to fall. Double buffs transferred over to Balls, and that is first blood picked up. Meteos was thinking about keeping the pressure up, but decided against it.
And that's one of the dangers of having no river wards for CLG. Big Fat LP flashed to try to get that knock up, but it gave him no escape.
So we see in that top lane, Elimination is the first one to fall. Sneaky has been exhausted. That's now been worn off as a flash forward from Doublelift comes out. He's dropped to 110 HP. He does survive though, and they managed to pick up a kill in the top lane, so immediate reply from CLG.
Doublelift and Chowster manning up in the 2v2 to make up for the 2v2 that happened in the bottom lane that actually went against them. So Sneaky and Lemonation getting a little bit punished, being too far up in the lane and having nowhere to necessarily retreat to after Chowster made a good play.
And the power of that Dark Passage, the Lantern Shield, really helping out Doublelift and Chowster. In the bottom lane, even though Balls was able to pick up that kill, he is behind on CS, so we'll see if he can make use of those double buffs to give him the additional pressure he's looking for.
And I think a lot of that just had to do with Nien at level 1 when Balls flashed out of the gank. He just got an edge on him because of that early action, and Meteos, his response was the counter gank. So when all said is done, both ganks were somewhat successful, and it leads to a fairly even lane.
So what we do see is the gold is completely even between the two teams. A little bit of a gold disparity, and the first one to back in that top lane is Sneaky, of course, thanks to his support Elimination going down. He's picked himself up that second Doran's Blade as well as his boost, but he's a fair amount of CS and a kill behind Caitlyn, so we'll see what Doublelift decides to pick up.
Doublelift's going to keep continuing to bully that guy. BF sword, no sustain, really just going big.
So CLG Link, he's going to be able to be forced to use his ultimate to get to safety. The wither came down from Meteos, but it's very difficult to gank an Ahri.
And Meteos is being efficient with his ganks, because even though that didn't kill Link, getting the ultimate down gives so much freedom to the other lanes. What Ahri loves doing at level 6 is roaming to the AD carry support lane and getting double kill on some level 4 squishies. They can't do that anymore because Meteos' timing was so perfect.
So well played, good map presence and map awareness from Cloud9, buying their AD carry and support lane, maybe a little bit more safety before the opponents roll up there. And Doublelift is definitely going to be looking to stomp in authority on this lane. You pointed out the BF sword picked up, no sustain in there without his runes and masteries, and we'll just have to see exactly how or where he can get that authority.
He's got 34 more attack damage than Sneaky right now, as well as that Piltover Peacemaker just slicing through people on Cloud9 right now. And Meteos' counter ganking for this lane in particular actually isn't that potent, so Cloud9 has to be very careful not to get caught in a Chowster death sentence if they don't want Doublelift to really put a stamp on this lane.
And Chowster's also put himself a pink ward up there in the top bush, so he knows that his opponents have no vision, and he's got a little bit of extra time to react to that Nasus that literally has to walk at you to gank.
And they can't come through the river, since CLG has both mid lane and top lane wards. He can't come through CLG's jungle either. And I think Meteos is doing the smart thing. He's saying, yeah, that lane's kind of lost, but my ganks in bottom lane and mid lane have both been very successful. So Meteos is going back to those places, or he's just going to farm his jungle for a while.
So Nien Taunso on this bottom lane, he gets a good taunt onto Balls. CS numbers has evened up a little bit, picked himself up 2 null magic mantles to try and deal with all of that penetration of the Haunting guys.
And because he gave up the kill the Balls, he's just a little bit pushed back. But Nien, is a survivor in lane. He knows how to get his farm, and he is great in team fights. So that's what CLG Nian is waiting for.
But it's definitely something that he's going to need to do, especially with that Shen getting a couple of good taunts onto the members of Cloud9, and not necessarily the most mobile of teams. So if they stack up, it'll be a good taunt possibility.
And that was such a timely ward by Nian over the grass to be able to catch Meteos' Nasus walking by, because he was going to try to go solo the Dragon on Nasus. That's what Nasus do at level 6.
Right now in the top lane, Sneaky is going to manage to dodge away from that ace, and then Pult over Peacemaker goes down. Double Lift gets dropped thanks to the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. They trade 1-for-1. Support picks up the kill, and the passive comes out from Zyra. Sneaky and Lemonation pulling the 2v2 back thanks to some brilliant play.
Even if people are offering you a ride on a Lantern, you don't always take it, because sometimes it's really dangerous. He Lanterned in to turret range, then got hit with an Ash Arrow, and allowed Sneaky to come back, get a kill where they really had no business getting something, and it burned the Shen ult from Nian, which pays off for Cloud9 with the Dragon.
And that Shen ult came down just a tad late. You have to feel maybe could have been a little earlier. Link in the mid lane's jumped onto high. Niantonso's helping out as well. Link's burning from the Ignite. He's going to be able to get to safety. And we see the brilliant Wither from Meteos. That slowed Nian down, managing to save High's life. He's got double buffs up, but not enough damage to take down Niantonso. And they just trade. Both mid laners going incredibly low.
And the fights just continue. Cloud9 trying to aggress everywhere.
So Balls is overheated. He's got the Ignite ticking down to 50 HP. The next tick should be able to do it. Balls picks up Big Fat LP for his second kill of the game.
Last tick of Ignite for Balls, and this is a great laning phase for him on Rumble, which is actually something we don't see too frequently. This could mean a lot of trouble. Look at that. 4 picks on Rumble, 100% win rate. Cloud9 very confident in their abilities right now.
And he's doing so well at bullying that Shen around. He's going to be able to go and spend some of that money, plus that additional kill gold in just a moment, as High returns to this mid lane with his triple longsword build.
And we got to realize how High and Link are just battling it out right now. 75 to 75. Now just one and back again, back and forth. I'm losing track of these numbers. They're too close. But High and Link are two of the best mid laners here in North America, and Link needs to find ways, I feel, to either get kills on High or get kills roaming, because CLG really needs that help right now.
Yeah, at this point in time, High's just keeping him in his base, keeping him shut down just a little bit. I didn't see who actually got that big Wraith. Right now, High's doing fairly well at least maintaining control of that very mobile champion in Ari. 15,000 gold to 13,500. Cloud9 with that Dragon. It's really the only difference as far as gold is concerned.
And Big Fat LP is still sitting around for ganks, but again, Meteos is there for the counter. And we have to give so much credit to Meteos right now, because he's been there to counter Big Fat LP's ganks while having a 20 farm advantage on him, and he's just tracking him around the map while out farming him.
Yeah, he's reading him like in a book, but when you know that your opponent's going to be doing that,
another arrow.
The Crystal Arrow comes down, Double Lift has the first one to get stunned, 90 calibers away. They turn their attention over to Chowster as the Dark Passage goes down. There's a lot of damage on the Chowster. The shield is up. It will go down to Sneaky. And another outplay, 2v2.
One of the great benefits here of the Zyra Ashe lane is you land one crowd control, it guarantees the other. Sneaky landed the arrow, it let Lemonation land his Stranglethorns, and then the knockup. Such a good chain, but maybe they stayed too long.
Cataclysm goes down, Big Feld LP is trapped in his own wall, maybe forgetting for a second that you can turn it off. Takes a lot of damage down, Lemonation and Sneaky not afraid of this Caitlyn Jarvan combination. They're keeping the pressure up.
And this is the game Cloud9 wants to play. While all that was happening, Balls is just destroying Nian.
Balls has gone so deep into CLG enemy territory. He picks up a kill onto Niantonso. That's his third of the game, and his second that was just a straight up 1v1. Balls is doing fantastic.
Plus we look in the mid lane and everyone on CLG is getting pushed back right now. Everything is going Cloud9's way, and they're not letting off the gas pedal.
5 kills to 2. They've extended that gold lead to 3,000 gold now. The tower did drop in the bottom lane, and it looks like High and Meteos are going to put so much pressure onto this mid tower. With that Siphoning Strike damage, this will go down quickly.
So I need to see now what CLG tries to do to counter this, because they've lost their mid and bottom turrets. They really want something to happen out top, and they know that Cloud9's missing a lot of stuff. Can they get anything?
The knockup does not land. Sneaky carries on getting away. The slow plants are out. He does get caught by the death sentence. Flay pulls him backwards. Chowster and Double Lift doing the best they can to chase him down. Ignite is actually on Double Lift. He's forced backwards. A flash forward comes out from Big Fat LP to secure the kill.
Here comes Cloud9.
The counter gank is on High, and Meteos are going to take this one to the skies as they dive in there. Jarvan slides to safety. Meteos has got the Wither down. 1 or 2 more attacks. That's him drop. In the background, Link has now joined the party. He's picked up a kill into elimination. He weeded out the opponents and have only kill on the board for him.
But even when CLG looked to be able to secure a kill early on to Sneaky, you could see the apprehension from Doublelift. He was pulling back early because he knew Cloud9 was coming. They had vanished from mid lane, and they were going to make that counter gank happen. CLG forced into a play, but once again, Cloud9 one step ahead because they're the ones dictating to CLG what CLG has to do, and that's giving them the advantages they need.
Absolutely advantage in every single metric, in gold, in kills, in tower, and in C, actually behind in CS. So all of this pressure,
the one thing
ganking,
CLG does.
one thing that's not working in their favor is this farm.
And it's what CLG is almost over-focusing on in this situation here, because Nien has always kept up his farm. Link is almost never behind in farm. Doublelift is known for being able to get the minion kills, but they're losing in the other areas. Turrets, dragons, kills, just not able to keep up with what Cloud9 does. Cloud9 does not prioritize CS the way that CLG does.
Talking about the dragon, that should be respawning relatively soon, actually, because it was a fairly early level 6 dragon there by Meteos and Balls. So we'll see as they decide to maybe set up some vision and get some control over it. Right now, once again, it's all about Cloud9. They're making the plays and they're making the counter plays to which CLG is forced to react.
And like clockwork, they're getting the pink wards down where they need to be, and they're moving towards CLG's jungle once they have the outer 3 shells of turrets down. Even not quite getting the blue steel. No, I believe Link was the one to get that. He tried for the smite, smited it, but didn't get the last hit.
Yeah, smite wasn't even available for Big Fat LP either, so he wasn't able to actually get that one down. So even denying the buffs now to CLG, it's a difficult position to be in with a 7,000 gold difference. Here's the timer on your clock, 30 seconds up.
And here's the question for Cloud9. Are they going to die with this 6,000 gold? And they are!
And there's the answer to your question. They've immediately dropped down Big Fat LP. He's been weathered up and gets away with 300 HP. Link, however, is going to jump into the party, manage to pick up the first kill of the game, but they're going to trade 1 kill for a tower. If Cloud9 can disengage, it'll be worth it for them as elimination gets charmed, held in place, taunted, locked down. 2 kills for 0 in favor of CLG.
So that's why it was a question of if Cloud9's going to dive or not, because their composition isn't built for it like it usually is. Sure, they had the Ash Arrow to get the initiation in, but it wasn't a huge amount of burst damage, and yeah, they weren't even able to get a kill. Just the snapback CLG needed, and now CLG really has to secure this dragon because it's one of the things that can start pulling their gold back.
So it'll close their gap just a little bit, and if they can manage to react to those aggressive plays and put some more kills and money on the board, they can start to close some of this item disparity that we're currently seeing. So first dragon of the game picked up by CLG, and they're definitely not out of it yet.
Not quite. And this is a little bit similar to the Cloud9 defeat that they suffered to CLG in week 2 here, where Cloud9 had the pressure, they got the first 3 or 4 turrets down, but they couldn't secure all the dragons. And that was another slight misplay there where CLG was able to sneak back a dragon. Cloud9 needs to have the focus on those objectives and not dive in those specific scenarios in the future where CLG can lock up buffs.
So we do see right now CLG trying to put some pressure onto what they're hoping is the first tower of the game. Doublelift gets rooted in place by Zyra. He's going to be able to get away unscathed though, as there simply wasn't enough support around Cloud9 to engage on Doublelift. Link toying with the idea of trying to pick off that AD carry. He's picked himself up a Giant's Belt as well as an Amplifying Tome.
And we might have a fight brewing if Elimination can land anything. Equalizer tries to cut CLG off.
It's going to slow them down. That's a lot of damage onto Doublelift. We do see the flash into the weather, but that's immediately cleansed off. So Caitlyn's got away. Another flash is burned as an accelerated shock blast gets so much damage down into Chowster, but that's a lot of summoner spells burned.
And a nice disengage there by CLG. It's Cloud9 not necessarily having the diving capabilities that they bring with some other compositions. This is where that Zac ban really starts to show for CLG, because Meteos, sure he can flash Wither, that's nothing compared to the Elastic Slingshot and Let's Bounce Zac.
No, the power of that is simply not there, especially when Doublelift is running that cleanse. So it is on cooldown, and what we did see Sneaky Elimination doing earlier in the game was making use of that cooldown being unavailable and securing themselves a kill. So with that knowledge, we may see them going aggressive on Doublelift in the not too distant future.
And we can't forget about what happened in the first 14 minutes of the game before Cloud9 lost the dive fight and gave up the dragon to CLG, because it's still showing here. It's still 8 kills to 6, CLG still hasn't taken a turret, and Cloud9 still has a very large lead, plus the first 80 carry to an Infinity Edge in Sneaky. So Cloud9 definitely still wants to take fights, just not quite as aggressively as before.
Yeah, their composition doesn't lend themselves to it, but we'll see where they can find themselves an opportunity. We're in this sort of slow down phase where it's too risky to go deep into your opponent's jungle. You can see at Cloud9, they don't have enough wards to really make those plays stick. And CLG, on the other hand, they've got very good defensive wards.
And it's because they know where Cloud9's been trying to go for them. Right now, since Cloud9 got pushed back a little bit and then is trying to regain their footing, the only place Cloud9 wants wards is in CLG's jungle. But CLG only wants wards in their own jungle as well. Guess which is closer? CLG gets to ward their jungle. Cloud9 hasn't made an invade in a while. I think Cloud9 can get that control back. It's just going to take some time.
So they're still farming themselves up. Leandry's Torment completed there for balls. He's picked himself up a Giant's Belt as well. Just skipping the side of Double Lift. Does interrupt the recall at the very least. And High's going to carry on chasing and poking down. Doing very well with that Jace Brutalizer as well as the Manum unit completed already.
He hasn't had to itemize against Link's Ahri, even if Link's Ahri is out farming him a little bit. So I think in the long run, that's the right choice for High, because he really cares about that late game siege poke that Jace brings.
In the previous game, we've seen Mandatory Cloud picking up a Hex Drinker as well, which is not, I don't want to say it's not traditional, but it's something we're seeing a little bit more in these fringe cases when you do have that ability part damage to deal with.
And I'm actually realizing here, Cloud9 has Sneaky off farming the jungle, while CLG might have 5 people defending that turret on top, which is actually prompting Cloud9 to peel back a little bit. This is a little bit unlike Cloud9 in the past, where if they want to dive, they're just going, or they have another person pushing a lane and sucking someone from CLG off. But with Cloud9, Sneaky just jungling here, they're waiting a little bit for something. They're not trying to force right now.
It's a possibility that they may be underestimating the gold lead that they have or the power position that they might be in, or they just simply don't want to take the risks of moving into your opponent's jungle without vision and, you know, without really knowing where they can come from. And
they can still be thinking, is CLG our kryptonite? Because remember, this is the loss Cloud9 had to CLG was very impacting on their approach. It was their first ever loss in the LCS, and they barely beat them the second time they played them. So even though they had such a strong early game, it's got to be weighing on the minds of a young team like this.
Yeah, you talked about it during the preamble and the build-up to this matchup, where if this team is not 100% confident in dealing with this opponent, it affects every single decision you make. You hesitate when you attack, you question your decision-making and your calls in-game, and right now it's showing. However, after this period of passivity, 5 members of Cloud9, they've grouped up and stacked up in the bottom lane.
So they've gotten out of the jungle, decided to push, and CLG's not quite in position to fight, but they really don't want to give up even more turrets. I wonder if CLG fights this one off. It depends on how much poke they take from Jace, whether or not CLG is able to engage something here.
So we do see those shock blasts coming down, not dealing as much damage as High would hope. He's maybe going to need to pick up that last Whisper before it's really going to do a whole lot.
As long as Nien is in the front taking these hits and they're not reaching the CLG squishies, it's going to be all right. That can't happen more than once, otherwise they're going to lose this turret.
Cost a curse. The moment you say it, Double Lift eats himself a shock blast. Chowster takes 2, and that drops him down to a third of his HP. Link has picked himself up the Arm Guard as well as a Rylai's Crystal Scepter, really feeling like the slow and the kiting is more important than upfront damage.
And the barrage is what's actually stopping them right now. It doesn't matter for slow and kiting right now because Link can't get in the first place. It almost seems like unless Cloud9 does a straight-up dive, CLG's not fighting them unless it's on an inhibitor turret, because that was, I mean, I want to say uncontested because CLG tried to contest it. They just got hit by too many shock blasts.
Yeah, they simply didn't show their faces. They didn't land any of their own damage themselves, and they were just munching all of those bullets that Jace was shooting out. 10 seconds on the clock. This is the 3rd dragon of the game, the 2nd that Cloud9 want to pick up.
And Cloud9's in-game adaptation is one of the things that's given them the first place here in North American LCS. Just the last dragon, they dove a turret they were sieging before dragon and gave it up to CLG. This time, they recognized the cooldown of the dragon, said, sure, maybe we could try to dive, but the dragon's here, so let's just take that and we can dive whenever we want. Cloud9 gets their 2nd dragon of the game. Now they might think to dive.
So we'll see the Enchanted Crystal Arrow is up. Sneaky's going to look to aim that one out. Just going to scare Link away. I held my breath for a second. It's like, is he going to do it? Decided against it.
Pretty dangerous to try to land an ult on a triple dash. Fox and Ahri right there. So maybe they'll try to dive on this inhibitor turret, but they haven't shopped in a really long time, and there's 1,000 gold or more on everyone on CLG right now.
Yeah, there's the numbers on your screen right now. Look at the difference in the top lane. About 1,500 between them. Double Lift has taken so much damage from that poke. Absolutely every single member of Cloud9 has the ability to pick up another item or maybe complete some of them. Link doing relatively well with that fairly tanky start to his build. He's not being bursted down quite as hard.
And right now, CLG poked back a little bit there. You can see they got some damage onto High. CLG's trying to wait for Nien to get these side turrets down because this is gold generation. As long as CLG doesn't lose this inhib, it's okay for them.
That's the first tower of the game for CLG.
Oh, they're going in!
It's been channeled. Cataclysm goes down for the king, yelled by Jarvan. Balls is going to be able to deal so much damage, forcing Big Fat LP to drop. First victim of the fight. Second to fall is going to be Nienton, so he's dropped in the background as they turn their focus to double lift. A massive siphoning strike shuts him down on his spot. Wither ticking away on Link. He's just being burned away by Meteos' passive. They have traded kills back and forth. A 4-for-2.
Lemon Nation's Zyra ultimate in that fight was perfect. We talked about how hard it was to dive on top of a Zyra, and the instant Big Fat LP dove in with Yen, they got hit by the Zyra ultimate and a Rumble ult. It almost killed both of them right off the bat. It obliterated the CLG frontline, and it made Doublelift immediately vulnerable for the rest of Cloud9 to dive through. That was a perfect fight for Cloud9 as they picked up the inhibitor turret.
Crucially for CLG, the kills they did pick up allowed them to defend the inhibitor itself. So at the very least, there's no super minions to deal with, but they're in a very difficult position right now.
They have so much work to do right now, and it doesn't help that they can't initiate fights onto Cloud9. They need to wait for Cloud9 to come for them.
So at this moment in time, we're going to pull up a replay of this final fight. Jet, talk me through the specifics of that Zyra ultimate and Rumble again.
Yeah, I just need to see it again. Look at how it locked them down on top of the Rumble ult with the Equalizer going down. Sneaky had no threat on him. It allowed everyone on Cloud9 to get onto Doublelift immediately because there was no front line there for CLG, and it really showed.
And you see they just carry on chasing, cleaned that one up, balanced out that tower that was, you know, picked up in the background. And the thing that was even more impressive, they did all that through the Stand United of Shane. He put that down on Big Fat LP, and it just simply wasn't powerful enough.
Just gone. And a lot of that has to do with Big Fat LP not having his aura items yet. There's a Runic Bulwark on Meteos. There's not even an Aegis of the Legion yet on Big Fat LP. Yes, objectives, all that jazz, but also double minion kills for Meteos because he's out farming Big Fat LP like we'd usually see, but he's not getting outpaced in ganks.
Yeah, playing very, very well at this moment in time. And Meteos, his presence and his just timing of his opponents and understanding of where they're going to be, what he needs to do to counter them is absolutely phenomenal right now. As we've talked about already, CLG still doing well to farm, but now they're losing their buffs as they have no control of this bottom half of the map.
And this doesn't even have to be a dive for Cloud9. They know they have the inhibitor turret gone. They can just go for the inhibitor at this point. They have full armor pen right now on high, so those shock blasts are crushing when they hit Doublelift and Big Fat LP. He can't lifesteal up everything before Cloud9 decides to go.
So the pressure goes in, Charm goes down onto Meteos, he's held back in place. Death Sentence was up, but it caught Nasus. That's the last target you want to hit, and they picked that up for nothing.
It was indefensible right there. The only thing they give up here is the pressure that Nien creates. Now, again, you're forced into a situation. Does Cloud9 dive the mid lane? Stand United is going to be up in about a second. Or do they go back and peel Nien? Based on having a failed dive in the past, and because Cloud9 has won most of their advantages here, actually off of CLG aggression, Cloud9 is going to go stop Nien and then go about their business.
Yeah, maybe get themselves some good deep wards along the way. You can see positioning themselves in and around the red buff. Shock Blast comes out. That was pretty close to actually stealing that away. 1 or 2 more auto attacks from Doublelift may have landed it. Sneaky's toying with the idea of a Crystal Arrow, but Nien manages to recall in time.
That was real tight. Balls was about to go check that bush, and they would have been able to kill Nien. I don't think he could have escaped that one, but made it back. No harm done, except for that giant gold lead that's happened in the last 26 minutes.
Yeah, that's up to 8,000 gold right now. All that money that was being sat on has been spent, and the thing that's phenomenal about Cloud9's position, the only members of the team that's really died has been their support. 5 of their 12, of their team's 8 deaths rather, is in his hands, and the rest is just from team fights where maybe they weren't expecting the aggression.
So it's interesting that Lemonation is playing Zyra with the 5 deaths. He's just trying to access the full burst combo. That's the only way you get access to all 5 of Zyra's abilities, so playing the champion as planned.
I like that. That's a little bit of metagame knowledge there. Shock Blast comes out, that drops 20% of Doublelift's HP. He simply cannot take that poke. He's lifestealing up relatively well, got that Phantom Dancer in there as well. So if he can get onto any of the targets, Jace or Ashe, for example, they don't have much armor or HP to survive that damage.
And the lane that Nien is pushing right now as well doesn't have any immediate threat on Cloud9 right now, so they are free to poke as long as possible. And Nien has to be able to get into a position where he's threatening something, because right now, Cloud9 is just seeing a 5v4.
Yeah, they've got enough time here. The fact that the Super Minions holding Nintonso in place is going to play in his favor. He started to recall. He has the engage. Big Fat LP dives in there with a Cataclysm high. Is going to be the second member to fall in the game. This is a good fight, a good start to the fight for CLG, but simply put, they don't have the damage to turn it around. Ash is untouched. Sneaky has not been poked in this engagement. Meteor's one more tower hit for his troubles, will survive. They end up trading 1 for 2 and Inhibitor.
And Nien didn't actually make it in with the Shadow. He might surprise Cloud9 coming in from behind.
Gonna do the best that he can, maybe able to taunt up a couple, put some damage down, gets a 2-man taunt. Lemonation manages to survive. They put one more kill on the board as Balls goes down, but the rest of the team is gonna be able to escape. That's a trade that Cloud9 will be happy with.
And going back to that fight, CLG died once they dove once again. Yen trying to keep this chase going. I don't know if this is going to work out.
No, Ash is going to be able to put a lot of damage down, especially because he was rooted in place. Thanks to Elimination, Zyra has got some very good grasping roots down. And every time he's needed to root somebody in place, he's managed to land the ability.
Landing it at just the crucial moment, specifically on top of those perfect equalizers that have been coming down from Balls. So still good team fighting for Cloud9, and the second inhibitor that they were able to pick up there in the base is so crucial. Those are actually the two best inhibitors to have down if you're going for a Baron, because essentially CLG has a full-time defender now, and Nien Shenolf isn't up to be able to join the fight. So Cloud9 can take whatever they want. They're playing it super conservative, actually almost non-Cloud9-like by taking the Dragon before the Baron.
One of the things that plays into their favor as well is just how quickly Nasus, Jace, Ash can actually take that Baron down. They've got a lot of damage they'll be able to put out, especially if Nasus is willing to burn his ultimate for that one. Third Dragon of the game. They haven't got too much vision in the side of CLG, so that could be the limiting factor that, well, we can't see them coming, so let's play it a bit safer.
And maybe they'll just go and get some wards set up first. Interestingly enough for Lemon Nation, he's actually built some items this game on Zyra. He went double gold per 10 before completing that Shirelli's Reverie, finished his Sightstone, and just that many items on Lemon Nation is not something you almost ever see.
Likes to spend a lot of money on those wards and vision. And of course, when you do have Zyra, it's something we actually see fairly often when we see support Zyras. They do tend to build a little bit of ability power and maybe work towards some of those damaging items.
A lot of times they go for the cooldown reduction as well, because it's very important to get multiple roots out during an extended team fight. And instead of going for the Baron for Cloud9 right now, they're thinking they have a big enough lead. They know the minions will stack up towards CLG's Nexus. They might just go for inhibitor number 3.
And they don't want to run the risk of, giving away this advantage that they have. It is close to 10,000 gold right now. If they can keep CLG at bay like they have been doing on these prolonged sieges throughout the course of this map, the super minions will do the work for them.
And this is why things are so annoying for CLG, because twice CLG has tried to initiate off a turret push, and twice they failed. Cloud9 doesn't need to dive. They have the superior poke with the Jace Shock Blast and the Ash Volleys just ticking down CLG's health bars. So CLG's forced into doing something, otherwise this turret's going to go down. So frustrating because CLG is almost forced into a losing play.
The super minions are heading towards the Nexus turret in the mid lane. Doublelift and Chouster have responded to this one as the inhibitor in the bottom lane has spawned. Cloud9 realized this, and they're making a beeline for this building.
They may as well, because what they want is CLG to come in on them. There's a thresh hook on a minion, not quite what you want. They can't initiate off that.
So a flash taunt comes out, that's high, that's been locked up. He manages to flash past the knockup. The Zyra ultimate comes down in place, knocking everybody up and zoning the rest of CLG. That is a triple kill that's been completed by Balls. The rest of the team backs off. Inhibitors picked up super minions, and here they're looking to finish.
This very well could be the game. Only Doublelift and Link trying to stop them. They might get a couple kills, but this looks grim.
Now, there's no way they'll be able to hold this one with only Link available. 4 members of Cloud9 in there fighting this one up. They're onto the Nexus, and this is going to be a victory for Cloud9.
And this was the best game Cloud9 has played against CLG this season. From start to finish, if you talk to them, they probably said they make one mistake, the overdive in mid. Aside from that, I think they played perfect.
Very patient and controlled play, something that, Cloud9 maybe hasn't been famed for. They like to play aggressive, they like to get those advantages and make them work. But maybe respecting CLG, respecting the kryptonite, as it were.
And we can say they played slow, but that was a 31-minute, 14-second game. That is definitely below average here in the LCS. Respectful handshakes coming through. They didn't need to go with the Janna. They caught us a little bit off guard with the Ash pick, but they made everything work once again.
It's such a phenomenal game from both Meteos, Balls, and Sneaky. 308, 815, and 416. I mean, 2 deaths combined between the 3 of them. It's perfect play.
And in those fights, CLG was trying to focus down high again and again because they needed something to key off of, and they were getting initiations, but because of the counter initiation from Lemonation, Stranglethorn, and Zyra, just on top of Rumble ultimates, Not a pretty time for CLG.
It didn't work. It was one thing that was really good from Cloud9, that when they did get engaged upon, or they made those tower dives, they stacked their ability so well.
Yeah.
CLG did the best they could, but it just didn't have the impact they were hoping.
And that's why Cloud9 is so good. They team fight better than teams, they pressure better than teams, and they lane better than teams. What more is there for League of Legends? These guys are amazing in North America right now.
Yeah, we'll have to see if they can keep up the pressure. They have one more game later today. All right, we've got to take a short break, but when we return, Cloud9's Balls will be joining us to talk about their big win. Then our third set of competitors will take to the Rift when Velocity battles Dignitas. The North American League Championship Series will be right back. Stick around.
They might go on this. Yeah, they're going on this. I'm gonna die. I'm pretty strong. You can kill him. You can kill. I got slowed. You guys get turret. You guys get turret. You guys get turret. You're diving. You're diving. It's bad. Get out. You're still on turret. Finish it. Finish it. Finish it. Finish it.
I'm dead.
No, you're good. You're good.
Wow.
You get this. You get this.
Welcome back to Week 5 of the North American LCS. And before we get to our next match between Velocity and Dignitas, I'd like to welcome Cloud9 Balls to the desk. Dude, congratulations on a win. Your team goes 11-2. Let's start right back at the beginning. Picks and bans. First 3 picks was super comfort picks, and then you guys win Ashe and Zyra.
Yeah, in our experience, we've been practicing Ashe and Zyra, and she has like really good initiate, so it pretty much fixes our problem on going on the enemy team. And yeah, we're just trying that out.
And even the Rumble pick in the bottom lane there, you guys are undefeated when you specifically get Rumble this season. What makes you like that champion so much?
I don't know, it has everything that I want. I can go really aggressive in lane, and even if I lose my lane, like I start feeding, I'm still useful because of my ult. So it's like a win-win for me. If I lose my lane, I'm still useful. If I win my lane, then it just gets easier.
And against COG, since those guys were the first to beat you this LCS season, and because they play such a late game style all the time, is there anything you do differently when approaching this game as opposed to a different LCS team?
Yeah, we just Doublelift is carrying so hard with Chris, and going to late game, it helps him so much because he gets all the solo farms, so we can't really do anything about that. And yeah, we just pick Ashe now, Ashe Zyra, so much CC, and we can initiate and force stuff easier. We just want to end it like as fast as possible.
It worked into your favor. In the mid game, you know, it felt as though things slowed down a little bit for you guys. You had that sort of failed dive in the mid lane where you dove onto Big Fat LP, couldn't make the kill stick. Was it a call in the team that you needed to slow it down, farm up a little bit, or talk us through what happened after that little mishap?
All right, we wanted to arrow them, but arrowing Jarvan was just not that great compared to Ari because he just EQs out when I ulted. And I think High on Jace stepped on a trap, and then it just started falling apart because they counter-initiated on us. So we had to take it slow. We had to wait for our flashes and farm it up because they got a free dragon after that. So yeah, we just had to take it slow and started pushing the bottom turret, waiting for arrow first.
So basically just waiting for your cooldowns to be available.
Yeah.
Now, once you guys did get the position, you weren't afraid to tower dive even with that type of composition. Do you think that the comp that CLG was running maybe, wasn't the best against you guys? Ari, Jov, and Shen?
It was kind of weird. I wasn't really expecting that, but
it worked in your favor, I suppose.
Yeah, just having Jace poking them.
Yeah. That's kind of all you guys did once you got points. Once you were ahead, you hit them with Jace, Ashe again and again until they'd initiate on you, and then you counter with the fight. And even though you said you're playing slow for Cloud9 is like a 31-minute game in this time. But I want to talk to you a little bit more about your champion pool in particular, because you're someone who competitively has played every position. Why are you top lane now?
I was on Meat Playground before this, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I was playing AD carry. But after the LCS qualifier, we disbanded. And I wasn't really going to do anything, but High and Turtle asked me to join as their top laner or try out. And there wasn't really any much spots left, so I just said okay, pretty much.
Well, it definitely seems to be working in your favor. You're having a fantastic split so far. Have you approached, playing in the top lane differently to the other positions that you've been doing in the past? Like, did you have to train a lot for this? Do you have to learn a whole bunch of new things?
It was basically just watching out for their jungler. That's the most important part, because when you're AD carry and support bot lane, you have wards, and you can go as much aggressiveness as you want. But top lane, sometimes you don't start wards, so you have to be careful about the jungler. And usually I just want to push my lane all the time and go aggressive. So just watch out for their junglers, pretty much.
And even speaking of junglers, your jungler Meteos is one of the best in all of North America. He definitely has the best stat line so far. In that game, I noticed Meteos had a lot more farm than Big Fat LP, but he always seemed to be there whenever he came around. How are you tracking Big Fat LP in the jungle?
I'm not sure if it was just really tracking. Is the way they play bot lane. Like, Shen was going really aggressive for some reason, and Jarvan blew my flash, so we knew since he couldn't gank mid because he tried, the only lane he ganked was bot lane because he wasn't close to top 2.
Well, you guys read the game really well. For the last question, you have one more matchup today against Vulcan, who also had a convincing win against TSM. Seeing the way they played, seeing the way you played, does that affect the game that you're going to be playing up later today?
I don't think so.
So you got your plan ready? Well, we're looking forward to it. Yeah. While we have a lot of fun bringing you all the NA LCS action every week, it does take a lot of hard work. And here's a behind-the-scenes look at what it takes to create the North American League Championship Series.
So the week starts with the Monday morning meeting where we all come in
and we all meet to talk about kind of what happened the week before and what's going to happen this week. We go over story points that we want to hit. We go over features that we're going to do. And we basically have a rough outline of what our show is going to be like this week.
We come out of that with all our notes, and then it's time to start writing scripts, and that's where the show begins.
All right, once we have that outline from the Monday morning meeting, I've got to write the copy that fills it in.
And when we come in together on Tuesday, we kind of just like share ideas, hash it out, and then realize what's the actual stories that we do want to attack.
The casters are essential. I mean, they're the face of the program, and they are the experts. They know exactly what they want to say and how they want to say it, and it's just our job to help bring out the material from them.
I think a lot of it has to do is because they're not flashy when they win. Yeah. Like, they don't dominate people, they just take care of business.
It's one of my jobs to kind of get their voice in my head. So when I write the show, when I'm writing Riv's line, I've got to think like Riv, which is scary as hell.
Yeah! Come game day, the studio fills up with all the rest of the production crew, and the staff triples, and it's just excitement and chaos and everything you'd expect to see in a working production studio on live show day. This week's a special week with 4th of July. We're starting Thursday only, and we're doing 8 matches, and we're starting early.
So that morning we do kind of our last notes pass and polish the script, and now it's got to be ready to go. And then we move down to the studio where we rehearse.
That's when we double check everything.
There's so much more than just talking into the monitor that goes into the show. A lot of the rehearsal is for tech, for camera shots, checking the players, running the assets and the slides that come up.
Got to go for 1 or 2 hours depending on how much we want to run through and how much tech needs to be practiced for that week as well, and then just go live.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Rolex, drift 12, and zoom in 12, ready 14, and flash,
Stand by
ready 13, and dissolve to 13. Cue up.
Welcome to week 4 of the North American LCS Summer Split. I'm Rivington Bisland III, along with Joshua Jat Leesman.
And then once the games start, the games always carry it. The players put on such good shows, it is not hard to be excited when the games are this amazing.
Cloud9 are crushing this fight right now.
It looks like it may be a clean ace on this one.
5-4-0.
Vulcan takes the win.
And I think a lot of that actually has to do because they're not flashy in their wins. They just take care of business, kill the Nexus.
And that does it here for week 4 of the North American LCS. So for myself, Kobe, Riv, Jat, and the entire live broadcast crew, GG, thanks for watching. And for those who celebrate it, happy 4th of July.
So many aspects and so many people doing things, and each person is a part of a giant puzzle, and if any piece is missing, the whole thing will fall apart.
There's just so many things, it's impossible to even name them all. But all the little things that come together make you go, wow, this show is really amazing.
And now it's time for our third match of the day, Velocity Esports versus Team Dignitas. Coming into this game, both teams are looking to rebound from a tough week 4 where they went 0-2. And for Velocity, that means a change in their mid lane.
Yeah, Vile Rose is out this week, and Echo, formerly of Team Marn, will be in. And this will be very interesting for them because Vile Rose has been the vocal leader of that team and makes most of the strategy calls in-game. And Echo, on the other hand, despite having those large yells when the team did something well for Marn, is generally a quiet player. So even though this is a temporary thing, we've seen in the past where good performances from subs can lead to permanent situations.
Yeah, and it's something we've seen in the EU a lot. You know, roster changes aren't necessarily a recipe for success. 5 out of the 8 teams have modified their rosters, and we've seen mixed results, to say the least. So let's see how Echo performs with Velocity today against Dignitas.
And Dignitas had a rough week last week as well. They performed well early in both of their matches, but in a trend that's continued since the middle of the spring split, they weren't necessarily decisive in closing out their wins. They were able to slow down Cloud9's hyper-aggressive play, but they didn't give Cloud9 their first tower till 18 minutes in the game. And they were up on kills in Vulcan, but they couldn't capitalize on either of those things. And now they're sitting in 4th place with a 6-6 record.
And today, Skara and crew will try to dig themselves out of their slump and try to add another win against Velocity, a team they have already beaten twice this split.
And Skara went off in both matches as Kazakhs in week 1, and as Zed down at MLG. So far, Velocity hasn't been able to stop Skara. In fact, in the 2 games Skara has played against Velocity, he has more kills than the entire Velocity team. And no one on Velocity has had more kills than deaths in either of those games.
That's pretty scary.
It's not good. Yeah.
No,
and
it's
even though the stats don't like it, Velocity should have won their first meeting of the year. Dig had to fight Velocity out of their base, if we remember. And they were just one team fight away from losing to Velocity.
Yeah, today, Evaniscus and Velocity will bring the fight out to try and land a knockout blow against Dignitas and their very experienced AD carry, Cutie Pie.
Cutie Pie knows how to adapt to most situations because all the experience he has, where really inexperienced AD carry would get caught out a lot by really dumb things.
It's good to see the LCS players spreading the love.
Yeah, it's not often you see an enemy support compliment the other team's AD carry. They're always like, he's trash.
He looked a little intimidated by Cutie Pie. So, but I mean, there's 0-2 against them, so makes sense. True. So on the blue side, let's take a look at Velocity's lineup. In the top lane, it is going to be Chris, NK Inc. in the jungle, Echo in the mid lane in place of Vile Rose, Maple Street as AD carry, and Evaniscus on support.
And in the red corner, we have Dignitas with Kiwi Kid in the top lane, Crumbs in the jungle. Skara tweeted about his new haircut in the mid lane. I'm a Cutie Pie and AD carry, and Patoy on support.
So is the hair the source of his power?
It's going to turn their season around.
Well,
he had to get rid of all that bad luck.
So we'll see how well this pans out. We will be jumping into Champion Select very, very shortly. What are we expecting as priority bans, with the exceptions of the obvious ones? Jace, Elise.
Yeah, it's kind of too bad Scar only had those 2 games on Master Yi at MOG, but I don't think that's going to be considered in this matchup. I think since Dignitas is on the red side of the map, definitely right here, they're going to be trying to take out anything Chris could try to pull at them. The thing is, they don't know that much about Echo aside from last split. So Echo, for instance, plays a lot of Anivia, Orianna, Ahri. It will be very key if Dignitas bans out Echo rather than banning out the rest of Velocity. If not, they'd go for Maple Street.
And as is customary, we'll probably see Skara drawing a number of bans, as we've been seeing throughout the entirety of, well, ever.
Exactly. You're going to ban out Scar's Diana.
Yeah.
Maybe his Zed, because that was dominating against Velocity in one of their previous matchups. I don't think we'd see a Kha'Zix ban because he's been changed a lot since that time, but he's definitely the focal point when people try to ban out Dignitas.
So we are into picks and bans. Velocity Esports this time will be on the blue side. First pick, first ban, Dignitas in the red, and immediately taking Zac away. They don't want the secret weapon in the hands of Dignitas.
No, they don't want Crumbs diving in and starting those team fights, but to me, Crumbs will just fall back on one of his many junglers. He had a bit of a Zinzao thing last week that didn't work out for him, but I'd expect him to go back to something more like Nasus because he's actually had a lot of success on that champion.
In terms of the rest of the bans, nothing surprising yet. Nunu, once again, has been removed. That's 3 for 3 today. We do see that Diana's been taken away from Scar, probably his strongest champion, and an Evelyn taken out from Dig, actually.
Exactly. That Eve is for NK Inc., who is very good on jungle Eve, and it actually was one of the big ways Velocity was able to make that great comeback win against Curse in week 3 at MOG. So Dignitas just trying to get all the possible things Velocity does out of the way. And Twisted Fate is one of the Echo things they didn't decide to ban whatsoever.
Interestingly, they've prioritized Twisted Fate over Jace. He's available for selection, the Zed and Elise with the final 2 bans, and we've seen first pick Jace from both of our previous games.
Yeah.
Dig thinking about it, maybe?
And the first pick Jace had a huge impact on the victors of those games as well, especially for that Cloud9 game, how they're able to siege COG out of the turret. I kind of expect COG to go for this unless they don't think or trust NK Inc.'s ability to play Jace and say, we can save it for later, but I feel like you just pick it now.
Yeah, I definitely think this is something that Dignitas will be considering and measuring up. We've also seen Shen in both of our previous games as well, and it's a champion I know we've been talking about extensively during the course of the last week, and how he's he's in a good position, but he's not necessarily the insta-pick material that he once was.
Yeah, he's one of those guys you can try to pick late. You can pick things against him that are very good, like Cloud9 out-pushing the Shen in that last game against COG. He's a thing teams are allowed to go with, but don't have to anymore.
Interestingly, right now,
no Jace.
No Jace. Yeah. And I don't know if this is... I don't know. This is something to me that would you put TF in the middle, Jace up top. Jace, this is weird.
Dignitas didn't think Chris was going to play Jace.
And
I think that's what it comes down to. It's not that they don't have faith in the champion. They're just saying they're not going to opt into that game. Dignitas is going to play whatever they want. They don't need to get sucked into the power game, Jace, necessarily, if a team doesn't play it.
We do see those just hovering over Annie and Zinzao. What we will do,
Look at the smile on Cutie Pie's face for that one. He's like, come on, guys, let's do it.
Let's talk about Velocity for a second. You've got Twisted Fate, we've got Shen, we've got Thresh. So potentially our top laner and jungler left to be locked in, or AD carry and top laner, as it were. What are we thinking for Velocity with the exception of that very global reach they've got already?
It really depends on what Dignitas decides to run as their AD carry, how aggressive Velocity tries to go. Draven's still up. Draven's probably the pick for Maple Street if Dignitas doesn't take it away right here, as Cutie Pie's probably, he's saying all the different things he'd like to play bottom lane with Patoy right now, and every single one is getting turned down.
And he does decide to lock in that Graves at the end of the day. So Cutie Pie and Maple Street, both Draven players, both well known for their Draven, deciding to go against it. We've got at least the duo lane as well as our mid laner there for Dignitas, although Kiwi Kid may run cannon.
Yeah, Kiwi Kid and Skara swap all the time. Twisted Fate is actually Kiwi Kid's champion. He's played it 4 times. Skara hasn't played Twisted Fate yet this split. So Velocity still just trying to pick their stuff. The jungle would be very key in this. They could actually bring out their push-poke strategy right now if they wanted to. They could actually do Jan and Ezreal if they wanted to, but I don't think they're going to go for that, unfortunately. Makes me
I absolutely love the fact that they have tried it. It's a brilliant strategy, and I think maybe they're toying with it. Maybe they were thinking about it themselves, but it would be a risky decision to make.
Against the Graves, it's a little shaky because Graves' wave clear is really high, but Kennen wouldn't have been able to do it, and they decide to not go with that strategy. Very, very surprising, too, how Maple Street didn't go with Draven.
So they've got a very beefy front line from Velocity Esports. We see the Tristana locked in for that very, very late game, and, you know, we heard Balls talking about just how powerful double lift is on Tristana, and they actually banned it out against him. So maybe trying to channel some of that inner late game awesomeness.
And if Velocity thinks back to the games that they've won, Maple Street has went off in all of them. So put that guy on your hyper carry, channel some CLG, and try to get it going that way. Might be the mindset Velocity has here.
What we do see with that Renekton locked in, we know that is going to be a jungle Shen. So we've got all of that utility coming from the jungle. We've got the gank presence coming from Twisted Fate in the mid lane. And that's very scary kill lanes anywhere they go. When comboed with the Thresh, when comboed with the Renekton up top.
They have a lot of potent lane combinations. It's just that Tristana will have to get rescued by a little bit of anything. And Dignitas is having a lot of fun today with how they're swapping around picks. They're embracing the randomness that's kind of happened. So, huzzah, no Jace in picks or bans in this game, but Dignitas still going with stuff that they look comfortable with.
This is a bit of a rarity. I don't think it's the first time in the LCS. I distinctly remember a game in Moscow where we went through picks and bans without a Jace featuring as well. That's over in the EU, but yeah. It's definitely one it's an oddity with the current power of that champion that nobody felt it was worth picking right now.
Neither of these teams specializes in it, and I like it when teams actually go against the curve in that sense.
Play what they're stronger on.
Yeah, if I'm not good at that champion, we're not going to unlock what he's doing. And instead, now Dignitas going with the Ryze Kennen thing. There's a very good chance they're swapping lanes like crazy in this one because we see Ryze top, we see Kennen top. We may as well see I'm a Cutie Pie and Patoy mid in this one.
It's a very scary team fight combo from Dignitas. Once you start adding the Ryze, the Kennen, the Nocturne all together, plus the burst damage from Graves, they should be able to put out a lot of hurt very quickly.
And it's going to be a lot on Crumbs to try and make some big plays because I haven't really mentioned the difference between a jungle Shen and a jungle Nocturne. Jungle Shen is a very supportive jungler. He sits in the jungle for the most part until level 6, then ganks with his ultimate or just counter ganks. He can pull off a few gimmicks early on, but it is at a heavy cost to his jungle speed, so NK has to be very smart and safe about where he goes.
And in terms of the two junglers, you've got one that is very proactive. The moment that level 6 lands for Nocturne, he's going to throw himself into a team fight, and you can use that Stand United offensively, as you were saying, but it's not the most ideal
It's a reactive jungle spell.
Correct. So we'll see how that pans out. We are in the loading screen for, of course, Velocity taking on Dignitas. This is the third game of the day. On the blue side, Velocity, this will be the third time they're playing against Dignitas. Second time.
Third?
It is third time. Yes, third time.
Third.
They've lost twice before. And Dignitas, of course, on the red side, looking to go 3-0 the split. Right now, though, we do see the two teams starting off. We've seen very passive starts from both of the previous games, albeit both teams have all four teams have sort of invaded to get very deep early vision.
And I wouldn't be too surprised if we saw something similar this game as well. Thresh is always the threat at level 1 for these teams. His hook is almost undodgeable, and Crumbs found them right there because he could see his Duskbringer path after he threw it in on Velocity and saw where they decided to move afterwards. So he knows there were Velocity people in that brush, and he checks them again.
Yeah, he's playing with fire at the moment, though. He is sitting alone in the river. If Velocity did land any form of CC, Crumbs may be in trouble. And he is going to keep himself patient. Right now, defensive starts from both teams. No one actually invading or getting any form of vision in their opponent's jungle.
No shallow wards for both teams. So very, conservative plays early, and Crumbs sees a lot of people. He's got to get out of there.
Yeah, he realized that you could actually see from the positioning of Echo, they were toying with the idea of making an aggressive play, but it didn't work out for them. 1 minute 20 on the clock. This is the go sign for Velocity. They gear up the speed, and they start moving towards their enemy blue buff.
And Dignitas has wards directly where Velocity would be going, so they'll know if Velocity sticks around or not here, and it makes Crumbs' decision a little bit more crucial. They see Velocity peels out. Crumbs is going to go back where they saw the ward, and now they have to worry about potential smite steals. But I don't think they're really going to lose much other than knowledge of where Crumbs started.
Yeah, at this point in time, you actually see the entirety of Velocity backing away. That was a fairly risky play, all 5 of them sticking together to get a ward on something that they're not even looking like they're going to challenge right now.
The only thing this gives them is knowledge in the lane of exactly where Crumbs started. But at the same time, just with how late they pulled back their invade, Dignitas knows that Shen started at red buff as well, even if Dignitas doesn't have the ward coverage in that area.
So we'll see who can make use of that information better. They're both fully aware of it, and we're also going to see a straight lane matchup. This is the first of the day as well, with both dual lanes going head-to-head from the get-go.
We've been seeing it actually a fair bit today, because especially the first game as well had it with the Jin Zhao. Sure, it wasn't an AD carry going heads up,
they went top lane.
But it was definitely a matchup and a battle.
Matchup and a battle indeed. Chris Renekton in that top lane, he's facing off against Kennen, and it's definitely a matchup that is going to be a little difficult for him. The melee of Renekton at these early levels, he's susceptible to so much harass and free poke.
He's got to be real careful, and I wonder if NKink's going to be able to make a gank come up top. Because the junglers started on the same side of the jungle, they could potentially meet in top lane if Chris wants to make an aggressive play, or if Kiwi Kid starts bullying him.
We do see Kiwi Kid, he's not actually spending too much time focusing in this mid lane, however. It was, of course, Twisted Fate taking on Rise, and Rise is going to have a little bit of difficulty in these early stages. Not the best at farming. We do see Crumbs showing his face in this top lane.
And no Shen to counter, so it's really just Crumbs trying to assist a bit. Not going to burn anything, but maybe more. Wow, they changed some CC.
The stun lands, the fear throws him backwards. Ignite is up, one lost auto attack. That's going to be enough. First blood in conjunction with the red buff, and that was something neither of us were expecting.
That CC change surprised Chris a huge amount, because he was waiting to slice or dice away and still had his flash. If Chris wanted to flash out of that, he could have, but he got greedy trying to save his cooldown, and because Kiwi Kid and Crumbs chained the stun with the fear, they were able to pick up a surprising kill.
Yeah, and that fear as well, just throwing them off to the side 90 degrees, managing to keep him in place long enough for that last auto attack of Kiwi Kid to throw down and get the damage out. Scar and Echo trading a bit of damage in this mid lane. They're staying even on CS, but with that first blood picked up on Nocturne, it's definitely a help.
Oh, Evaniscus lands a hook on Cutie Pie and tries to make something happen, but Tristana's level 3 was not willing to dive in.
Now they do trade ignites on one another, both Sona and Thresh burning those abilities, but the difference is it's Maple Street with the HP, whereas on the other side it's Patoy with the HP.
And there's no exhaust in that lane. Very frequently you'll see the supports bring exhaust instead of ignite, so they got a little bit over-aggressive there, and it could lead to some more action in that bottom lane.
There's no exhaust in this entire game if we look down the summoner spells of both teams. 2 ignites, 2 barriers apiece, so very interesting to see that, especially when you're coming up against a Tristana and a Renekton, who could be very effective against.
There's a couple things that exhaust is quite potent against, but for these guys, they're just going for the lane kills, and they don't necessarily see that big of a melee hypercarry threat. But if I have a Nocturne diving in, I'm going to want an exhaust. They decided for the kill in lane because they want to get Maple Street farm.
So we'll see how well this pans out for them. The first one to recall in this bottom lane was I'm a Cutie Pie, because of course he did take all of that damage from the bottom lane. He's returned with a long sword, a couple of pots, and he's falling a little bit of CS behind, but he's got a massive wave to play with.
And we have to remember, Velocity had access to those double golems at the start of the game, and that's giving them a bit of an XP advantage. I think they took the double golems. I could be wrong on that. I was kind of paying attention to other things, but that's one of the reasons you don't see people match straight up against each other in these bottom lanes that frequently.
So I'm just going to see if that experience of those levels play into their favor. At the very least, with that earlier CS advantage, Maple Street's actually coming back with some sustain, which is sorely needed. He's got no regeneration, because Thresh, other than blocking damage, isn't going to give him HP back like Patoy Sona will.
Got to be able to withstand some of that Patoy poke, but the thing that Chris has to deal with now is this lane against Kiwi Kid. He knows he's still got his flash up, but he's just so far behind after giving up that kill, all defensive items, whereas Kiwi Kid's been able to go double offensive. Chris can't necessarily get close to minions.
It's one of the things that'll play, or one of the things that will play into Chris's favor a little bit later is as he does get some more levels and some more farm, maybe working towards a Hex Drinker, which would work fantastically against Ryze and Kennen. It'll help him, but the question is, how well can Kiwi Kid keep him under control?
I think the Hex Drinker is definitely something that's happening, but here in the mid lane, Scar finally fighting back a little bit on Echo. The way that mid lane matchup plays out is TF tries to shove Ryze, and then Ryze tries to kill TF. And finally, Scar almost tried to kill TF, and it keeps the farm even.
And you have to give props to Scar right now because he's not losing out on any of the CS. He's been sitting at his tower for the majority of this matchup, and even on that previous engagement, he's actually got a CS advantage.
I think something that happened as well is when Echo was shoving up, he got scared of Crumbs because they didn't have the most prolific ward coverage around their rivers, and he couldn't stay too far up to CS. So as he was shoving, Echo was missing a few, and Scar was getting them back at the turret.
Very importantly, we've just seen a flash of Crumbs. He is level 6 right now, whereas NK Inc. is still only level 5, but he is on the double golem. So we will most likely see that Stand United available very soon. He's about a third of the way through the level, so there's this very small window of opportunity if Crumbs is able to pick a fight.
Crumbs goes for Echo. He can spell shield that card, does not.
Unfortunately, spell shield doesn't even get procced. That Shroud of Darkness not available as Chris gets locked up by the little hamster.
Yeah, Kiwi Kid's going to continue to do this to Chris because he knows that first kill assist is just giving him the lead and edge in that lane, double his score in minions right now.
That is a massive advantage right now. The one thing that does help Chris out a little bit is that wave is now up against his tower. So if he's able to successfully freeze it, he should be able to pick up some additional CS and start to close that gap, assuming Kiwi Kid lets him, because he's going to be able to attack him from range a little bit north of that tower.
I think that's one of the reasons Kiwi Kid's up 55 or 56 to 26 is because he's denying so well at the turret just with really smart auto attacks. But this whole game is still trending Dignitas's way. We look at all the lanes individually, and Maple Street's the only one really doing what he should be doing or doing better than he should be doing, because Tristana's level 5 is not as good as Graves level 5, and he's still up in minions.
Yeah, especially when you think about the laning phase of a Thresh Tristana lane against a Graves Sona. You've got a passive support in Sona and the aggressive support in Thresh, but Evaniscus' hooks haven't really been as impactful as they maybe wanted.
There was the one he landed early at the turret, which burned both ignites, and then since then, he's mainly using it as a deterrent for Dignitas to not get close.
In terms of CS, I'mACutiePie has now hit level 6, 67 CS on the board, and when you do get a Graves to level 6, the burst combo of a potential crescendo buckshot collateral damage is very, very scary.
And we could see a lot of action happening very shortly.
Paranoia's down, they've dived onto Chris. Duskbringer is up as well, he's going to continue the chase. Stand United gets put on top of him, 200 HP. Shen will arrive, that's a double taunt, but it's not quick enough to save Chris. The Crocodile's been turned into a pair of shoes. They do trade kills back and forth 1-for-1 though.
And that was just all the globals getting used at once. That's why I was saying we were going to see some action. It just happened before I was ready to finish explaining it. Because as soon as Crumbs went up there, you recognized that NK Inc. was going to match his Stand United as planned in Champ Select. And then because the fight was going to be long, since it's a bunch of tanks fighting up there, Echo would come in as well. It works out in a 1-for-1, but because it was a 3 versus 2 fight, Dignitas wins that exchange.
So in terms of this, the minutes that are now playing out, Dignitas have got this window of opportunity. There's no Destiny available. There's no Stand United available. They're playing very aggressive in this mid lane.
And this is the price that Echo has to pay for going to get that kill in the top lane. They trade top for mid turret, but that trade is still better for Dignitas because you get more for a mid turret than a top one. They want a crescendo.
In the bottom lane, that's a flash crescendo. It locks up Evaniscus. Buckshot is there. One more auto attack. It's actually stolen away from Patoy. Maple Street rocket jumps forwards. Here comes Skara. A flash from Maple Street. Room Prison is down. Overload goes up. Barriers popped. One more overload. CutiePie is looking for it. And the smoke screen manages to pick that one up. He gets away with his life. And well played, CutiePie.
He got some style points for that one, finishing with essentially utility vision skill and walking away with that. You knew that Patoy was going to be flying in there for the crescendo, and Maple Street really tried for the kill. But because Velocity had lost control of that middle turret, they could not track Skara's movements, and that's why it turned into a bad situation for Velocity.
So well played by them. Skara doing well to roam, being able to at least counter some of the global pressure by simply walking to the lane. And if you can keep that up, thanks to those towers going down, or thanks to positional play, it will keep them in this driving seat. They've got a 1,500 gold advantage right now. Things are looking pretty good for Dignitas. It's a slower lead, but it's one that they definitely have.
I think things are actually looking better than the gold lead would tell us. Only because Scarra on Rise, if he has a good early mid game, usually takes over games. I remember playing a lot of Rise with him, and if he ever got going, you just win. His Rise is actually incredibly potent in team fights, and he's getting there right now.
So one of the things that I've just noticed, which is very interesting as far as itemization is concerned, Echo has picked himself up a Boots of Swiftness as his first one, which is a bit strange.
That's an old school TF item. Back when TF would always rush Lich's Bane, you move a little bit faster on ganks and allows you to get some more, essentially, range on your gold card when you're ganking, if you think of it that way. Very old school build, and he's actually using that to try to stay out of range of Scarra on Rise because he knows he can't trade him straight up.
It's one thing that he's going to try rely on his teammates then because he's foregoing some of that damage. Right now, Dignitas, they've grouped up. They have the mid tower down. They've got a numbers advantage, and this is going to be a dragon for them.
NK might try to go and steal this, but his smite's down, so even with the ward, it's just prolonged conclusion. This is another one of these things for Dignitas that I think they just took because they'd set up the advantages previously with the mid turret being down, with the couple kills Amacutie and Patoy had picked up, without even having to burn summoner spells in Amacutie or Scarra, and they just knew they could go get that dragon.
So picked it up for free. They've got their opponents have got a fair amount of vision on their side of the jungle. If you look at all of those wards, the Tri-Bush is warded, the opposite of the Red Bush. You can see Velocity are a little bit scared of being invaded because they don't have that vision or that control of the middle of the map.
And we got to remember, the bottom lane gank that killed Maple Street came through that litter of wards, saying, yeah, we got to worry about Scar roaming down this way because the mid turret's gone. They can't control Scar's roam, so they're having to ward against it, which is costing them a lot of money.
In terms of itemization, a couple of big items have been picked up. Spirit of the Ancient Golden there for Nocturne, and a Bloodthirster already completed for Cutie Pie. So he's going to start stacking that up and getting his burst combo as high as possible.
And Cutie Pie plays more Graves than almost anyone in the LCS, so he knows that that Bloodthirster is what you do on Graves. Graves has so many attack damage ratios on his spells that oftentimes Bloodthirster just makes him fly off in the mid game and just go crazy, which is specifically when Maple Street will be weakest on Tristana. So really trying to abuse a lull in Maple Street's power curve here, Amacutie Pie is doing with that Bloodthirster Graves.
You just noticed Kiwi Kid putting a very good ward there on the blue buff, so trying to set up at least the opportunity for steal. The globals are now available again for Velocity. Death Sentence goes out, and Cutie Pie
trying to bait for Nocturne.
Gently sidesteps it. Paranoia is there in the background. Maple Street and Evaniscus, they're not taking the bait this time.
Amacutie Pie might have been better served not sidestepping that Death Sentence, because that would have at least pulled Evaniscus in and made it so he couldn't Lantern Maple Street out. But Crumb's not done yet. He's still looking for something, but walking through ward.
So he's been visioned up. If he does decide to dive in, it's a quick one. There's Paranoia. Crescendo is down. Stand Unite is being channeled. It's not going to be enough time for Shen to join the party. He's going to walk to the lane. A kill picked up. That's the second of the game for Patoy.
So clever. Patoy got hit by the hook that time, and that's what pulled Velocity in for the fight.
Crumbs gets taunted up. He's taking some turret damage. He's going to be able to get away. Cutie Pie's thinking about picking an engagement, but he doesn't have his collateral damage, and Scarra was a little too late to join that party.
Yeah, this time when he ran down, Velocity recognized he was coming, but Velocity needs to get some turrets back for all this roam. In fact, Echo's going top, trying to get Kiwi Kid.
And Kiwi Kid with a very good flash. Now we do see the Twin Ghost is out. There's the slow down. Slicing Maelstrom is up. Kiwi Kid is the first to get stunned. He manages to stun Echo in reply. Lightning Rush should be up relatively soon. Another gold card lands. That's going to be enough. The Slice and Dice into Cole the Meek, and Chris picks up a kill.
It's the speed TF coming in. Boots of Swiftness and the Twin Shadows. The only reason he was able to run down Kiwi Kid and get that kill. So they didn't get the pressure mid lane that they so sorely needed, but they did get a kill onto Kiwi Kid for Chris, which may be even more important.
Yeah, at this point in time, especially on a champion that's 35 CS behind his opponent, just trying to balance out some of those numbers. Dignitas realizing now that they have a power position, they try to invade the blue buff. Chris is going to trade some gentle love taps there with Scarra, and it does look like this blue is going to be stolen away. So a tower down, a blue buff down, and 3 kills down. Velocity are falling behind.
And the gold still looks okay. 3,000 gold at 15 minutes is a very surmountable lead. I want to see when Chris finishes up some of these items. He didn't go for the Hex Drinker. He's still looking to go for that Sunfire Cape. And considering he was down 55 to 25 in that lane, being down the same amount some 10 minutes later means Chris has been laning very well against Kiwi Kid after that early game disaster.
Yeah, so he's been able to at least mitigate that early game damage. The one thing that does, it is quite impressive for Dignitas at least, is they've got this gold advantage, even though their opponent has a Twisted Fates in their team. So the TF passive, not even being affected just yet, but the longer the game goes, the more impactful that, of course, will be.
Yeah, the more minions you get, the more gold you get from that 2 gold per hit for Twisted Fate. And Echo has done even though he's 1-0-1, I have to say he's allowed Scar a lot more freedom than he necessarily needed to give him. The ganks that Echo's pulled off top lane have always opened up holes in Velocity's defense for Scar to go in and exploit. So maybe once again, since his turret is down, Echo's having a bit of trouble farming, and it's letting Dignitas roam around where they want.
It's definitely just a matter of Dignitas dictating the pace right now. They're simply roaming and pushing anywhere and everywhere without really replying. I guess, you know, you can rely on Twisted Fate to be the proactive player and make a gank happen. But with that Shen and the way they've been using the Destiny and the Stand United, it's been very much reactionary up until this point.
Yeah, a lot of times it's where's Crumbs going? Okay, let's use both to try and counter him. Instead of Velocity dictating to Dignitas, making Crumbs use his paranoia to stop, and then still having something left to make a play with. That's how Velocity needs to, they have to get themselves in that position if they want to come back in this game.
So the cooldowns are available, and you know, with the fact that there are a couple towers down and Dignitas is sort of freely roaming around the map now, there's ample opportunity to actually make a Destiny play, come in behind Skara, you know, between him and his tower, get the Stand United down on top of you, and maybe try stick it to him if it's possible.
And Skara really just stacking up that tier. There's no threat on him. 145 to 145. If we look at all the lanes aside from the top, these guys are farming very close to each other. I actually have to say NK Inc.'s 88 farm on Shen, not going for a Spirit Stone, any of that stuff, making it to the point where he could get a Sunfire Cape, is really just telling me he's trying to rush to the split push point in this match.
So he wants to try control the map. If you can control the map, you can dictate the pace. Chris has gone in 1v3. There's the Stand United. Shen is about to join the party. Destiny's now been used as well. Slicing Maelstrom is down. Chris is very, very low. Kiwi Kid dropping HP as well. Now we see the first person to back away from the fight. In actual fact, Kiwi Kid is the first to die. NK Inc. is now backing away. Zevaniscus is going to try to get one auto attack down. And Skull the Meek will close it out. Chris securing himself a second kill of the game. He now has double buffs. A very good flame knocks Skara backwards, but Cutie Pie is joining the party. Collateral damage is down. The Crescendo locks up NK Inc. Patoy's trying to pick that kill up. Up in the top lane, Evaniscus has been dropped. Messy all over, and everyone died.
That was nuts for everyone involved. That's what Velocity had to do, though. They aggressively and proactively used their ultimates, and it made Crumbs use them in reaction to them. I feel like Velocity won that engagement because not only did they trade kills, they allowed Maple Street, the guy who generally has been relied upon to carry them, to get some farm in the bottom and take a turret.
So the problem is now that Dignitas hasn't stopped the pressure. They've still got two members bashing away on this inner turret. Echo's thinking about getting involved, and here comes NK Inc. from the side. Gold card is down. Cutie Pie takes a lot of damage. The slow is out. NK Inc. is probably going to wait for the taunt. Locks him up. Gold card's down. This is going to be a fairly easy kill onto Cutie Pie. Renekton actually closes out, and that is a pretty good pickup.
They got the double buffs back, and they might continue to chase. If they get Oracles too, this is huge.
They stack the stuns one after the other. Flash comes out. Echo carries on chasing. Stack deck comes up, and Sona drops like a sack of potatoes.
Huge plays from Velocity all around. Yes, Dignitas will get the Dragon off of that, but this is one of those situations where it's completely worth it because consider the Oracles, 400 gold that Patoy spent, and the kill sprees that were ended on both of them. Absolutely great for Velocity.
In addition to defending the tower and getting the double buffs back, it's a great position to be in. Evaniscus and Chris, the front line there in that engagement, trying to land something onto Kiwi Kid. But unfortunately, that death sentence did go a little wide.
And having two Sunfire Capes here for Velocity will be key in prolonged team fights. If Velocity can get Shen and Renekton to not die to the initial burst from Dignitas, they're going to outlast Dig in some sustained cases for these team fights. Graves is all very up front in damage, so if Velocity can get the long fights, they'll be doing good.
In terms of magic resistance, though, they're still sorely lacking on the side of Velocity Esports. There's no Aegis inside, actually, for either team right now. And when you're coming up against a Ryze and a Cannon, it's definitely something you'd like to be investing in.
And one reason there's no Aegis is there's not big team fights going on. With all the globals flying around, we're seeing 2v2s and 3v3s and people coming in from different angles for late, long team fights. And the Sunfire Cape is honestly better if you're keeping the game in that pace.
So right now, the blue buff will be respawning. Remember, it was stolen last time by Dignitas, so this will be the second time that they've actually stolen this buff away. It does get picked up by Skara. It's up in the top lane. We've seen Chris Heat recall from Kiwi Kid. The rest of Dignitas, they've now stacked up. They're just going to face tank this tower, secure their 4th tower of the game for absolutely zero cost.
Going back and getting it. I feel like it cost him a whole lot beforehand where he lost the double buffs in the Oracles, but he got it back. He finished the turret, mission accomplished for Dignitas. But what they have to worry about is Maple Street getting too far into the late game, because I don't necessarily think that a Nocturne, even a Nocturne and a Kennen diving straight onto a Tristana will be enough if it gets to, say, that 40-minute mark, which is why I think Dignitas might be grouped up as 5 and trying to force the issue a little bit.
Yeah, the power of that Buster Shot cannot go unaccounted for. If that Nocturne dives in before Shen arrives, just Buster Shot him away. Assuming the spell shield has not been blown, that's going to be very crucial for Crumbs to actually stick to that little Yordle.
And the great thing for Maple Street is if he wanted to knock back Nocturne, he can break the spell shield himself. He can E him and then knock him back. The main thing he needs to knock back, though, is honestly the Kennen.
Just keep the damage away, keep that stun from going down. Cutie Pie picks up his red buff. He's going to have enough gold to complete that static shiv relatively soon, and just really increasing that burst damage on hit from the auto attack in conjunction with the rest of his abilities.
It's going to help Dignitas shove the lanes like they do so in most of their victories. Graves already clears fast. Static shiv Graves clear is almost trivial at that point for Dignitas as they try to keep Velocity stuck in their base.
So in terms of the rest of the itemization right now, we do see Maple Street sitting on that red pot as well as a BF sword. Once that gets completed to the likes of an Infinity Edge or you know, just another big BF sword related item, he's going to hit a power curve. And we see Chris, he's stacking armor. He's prioritizing that of MR.
Yeah, he's hoping to get through the Kennen and the Rise and get onto I'm a Cutie Pie in fights. And I really want to see how Velocity makes this transition, because even though we give Dignitas a lot of flack for not necessarily finishing games, it's a bigger problem for Velocity. They've had really good opens to a lot of games this split and have very seldom been able to close. So even just being in this game against Dignitas, they got to make something work.
Evaniscus gets caught up, takes a lot of poke. That's a flash from Scara. Stand United comes out. Buster Shot knocks the damage away as they pull Patoy forward. Collateral damage comes down. That's the first kill of the engagement as they turn their attention over to NK Inc. Maple Street's doing the best he can. He should be able to pick up one. In actual fact, Chris will get the last hit there onto Kennen. Another slice and dice into Meek will close that out. That is a 3-for-1 exchange. All started from Evaniscus being caught.
And that fight was too fast for Velocity. NK Inc. died early on because Chris and NK Inc. have to go in together. That channel actually needs to be used maybe in conjunction with Renekton. As soon as you use that on Evaniscus and they didn't go in together, it allowed Dignitas to just sustain through the fight, get the targets down one at a time, and really just not have a full team fight.
Yeah, something definitely didn't work out for them. Some relatively good counterplay from Evaniscus right at the end. He got the box down, he pulled Patoy in, but it simply wasn't enough. Baron has been secured now for Dignitas, first of the game, and now that gives them a really good power position right now.
And that Baron is so crucial for Dignitas, maybe giving them the confidence to just dive straight on top of turrets, specifically with Crumbs going tank Nocturne, leading the way on these charges might be exactly what they need, because Maple Street's not at the point yet where he's too dangerous to dive under a turret. Maybe that's exactly what Dignitas needs, because that last fight could not have been much better.
Yeah, and that Zhonya's Hourglass cannot be, you know, discounted either. It was so impactful. Cutie Kid managing to survive Maple Street. That last auto attack, it forced Maple Street to turn away. He couldn't get a reset on his rocket jump. He couldn't, you know, get more involved. And, you know, even though Chris did get the kill at the end of the fight, just that extra delay, that extra couple of seconds you buy your team and your opponents when they're trying to focus you down, it can only work in your favor.
Really want to see with this Oracles on Patoy whether or not Dignitas does decide to turret dive, or if they just keep doing their triple push, because to be fair, they haven't needed to force huge team fights to get here. They needed to pick off Velocity out of position, which is surprising considering Velocity's heavily global composition. It should kind of be the other way around, so maybe Dignitas will continue doing the same.
I think the Velocity are lacking the confidence to make these big plays stick, and the problem is now if they try to make a big play, try to make an aggressive moment, it's against a team with Baron, so it's even more difficult to actually get anything successful. Maple Street, however, has been farming very well. He's only 8 behind at the 27-minute mark, and when you're defending and reacting this much, that's pretty good.
And now there's the dive by Dig. They do not hesitate.
So Echo is forced to flash away. Cutie Kid gets knocked backwards. The Buster Shot has been used by Maple Street. There's a couple ultimates blown, but they do pick up the tower. Chris was thinking about getting involved, but simply couldn't close the range that he really needed to.
I'd still say that's mission kind of accomplished for Dignitas. They wanted to get more off of that, but a turret for no deaths is still very beneficial for them. That knockback that Maple Street put onto Kiwi Kid could be a sign for things to come, and it makes Dignitas think about what happens if this game is closer. How would they actually be able to initiate on? Because that one didn't work that great.
Yeah, completely got rid of them. It was a flash from Echo as well to get away from any of that CC, so a couple of ultimates blown and cooldowns on the side of Velocity, but they did relatively well to not lose anything more. The 2 previous blue buffs have been taken away by Dignitas, so they will be aware of the timing, but it looks like Velocity want to take this one.
Dignitas doesn't want to make an unnecessary error here that grants Velocity any kind of window, because we got to see here, the Dignitas Baron has about 90 seconds left, so they still have one more play they're able to make. They couldn't make that play if one person died while trying to steal a blue buff.
In terms of the itemization as well, we see where Chris is going. He's trying to get towards that Randian Zone, and just trying to get that movement speed debuff onto his opponents. And you were talking about how important it is to get rid of Kiwi Kid. If Kiwi Kid, Crumbs, Scar get in and amongst the front lines, just reduce their movement speed, allow the rest of Velocity to back away at a slightly quicker pace.
Chris and NK Inc. have to stick together here. They need to make Kiwi Kid and Scar feel like they don't matter, and they need to just dive through to I'm a Cutie Pie. They have a strong tank line that can actually put enough threat down onto I'm a Cutie Pie to kill him, which is rare actually in today's League of Legends game. Mainly we see these long-range like double AP comps that try to burst people down. This is persistent frontline threat that can protect Maple Street if they get the right kind of team fights.
So another tower goes down. Velocity are pretty much resigning themselves to the steps of their inhibitors. Another death sentence goes up from Evaniscus, and he simply hasn't been able to catch the right target really at all during the course of this matchup.
Hasn't been able to sneak through the minions, and so much of that is just the skirmishing. Plus, they got into Evaniscus' head with all those Nocturne ganks. It's like, is this hook something I really want to land? Oh wait, that just meant there's a Nocturne there. That's why I can hit them. And he's second-guessing himself on these thresh hooks.
So right now, 6 towers to 3. Dignitas are now invading. They took the previous Dragon. They've got very good deep wards on the side of Velocity's jungle. Pretty much if Velocity leaves their base, Dignitas are going to be able to see that very clearly.
And it's because they've been pushed up for so long. They're just making sure they can keep control. Dignitas didn't get a huge amount done with the second half of their Baron buff, but if you take in the cumulative amount of things they got a lot of outer turrets, not there's a word for that, inner turrets, I'm going to say. Not the inhibitor turrets, but they've gotten the full cycle of 6 down, gives them a 3 turret edge on Velocity. It's solidified their map control, and it means Dignitas now has a stranglehold over the next Baron contention.
Yeah, so League of Legends by the numbers. Get the lanes in your favor, get the vision down, and then basically wait for your opponents to be out of position and make the plays. It's something that Dignitas have actually done very well on all 3 inner towers. They basically forced themselves into their position without any response or reply from Velocity.
And it's something Dignitas was doing very well during their win streak in the spring split. Dignitas still holds the longest winning streak in North American LCS right now, back from the spring split, and they were playing like this. If they don't rush things, if they don't get caught out of position, they do have ways of being able to end by just accumulating massive leads.
In addition, their composition really works into their favor as well. They're going to be able to buy all the time for Ryze and for Kennen to power up. But they've got to be a bit careful, because the longer this game goes, the scarier that Shen and Twisted Fate will become.
And they are just brute forcing this turret a little bit. Look how quickly it's going down. For some reason, I felt like a Shen ult got burned there, but that was just Nocturne's spell shield getting knocked off. So that turret might go down in round 2.
We do see NK Inc. split pushing on the bottom lane. He's got that Stand United available, so if an engagement were to happen, this would be the time.
And it would be forced here because they know the turret's going down. Unless Velocity concedes, they fight, and they concede.
Velocity just give this one up, then there's no call to engage. Absolutely nobody's nearby. Chris, that tanky frontline, he's on the Nexus, and Velocity, they just didn't do anything.
Dignitas can't believe it right now. They're saying, okay, we'll go and take another turret right now. Specifically because NK Inc. just now went back instead of continuing to push that top turret. Surely Velocity goes in on this wave if they can get any kind of catch.
Maple Street's the one that's far forward. The hook goes out, doesn't catch on anyone. Chris down to 50% HP. He's forced to back off as well. We'll stop off at that fountain, regenerate his HP, and come back to this mid lane.
Rinse and repeat. They're going to continue going down on this turret until Velocity tries to engage on them, or they just get the turret barely dodging that hook. Great play by Cutie Pie.
Well played indeed. The quick draw getting himself to safety. You can see the timers on your top of your screen. Dignitas realize that objectives are on their way up, and they decide to back off and position for those instead.
The last thing they want to do is actually get caught by one of those thresh hooks and then gift a Baron to Velocity. So they got enough done in that fight that they might actually go for more outside the turrets.
Destiny was up, and in actual fact, Crumbs cancels that with Paranoia. He dives himself in. Now we can see Kiwi Kid. Zonya's Hourglass is popped with a slicing Maelstrom. Chris, the tankiest member, is the first to fall. He's got so much armor, but not enough magic resistance. Cutie Pie's going to close out. That's a double kill for him. Turns over to NK Inc. Red buff is ticking away. He should have a quick drop in 2 seconds' time. He's going to carry on diving. Cutie Pie wants this one. Feint is up. Buckshot will be able to close that one out. Inhibitor turret goes down. They're onto the inhibitor, and this has to be the game for Dignitas.
That was a great fight for Dignitas right there. They systematically have destroyed Velocity's front line. They just mow through them in team fights. They didn't care about Velocity's tank line. Dignitas accumulated that huge lead, and they crushed them in that last team fight.
And there was such good play. The moment Destiny got used, Echo was looking for vision, looking what they're doing. Crumbs did not hesitate. He cancelled that vision, he put the darkness down, and he dove onto members of Velocity.
And I called it before the game. That haircut's going to turn Dignitas' season around. Skara did the right thing by getting that hair cut down a little bit, and they have to be happy about that. That was a very decisive win.
It's a reverse Super Saiyan. So he does the opposite of Goku. Instead of growing his hair with power, this time round he's shrinking it, and he went unkilled in that game. 4-0-6 on Rise.
He wasn't able to quite keep his pacing from the previous Velocity games. Velocity as a team had 7 kills, whereas Skara had 4, but the team performance was just solid from start to finish there.
Yeah, really, really good play and really good counterplay coming up against those, global champions of Twisted Fate and Shen, realizing, look, if we get the tower down, hey, Skara can just walk to lanes. He can just walk to do the globals.
We have to give a shout out to Crumbs there, who essentially was 1v2 as far as globals go, and he had the little baby global on Nocturne. That's the shortest one of all. You can barely even call that thing a global. It can like hop a wall ward. It's like you may as well say Zach has a global at that point early on in the game, whereas NK Inc and Echo can go from almost anywhere, and Crumbs counterplayed them almost perfectly the whole game.
It just really felt like Velocity, they didn't find the gear to get going. They were always reacting to Dignitas, and they simply didn't try to take the reins of that game.
No, they were always reacting. And it's a problem that a lot of young teams have, whereas Velocity can do a lot of good things in lane. The Maple Street versus Simon Cutie Pie lane was close. And a kind of a mismatch as well, based on champion picks. So there's definite skill there for Velocity. Echo had a few great plays on Twisted Fate, but cohesively as a team, it wasn't there.
All right, guys, we've got to take a short break, but when we return, Dignitas' Crumbs and Skara will join us to talk about their impressive win and his new haircut. Plus, we have an exclusive look at the new movie Pacific Rim that you won't want to miss. Week 5 of the NA LCS Summer Split. We'll be right back.
way you know if they're inside? Okay, they're at mid. They're giving it up.
Oh my God! We got it!
Oh my God.
Hey everyone, welcome back to the North American LCS, the League Championship Series. Now, here in the interview round here, Rivington III with Skara and Crumbs. Guys coming off now 6-7 on the league. A pretty good win you guys just had, but a composition that you haven't really used Nocturne more than once. You used it with the Yi composition. Was Nocturne brought out here because of the global threat on the other team?
I wanted to play Nocturne in the beginning of the game, just went in with that game plan. And we also heard last minute that they had swapped out Valros for Echo this game. So then we thought, you know what, they're obviously going to first pick TF. We can just pick Nocturne, and then everywhere that he goes, I'm going to be able to be there and help out.
And I'm glad you said that, because it actually leads perfectly in my next question. Skara, how did you guys prepare for that sub? What's it like knowing at the last second things are changing?
Well, it pretty much just meant that like the mid pick was going to be a little bit more variable. And we kind of expected them to pick, like we knew they would pick TF. 100% Echo's comfort pick is TF, and they would go for it. And so we just decided last minute whether or not we wanted to ban TF or not, and we decided to keep it up and see how we'd play against it. So yeah, it worked out pretty well.
And in general, maybe some teams take it differently. What's your outlook on a sub? Is that to be focused, or is it kind of something we don't have to worry about?
I think the difference between the subs is that both Echo and Valros, they play very different champions. For instance, Valros is just known for his Kayle and Rumble, unlike Echo, who plays Twisted Fate, Ahri, Orianna, and Nivea. These champions are very different, and you have to prepare. The way you prepare for one, you can't really play the same style against the other. So knowing that last minute, switched up the plans a little bit, but we were comfortable knowing that we had Nocturne against Twisted Fate in the end, so it wasn't too big of a deal.
And seeing that Jace went all the way through, what was your guys' choice for not taking that?
We just wanted Kennen that game for no other reason than we just wanted Kennen, and so we didn't want to run Kennen Jace, and we just decided that Kennen was more valuable for that specific situation against that specific team.
Right on. So now, as I said before, you guys coming in at 6-7, definitely picking up some momentum here in the middle of the season. As Jat mentioned towards the end of the game there, you guys held the longest win streak last season. You know, how are you guys looking at this season, preparing to kind of bring yourself to that position once again?
We got a bear in this game. Yeah, we got one. It wasn't stolen. We didn't lose anybody. We're very happy. We thought they were going to go in and try to do something, so it's very nerve-wracking, and I managed to get the smite without anybody there, so it's a big relief.
Yeah, when we killed Baron, like, Kitty started to cheer, like, Kiwi's like, yeah, we got Baron, and I was like, God, this is what we've devolved into. But it's small steps, right? You take those baby steps, then you take the giant leaps.
And how do you guys keep that mentality during a game? Because obviously things can go wrong, things can happen, but you seem to always stay cheerful. Obviously, Kiwi Kid with a smile on his face, almost competing with Wild Turtle on that factor. What keeps the momentum up in the mentality?
Well, it's just like you have to have a positive outlook on stuff, because if you don't, like, you start to swirl into like a depressed state, and that's really bad for your gameplay. So I mean, if you start losing a lot, you have nowhere else to go but up, right? And so at the point where we are right now, we don't like our record. Obviously, we've thrown a lot of games at Baron, and so we just hope to recover from our poor start and finish out the season pretty cleanly.
Right on. And earlier during Balls' interview with Quickshot and Jat, they were talking about, you know, how much you guys receive from NA, EU, China, from the OGN. When you guys do your reviews, how much do you guys, you know, put time into watching those replays?
I think we individually all watch OGN, and I think LPL is pretty hard to follow sometimes because they don't have an English cast, and the VODs are like a little bit hard to find. But OGN is really the league that we look to toward really innovative stuff and just what works. And so you see a lot of Dorn's Blade starts on junglers nowadays, and that's because OGN had it last week, and it already filtered into NA. So you're no longer going to see like a month-long time where like stuff's strong in Korea, but you don't see it in North America. Right. No, you're going to immediately see the transition week by week.
Awesome. So guys, a few more questions to come in here. Crumbs, for you, being primarily Zach during the beginning of the season. Obviously, we had jungle changes coming in. You saw some Lee Sin, then Zin, then Nocturne. What do you like about being able to have that pool opening up with so many champions?
I just like playing champions that can fit to every different situation, different team comps. And honestly, in every past maybe 5 games, they've banned Zach every time. And then that's just something I look at, and I remember those Zach games, and they're a bit cringy for myself. And then they banned it from me. Like, thank you for taking this off my hands. I can no longer throw games. So, you know, I'm happy my opponents have let me not throw.
Right.
They're helping me out.
And 2 more questions for you guys. Just kind of overall general how Dignitas approaches the game for you guys during Champion Select. How much, you obviously try to win there, but how much do you think you can win there? What do you focus on there to win the game in Champ?
It's just prep. It should be preparation the day before or the day of. You just spend like an hour or maybe a little bit more, depending on how hard the team is to prep for, and you decide what you value and what you don't, what you think they'll pick. And so we came into the game with a really strong game plan, and we kind of got changed up last minute because we didn't hear about Echo until we got in the car ride over here. And so once we heard that, we kind of just had to evaluate certain things a little bit differently. But in the end, we had pretty much the team combo that we wanted.
All right, guys, final question. It's 6-7 for you guys now. Like I said, trying to get back to that win streak of last season. What's Dignitas kind of doing in the house now to adapt for that kind of momentum?
I actually play a lot of solo queue now. A lot of just trying to get into Challenger and just playing the game a lot. Don't make fun of me, but I've been playing against bots. Yeah. I've been practicing skill shots against bots, that's true.
Last year during the World Finals, actually, I thank you for the answers and the question, guys, as we're wrapping up here. We talked to the Korean teams a lot, and a lot of those players said that they would actually play against bots for hundreds of hours, you know, finite, or getting their skills down to that fine point before you can actually use them in game. So no reason to make fun.
That makes me feel a lot better, actually.
Yeah, man, absolutely, absolutely. So, guys, some amazing matches. Dignitas making another win on the season, 6-7 for their summer split record as they come in. Replays to go on the day as well. It's always a structure. You guys know what's going on. There's awesome stuff to go. 3 more games with myself and Kobe on the desk. But first, it's going to be Kobe over on the Telestrator to break down some of the plays on the day.
All right, thanks, Riv. And today's big plays are brought to you by one of the summer's biggest movies, Pacific Rim. Our first clip is going to be from that Vulcan and TSM game, and this is really the first blood and the first 4 kills that completely end up snowballing this game. First things to note out before this happens, TSM's composition is a very early game-oriented composition, and they are trying to rush this and make something happen. But Vulcan have made a really good change, which is switching their support and AD carry up to the top lane. So normally this would be a 2-versus-1 dive. It actually is against 2 people, and because of this, there's a really nice ward that's right here from Vulcan, which actually on your map right there is the vision's going to reach just to that point, which rushes TSM's initiation on this gank. So let's roll the clip, and we'll see how Wild Turtle is actually going to start this gank up as Reggie and Odd1 are still out of position because of this ward. It saw them, and so they really had no choice. The only big thing here was basically Reggie using his flash right there for nothing. TSM get nada out of that. But now the ward that saw them coming up the river also sees them leaving. And this means that Reggie is going to get caught in no man's land here because he didn't take the safe route going behind that Baron pit. And now ManCloud, he collapses on Reggie, forces him back, and this is where they start to get in trouble. Remember, Reggie's still no flash, so pause it here. All right, so Reggie, because he had no flash, there was no option for him. He could only run back here, and after the net was used by Zuna to slow him down, Xpecial overcommits to stun Bloodwater, and because there's no vision, it's so early in the game, there's no vision here for the TSM team, they all start to overcommit because they think that they can save their team members, but they end up all dying here. So we'll see how this plays out. Zuna now is able to change over to Xpecial, and since Zach has arrived, he's going to be the first one to go down. Now it's Odd1 and Turtle in trouble, and because they got Mandatory Cloud so low, Odd1 had to choose between getting out or actually chasing down that kill. They don't even get that kill, and Reginald goes to try and save Odd1, which opens him up to that beautiful Peacemaker there by Zuna, and then Bloodwater is able to flash in for that kill. So that just goes to show, you know, how when you want to save your team members, it can actually lead to your own death. Very dangerous situation. And remember that we do have an exclusive look for you at this summer's new movie, Pacific Rim, a little bit later in the show. But right now, we're going to send it back over to Jat and Quickshot at the desk.
Thanks, Kobe. All right, guys, earlier today, we asked you to hop onto Twitter and tell us which 3 NA LCS teams do you think will make it to the World Playoffs and why. Here's what you guys had to say. At the Claimer, that was an easy enough one.
Yeah.
My top 3 going to Worlds are Cloud9 because of the hype, CLG because of Double Lift, and TSM because it's TSM.
Those are solid picks, but that also doesn't account for Vulcan, who's right in the mix, and we actually saw Vulcan have a very impressive win against TSM earlier. That's almost the safe 3 picks based on top team and the old guard in NA.
The old guard. All right, at abark94 says, I think Vulcan, CLG, and Cloud9 will make Worlds. They seem to expand the champion pool and play better every single week.
And that would give a nice mix of styles, too, because you'd have the Cloud9 team who plays fast, and then CLG and Vulcan who play Vulcan reactively, CLG slow.
All right, so we're going to move over to at Aldelinus, that one. Cloud9, TSM, and Curse. Cloud9 is consistent, TSM is starting to recover, and I see tons of potential in Curse and Edward.
And Curse still has a long way to go, but they have been looking a lot better since the Super Week. Edward's getting a lot stronger, Coppa's adjusting to his new champions. Now the rest of the team just has to come around, actually.
There's going to have to be a lot of wins for that prediction to come true from the teams on the bottom half. All right, the next one up is at Zynock Boy. He says Cloud9, Vulcan, and TSM. Cloud9 is most likely to win this. They have so much communication and great teamwork.
I'd agree with Cloud9 being the favorite here, at least in the latter half of the season. It's hard to argue with their results so far. Just the 2 losses, very decisive and fast victories.
Yeah, the performance they're putting on is absolutely fantastic right now. So moving on to the next one, at Mizuki13. Once again, Cloud9 because of Meteos' hair. Vulcan is just a solid team, and the 3rd slot is a toss-up. I picked TSM. I think they'll turn their season around.
Yeah, and you mentioned how Scar had the anti-Super Saiyan by shaving his hair off. Meteos dyed his hair blonde so he could become a Super Saiyan before the season.
We're going to have to get him some gel or some wax or something and get him really powered up. All right, so congratulations to the winners of the Logitech G510S gaming keyboards.
And if you want to win that as well, do what these 5 guys did and hit us up at LOL Esports. Make sure to hashtag LCS and send us an OP tweet.
Has to be OP or you guys don't stand a chance to win. All right, guys, we are halfway through this epic day of matches. Coming up, Daydreaming and Team Coast try to hook a win against Edward and Curse.
After that, Team Solo Mid tries to bounce back from their loss to Vulcan when they take on Velocity Esports. And then in our finale, the top 2 teams in the league throw down when Cloud9 battles Vulcan.
But before we get to that, before we get to our next match, we have a special treat for you. An exclusive look at Guillermo del Toro's epic mech versus monster movie, Pacific Rim, which opens tonight at 7 p.m. in a theater near you.
I'm bringing all the love for a genre movie, a movie that it doesn't get made anymore, which is the giant kaiju, the kaiju Eiga film. But I'm bringing it without any postmodern sort of retro sensibility. I'm trying to update it and create a bridge for new fans.
I grew up with a lot of monster movie and robot movie since when I was a kid. It's like I've been a part of this role. It's kind of dream come true.
We wanted to not reference other monsters in creating the monsters. We wanted to reference real animals and not reference other robots in creating the robots, but creating actually robots from reference on tanks, locomotives, submarines.
This is like Guillermo brought to life in all of its glory.
He's great at, sort of collaborating with actors and bringing out, what he wants to see. Essentially this is like a graphic novel brought to life. And no one could do it better. Legendary, have known for making really big, epic pictures that feel so real, and then I think the combination between Guillermo and Legendary was just a smash.
The story that you're performing is very, very behavioral and very human, always with Guillermo. He really writes characters that have a huge amount of personality.
Most of the time, I was in some really elaborate, incredible set, and you connect immediately with the world. I think Guillermo did a lot of the work for us.
Let me still alive, sir. Let's check for pulse. No pulse.
Pacific Rim.
Welcome back to Week 5 of the North American LCS. I'm Rivington Bisland III, and next to me is the Jedi of the Jungle, Sam, Obi-Wan Kenobi, Hartman Kensler. And now it's time for our fourth match of the day, Team Coast versus Curse. And for Curse, this split hasn't gone the way most people expected after they signed one of the world's best supports.
Yeah, I mean, after the first 4 weeks of this summer split, Curse have 8 losses. And for comparison, they only had 9 losses during the entire spring split. So St. Vicious, he's definitely having a tough time in that jungle. And we can say that he's got the second most deaths and the second fewest kills and assists for any jungler this summer. Saint has been talking a lot lately about improving his leadership skills. At the same time, he hasn't been putting up the same type of numbers that got him into All-Stars.
And on the other side, Daydreamin' and Team Coast are sitting alone in 4th place and continue to prove they belong in the top 4 of the NALCS standings.
Yeah, last week, Team Coast beat CLG for the second time this summer. Zion Spartan and crew were in control from the very start and won teamfight after teamfight on their way to taking down the 3rd place team in the league. And Team Coast have also beaten the 2nd place, Vulcan. The only time they've played this split, they came out on top. So Coast are feeling very confident, and they're capable of beating any team in the league.
But Kobe, the one team they haven't beat this summer is Curse. Cop and crew crushed Coast the only time they've met this split, and they're positive they can do it again.
This week against Coast, I think we'll do pretty well against them. Back at MLG, we did really well. It was like a 12-1 shutout. And I think we'll be able to redo that against them in this week.
And after their dominating performance, Cop and crew have plenty of reasons to be confident coming into this game.
Yeah, like Cop said, Curse absolutely dominated Team Coast at MLG. They took down the Nexus in under 25 minutes and had only given up 1 death, which at the end of the day gave them a team KDA of 37. And the only reason they actually gave up that 1 deck was because Jackie just threw his life away at the end of the game there. So Curse are definitely going to need to recapture that magic, though, and play like they did against Coast during the second half of the summer if they want to keep their world playoff dreams alive.
All right, without further ado, it's time for us to get into the starting lineups. On the blue side, it's Team Coast. In the top is Zion Spartan, Nintendo Dax in the jungle, Shifter in mid, AD carry is Don't Mash Me, and support is Daydreamin'.
And on the red side, it's Team Curse. Voyboy is up top. St. Vicious is in the jungle. Jackie's on mid. Cop is at AD, and Edward is supporting.
Mash Me throwing his hands in the air, ready for this one. This game's support players are today's featured matchup. It's the battle for control of Hook City between Team Coast Daydreamin' and Curse's Edward.
Yeah, while both of these players are known for their hooks, they were pulled into their teams for different reasons. Edward was an international superstar who was recruited by Liquid to join Team Curse, and Daydreamin' was initially just a temporary addition to Team Coast that performed so well they kept him on full time.
All right, let's keep getting into this. Before we get into Champion Select, it's time to see who you think is going to win this match. According to LOLesports.com, 62% of you think that Curse is going to come out on top. And the last time this was voted on, it was, I think, like 66-34, so it's quite close still.
Yeah, this is definitely one of the closest matchups here. And people, they're really banking on the fact that Curse, their communication with Edward is going to improve over time. They feel like every single game that they have with Edward is going to make their next one a bit better because they're working on getting him speaking more and communicating more with the rest of the team.
And everybody on Curse has been evolving. We've seen Jackie playing Jace a lot more, which may be present, or not present actually, since they're on purple side. Blue side's usually the one that wants to grab that up. So we may see, you know, that Curse evolving. Let's see how they can adapt now with Coast on blue.
Going to have to see if they can evolve to this Nunu and Shen band here too. I mean, those are pretty common bans here. We've seen a lot of the globals being taken out. Shen on one side, Karthus on the other side. So TF here would be the last one. And we have seen Shifter definitely does have a very deep champion pool, so he could pull a Twisted Fate, but he hasn't used him yet. So it's kind of safe, you know, to even let that one through.
An easy one. And there, yeah, locking it in. Twisted Fate goes quickly to Coast. Curse now to answer back. Not seen Saint on too much other than Jarvan. I think a few times onto Zach. He doesn't like the least, but that is actually gone. I was going to say it's open for Voyboy, but it was the first ban that came out as it went past me.
Yeah, and you know, Saint, he's definitely been quick to pick up that Nautilus too.
Yeah,
I think
he's actually played within the last time they faced.
I think Jao was saying, like, whenever Saint really wants to win, he locks in Nautilus quickly. We'll have to see if they actually decide to go for a different strategy here, though, because having Twisted Fate on the other team just kind of changes your whole mentality here. And Shifter is definitely the playmaker for Team Coast. So having that ability to teleport is really, really strong for Team Coast here.
Well, the Hook City Mayors can definitely approach from both sides. Blitzcrank's left open, and we got Thresh coming out for Curse. Looks like Cop is actually going to go with a little bit of the passivity and Ezreal on this game.
Yeah, so he's going to have a lot of mobility, actually.
Right.
If they do go with that Blitzcrank pick, it's actually a great answer. If you're sitting on Ezreal, that's one of the only AD carries where you just feel completely safe because you can Arcane Shift as soon as that Blitzcrank pulls
Get yourself right out. Going across the picks, let's see what they comp with. A little bit of their global pressure that they have going out, and they do take the Jarvan away from St. Vicious, played, like we said, in this last game since Nautilus was kind of taken about.
And I really love this pick, too, because not only does Nintendo get to use Jarvan, which he's been a really big fan of recently, but also it takes away the dangerous combo of like Jarvan and Lissandra, which has been used to keep TFs down in that mid lane, where they just repeatedly over and over gank the middle. And since St. Vicious, his Lee Sin is not really feared in the community, they don't feel like that's going to be another pick for Curse here.
And what kind of composition do we see that Curse is kind of creating here?
Well, they did lock in the half of that Lissandra.
Right.
So that is definitely a great tool for setting up team fights because she does have her own movement displacement and AoE CC. She can start things out and then either use Azanya's or her ultimate to go immune and pretty much keep her safe as long as she does not get stunned up. So it's a very, very team fight-oriented build here for Curse. Along with that, Nasus means they do have the objective control, and they would not be scared to go for early dragons.
We do see the Riven getting locked in. Doesn't decide to go for the Rumble top lane. It seems like they have enough AP on the map already for Coast, so we do have Zion Spartan going with his patented Riven. Has been known to turn games around, but also is a champion that, if doesn't get going, can kind of hurt a team as well.
Yeah, well, probably seeing Nintendo make use of that Jarvan early game aggression that we talked about to get him going early. We love Zion Spartan to get the early ganks. Every time you see him start to snowball, especially on a champion like Riven where he can build full offense, then those are the good games for Team Coast.
And what can we have going into the top lane onto this one, Edward? 15 seconds left to hover over as the team discusses. You can see him there on your screen as Curse decides to lock in their final pick here for the 4th game of the day, and they do decide to go with that Kassadin. We'll see how this works out for him.
Now, they could switch it up because Voyboy plays a mean Kassadin, but Kassadin's very hard to use in one of the long lanes because his early game laning phase is very, very weak, and you can punish it very easily, especially with this aggressive early team that Team Coast are rocking here. But as soon as Kassadin hits level 6, he's a great counter to Twisted Fate in lane, and they could actually pull a mid-game switch and send Voyboy to keep down Shifter and keep on harassing him so that he can't put pressure on the other lane.
That objective of just staying in the face of your opponent, which isn't something we've usually seen Nijaki accustomed to ever since we've heard, you know, back in the spring split at the start of, I think, the Christmas break where everybody was ramping up for the LCS. He's like, I'm starting to learn AD casters. I'm starting to learn to be more aggressive, and we're going to have to see if that works out here for him. Oh, the swap at the last second. Lissandra on Nijaki. Voyboy takes Kassadin in the top lane.
So he plays a very mean Kassadin, and that's why I want to give props to the Voyboy Kassadin here. But we'll have to still see what lane they end up sending him to for the beginning of the game, because the beginning of the game on Kassadin really determines a lot. If the other team is able to punish you and zone you out, and keep you from getting that level 6 any longer, then it's really going to hinder Curse's overall game plan.
We'll have to see what this does to Coast. This means they adapt in the beginning. They're still seeing the same champions, and they're still getting AP in both lanes, but the matchup may be something they want to consider now.
Yeah, I mean, with that double AP composition, definitely the Bulwark is going to be very important over to Team Coast here, too. So I have to see if Nintendo on Jarvan rushes that Bulwark, or if they, you know, relegate those duties to someone like Daydream. And either way, I feel like the Bulwark is going to come in a little bit later for Coast. And wow, so many.
They want the Nexus right now. 24 seconds in, multiple pings as Coast wastes all the pings they can use for the match right in the beginning there. So Rivington III and Kobe bringing you match 4 here. Week 5 coming into the North American LCS, the League Championship Series. Bringing you awesome league play every single week. Coast versus Curse is the matchup we are on right now, as Coast seems to just hatch the ward right behind Red Buff that Curse is placed.
And we're definitely putting so much emphasis on the early game here because look at Nintendo on the jungle. Jarvan has started with a Doran's Blade and no lifesteal Quints. Usually when we see either the jungle Udyr or the jungle Lee Sins start with those Doran Blades, they bring at least one lifesteal Quint so that they can sustain through the jungle. But on that Jarvan, Nintendo is just going to probably take an early back after he does get the buffs. This is going to be a really interesting bush gank here because the team is split.
Oh, they know the crowd control is there. They don't have too much other than Edward to lock that up. Nijaki actually backed out of the bush first, and he has taken Q, so they need to walk right away from that.
Yeah, the Q's not going to offer much to the level 1 fight there. That's some extra damage, but especially since Curse were split 4 vs 5.
Yeah.
We've seen this mistake made so many times by teams. You know, setting up a trap in the bush is great, but if you're the team with with less numbers, then it's not going to be in your favor either way.
Once they figured out at this level, they react within seconds. We'll see if this goes back and forth for him. Doesn't look like anybody else is going to give too much more harassment. We do have the lane swap coming in for that Ezreal Thresh back into the top lane, which means the jungler is going to be focusing on those solo lanes for Zion Spartan and Voyboy respectively in the 2v1s.
Yeah, and the early, you gotta have to keep your eyes on Nintendo for the beginning of this game because, like I said, he has no sustain at all. He's just getting that passive there on the Doran's Blade, which is 5 life on hit. So basically, what he does, he'll get both his buffs to get that level 3, and then probably have to recall to heal up, and then look for a gank.
Zion just trying to get within XP soak-up range in that top lane. Good harassment for the first few levels until Nintendo can make his way up there. Nintendo quite low as he's coming onto this buff. And it looks like Saint, you can see just how much better off he is in the jungle. So, like you said, we have to really keep a focus on this because it's super interesting.
Yeah, so it's, you know, it's more gold efficient technically since you're not spending money on consumables in those potions, but it means you can't get to lane like St. Vicious is doing right now as quickly. And he's going to be a few seconds behind St. Vicious to this lane, so we'll have to see if that actually makes a difference or not. Because this is just a Nasus jungle, and really he's just coming to shove the lane. And
they can do whatever they want, being on top of their game. Edward goes and places that Tribush ward quite fast. Looks like we got a few summoners going down in the middle lane as well. Ignite down from Nijaki as he gets dove a bit by Shifter there. Looks like these guys are going aggressive in just about every lane.
It's interesting that we do have both junglers heading to the same lane too to kind of end up in a stalemate here. But again, with Nintendo, starting with that Doran's Blade, technically he's a bit ahead of St. Vicious because he didn't waste extra gold on those potions.
Ignite rather from Nijaki onto the bottom lane. They got me all mixed up on their positions. Voyboy pressuring Shifter out quite low on mana, and he's really harassing him down, keeping him away from the turret. But Voyboy's happy to stick with that. Like you said, he's just got to keep tabs on wherever Shifter's going. He's not even 6 yet.
Yeah, and this change in the lanes up top means that Voyboy doesn't have to worry about those early ganks, and his early Kassadin game that we're talking about being so important is actually going to go off really well right now because once you hit level 6, you have to become a lot less worried about the ganks. Once he gets that Rift Walk, he has a free escape, and he can use that to back out.
You got to consider, too, that this is kind of allowing Nintendo to do this start without any problem. He's 1 CS up on this. St. Vicious is hugging the top turret, so that Doran's Blade start really hasn't affected him at all. It's kind of just there.
Yeah, he did lose out on the opportunity to make his early presence felt.
That's true.
And actually, we did just hear in the last interview with Mandatory Cloud, when we have these 2 vs 1 lane switches for both solo lanes, it takes pressure off of the mid lane because the junglers are always going to the long side lanes, and the junglers are not ganking the mid lanes like usual.
Doesn't decide to go all the way in, just throwing up the hook. They get some good damage down. Nintendo getting chunked out, but that's going to be turret damage going to St. Vicious. These guys really want this turret right now. They are not giving up the jungle pressure.
Yeah, and actually, it's the Curse turret that has more damage on it. So this stalemate up in that top lane is actually going in Team Coast's favor.
Pretty good siege clear from Alessandro, but it's not going to be enough when you're continuously getting pushed. Another wave to come up here. The engagement in the top lane. Spartan back. Edward takes a turret shot, but again, safety. They are just harassing so much, but losing health. They got to be careful.
Very dangerous. Actually, either side could land the kill with the CC that they have available to them because of that last exchange and the tower hits. 2 members of Curse tried recall, but a nice lawn dart there from Nintendo stops him in his tracks.
Both teams are super sure about what they want to do. This is just brute force fighting back and forth in front of that turret. Finally pushed out here. We'll see if Curse can activate something. The turret in the bottom lane going to go down. Yes, Curse does try to go in. They may be able to get onto Edward. The turret and first blood going over to Coast.
Coast are in a great position right now. Not only did they get that first blood and the first turret, but Voyboy got his alone time with Shifter that he really wanted. Starting Cloth 5 with no wards meant that Voyboy would have had a hard time if the Jarvan was roaming. No roving Jarvan means that he was able to just sustain through the early game. He's level 5 right now, almost level 6. Now he's got Rift Walk, and he is going to be a menace. He actually has the great potential for roaming now because getting a tier on top of that means plenty of mana.
We'll have to also consider, we talked a lot about Saint playing Nautilus. He wants to win with that. With this, as Nasus, you know him more of as a lane bully. Come in with Spirit Fire. Are they going to have to change up their game to wanting to always kill to now wanting to push all the time?
Well, they're definitely going to have to start looking for the objectives because that's Nasus' other strength, really. If their shoving game did not work, you know, the early shove actually turned against them, the next opportunity that they have would be trying to rush, you know, some Dragon Global Gold for themselves, make use of that Nasus ultimate, and it looks like it's going to be Coast that are going to run all over this one because of the AD and support switch lanes.
Coast bringing out not a very early Dragon, but quite an early Dragon from what we've seen this season. It's going to be quite easy for them. No pressure coming from any of the lanes. And nobody's really going to grab an advantage off it from Curse either. They're all back on the back foot.
Exactly. Basically, Coast took that opportunity to make it with the 2-for-1 switch. Here goes Twisted Fate.
He goes right in on a Saint. Saint gets hit up, doesn't get a chance to grab his blue. Jackie actually activates the E, goes in, throws his ulti onto Shifter. Still have the W crowd control for him if he wants it. They're going to be forcing flashes here. Shifter on the backside does pull a gold card to keep himself safe in any event, but it looks like both will walk away with some scratches.
Ooh, great save there by Jackie. Saint Vicious really owes him his life right now. But with all that action at the blue buff, we are going to finally see Curse answering for turrets. So at least they do get that global gold back, even though the blue buff was stolen away.
They are definitely taking a good amount of harassment. Coast is making sure it's always being pressured onto them. If not in that top lane, on the bottom lane where it was taken, and that was good pressure by them. They took the bottom turret. That blue becomes a lot easier to take in the first place.
It's really been great objective management here by Coast, and I have to give a lot of the props to Nintendo because this was basically enabled by his Doran Blade start with 0 lifesteal.
Yeah.
He just wanted them for the extra HP pool because he immediately went back up to the turret there with Zion and brought some potions with him to just sustain and defend that turret. And then, because he had so much life from those double Dorans, they were able to tank that early Dragon and get the global gold lead down there.
It was a little wild that he decided to go for a second one, but it is truly paying off for them here. As we get 9 minutes into the game, they find themselves about 1,600 gold in the lead. That turret, as we said, was evened up just a minute ago in the top lane. So they have traded just the flip side on top and bottom turrets. We'll see what the AD carries decide to go after this. It looks like they're going to put 3 bottom. Jackie's going to stay for a possible gank.
And there's no wards in the bushes here. So if Curse can do a good enough job baiting in, don't match me in Daydreamin', there's the ward.
Oh, the ward goes out. Daydreamin' forced a flash, though, and cutting out that Wilder Girth. Yeah, Zyra's ultimate. Stranglethorn, there we go. Need quick shot on the desk.
The Stranglethorns come down. But yeah, so that ward, it saw Jackie. They still got a free flash out of it. I mean, they had 4 people commit down there, so there was a flash. But that means that 4 people down bottom, Coast are going to make their move up top.
And this is what they've been doing the entire game. Something's been happening. They have vision. They take the upper hand and the advantage. The top turret goes down in their favor. That's going to be 14,000 gold to 11,000 now. We'll see what kind of pressure Curse can activate off of this. Still, we have Saint going back, so they can't really answer anything right now. It's them building up. They know this is not going to be an early game pushback for them.
They're definitely struggling to keep up with the calls that are coming down from Coast. They're always on the back foot here, and they're just trying to react to the pressure that Coast are putting out without even having to use that the second Destiny here from Twisted Fate. First one did grab that blue buff.
And with the Dorans kind of going around, you can see that early quick damage being built because they know they were engaging the fights and they would come out on top. Nintendo getting caught out here. Look at that, though. Look at the HP bars between these two. Saint has just about as much right now after doing that damage, but they are going to get caught up. Nijackie on the roam from bottom lane comes up with Lissandra. They can continue here. The Spirit Fire shutting down Zion Spartan. There's not enough to continue. The True Shot Barrage just wide.
That is just what Curse needed. They had to catch somebody out, and it was a good pick for them, but they've still got a long ways to go. We've got a free farming Vayne down in the bottom lane, so they need to make this pressure middle count for something.
Oh, St. Vicious getting caught out quite hard there. Another turret shot to him. That red buff that actually just wore off. Thought it might be transferred, but they stay safe there. Mashme farming away in the bottom lane. The Vayne free farm begins.
Yeah, whenever you do have a hard push like that, the wave clear of your opponents is very important. And a blue buff TF plus Zyra is such a strong wave clearing combination that there's no answer here for Curse. And Don't Mash Me was able to use that free time bottom to gain a nice 20 CS lead.
And you can see the consideration Curse is taking without the Sightstone right now. And Coast to keep the advantage up. Wards going into each one of their inventories, and they have to. And those wards aren't going to be going down in their jungle. They have to go on the entrance to make sure that Coast is staying out.
Yeah, they're going to basically try and use those wards to replace the vision that their towers gave them before that are now down. So they are going to put sort of a river defensive ward up here because they do not want to have their second blue buff stolen. Double AP comps really, really rely on at least one of those blue buffs. They'd love to be able to have Void Boy use it and roam around to create kills on that Kassadin.
And we got to see what Curse has been doing here as well, because they did start to get aggressive very early. They were in a bad spot, but they've almost focused the game and turned it to have Coast focus on objectives as well. They're saying, you won't get the kills, and we'll break this down to at least every time our teams are together for a fight. Again, they back away from each other.
Yeah, St. Vicious was walking on a ward, though, so fairly dangerous, but because he is that tanky Nasus, able to lay down his own ward and pull back out. Look how they've already sort of lost the vision control of their blue side jungle, though. And Curse want to make them pay for this invade.
This is what I was talking about, Kobe. When they can come together for the fight, St. Vicious is there with the team. Nintendo has done so much damage. The Stranglethorn initial damage was amazing as well. St. Vicious onto the backside. Can he get that last Q down? It's not going to be enough. They take him down. Daydreaming stays alive. Now the focus changes over to Cop. Very low mana. Arcane Shift already used. Forced to flash over the wall. Can you follow with the flag toss? I don't think it's going to be enough. Cop walks out of this one, but Curse not looking good. Actually, they're quite close here. He's going to have it. The gold card goes down. The flag toss from Nintendo doesn't even need it. Comes up with the Q kill.
And Shifter has level 2 boots already. You know, he didn't go with those swiftness, but Mercury Treads are definitely stronger than the old brown bag level 1 boots, and that's plenty of movement speed for him to catch up to that one. They get another kill on top of it here, and that was basically because Curse were focusing on the support Zyra there. Void Boy took so much damage early by just walking towards Zyra that he had no answer. He was not able to get out of that one.
Great positioning here by Coast. Nintendo had held that fight quite a while by himself, so props to him coming out of that engagement. 13.5 in. Coast looks to grab themselves more advantages with a 6,000 gold lead. 4-1 in kills, but only one more turret has been dropped, so the game is actually moving quite slow.
And a giant chunk of money on Vayne would mean that Coast are fine with it moving at this pace right now. That huge minion wave built up during that extended T-fight around Dragon. So not only Coast get Dragon, but they got a ton of farm onto Don't Mash Me right now.
Blade of the Rune King already finished up on him, like you said. That ton of gold equaling a 1,200 gold mass over Cop at this point in the game. Looking at the summoner spells, looking at pretty much the map right now to see where the engagements are being. We can see that Curse definitely taking their time. Power and numbers in the middle. They want to try to break this down. That'll give them a little bit more control over the buffs at least, and the wardage they need to start putting out.
Yeah, it is really interesting that Coast have been focusing all of their invade efforts over on this blue side. They put their wards to not only get blue buff, but after winning that blue buff fight, you automatically can transition very easily into a dragon.
We got pings going down again towards that blue buff as we speak of it. We'll have to see if it gets any pressure. Actually, just the point there to know there was a ward, and they're going to go play it safe. Get in the bottom lane. We'll see what Coast can do to push mid here. Vayne still free farming in the bottom lane, but that's only 20 CS up onto Cop right now. It's actually quite a low CS game considering what we've seen so far.
Yeah, there have been so many fights and so many roaming movements that Curse have had to react to, that they are keeping the CS numbers a little bit lower. Now we can see the focus, though, turning up towards top, and all of the wards, as they disappear from the blue jungle of Curse, are being placed anew in the red side jungle.
And you can see the early aggression that Curse faced here. They're definitely going for the long haul builds. The Tear of the Goddess on Cassidy, as well as the Catalyst going into the Rod of Ages. So they're looking for this game to go later and get that money, not free money, but get them stats and money, and then get themselves ready to fight.
Exactly, and they're using the wave control so well. Every time they have a cannon minion built up, this is the side of the map they're going to. Because there was one up in that top lane, and they just sort of solo push it until 2 more members can join them from the side. Really great minion management here by Coast to not lose their advantage.
It's going to be interesting to see when Curse can come in with this fight. We haven't really seen them aggress into anything. They have it with Lissandra. They have the hook. They have Void Boy to be in and out and something to tank in that fight with Nasus. So really, Curse hasn't been able to engage yet. Coast doing a very good job of staying spread and really kind of all pushing the lanes at the same time.
Yeah, Coast would love to be able to catch somebody out with a Lissandra pick or with a Kassadin Rift Walk and slow onto someone, but they just haven't had the opportunity because there's so much pressure on their turrets. This lane pressure from Coast will not give them the opportunity to look for the picks that they need.
I think this becomes the do-si-do in middle here. Everybody starts to gather. It's who can poke better, who can get that turret first. And we see as we crawl towards the right side, Zion Spartan's getting a little bit of a roam on for back wards, and maybe also push on this turret and the mid turret.
Zion Spartan is confident in solo pushing at this point because he not only does he have his Bloodthirster, but he also has the Merc Treads to reduce any sort of CC if they do come to try and catch him. And Coast, again, take another objective.
They're kind of just doing this whenever they please. Curse is really just sitting back. They had Void Boy, they had Jackie there, a bit of damage they could have dealt out, but they didn't even want the poke. They're trying to save everything for the hard engage. Definitely giving respect to Coast in this lane pressure right now.
Yeah, and Coast can continue to push 2 lanes at once because they have plenty of vision inside Curse's jungle, and Curse do not have a global to come in and surprise turn around any ganks here, so Coast will see every movement that Curse are trying to make right now. This is really the hardest opportunity to be in when you're behind, is this full vision control of your entire jungle here for Curse.
And it is becoming vision control, objective control. It's 4-1, and those kills have come off of Nintendude, a 3-in-1 Jarvan. So they're not slaughtering people around the map. They're hitting it at the right time and then hitting the right spot, always grabbing an objective even after 1 kill.
The really important story have been the objectives that they're getting after the kills. No kill has just been a kill. It's been a kill plus a blue buff and a dragon, or an entire team fight. So they've done a really great job rotating here, and we'll see now that they're actually going to pressure bottom side once again. The blue buff coming up, they turn their attention, they're going to counter this blue buff, and then there'll be another minute or so to grab the next dragon as well.
Lackadaisical, not at all. Daydreaming and team staying on top of everything, even if it's just a blue timer. Oracle's out for them. Daydreaming standing still and dodging left and right. Kind of just playing the standstill mind game.
That's an interesting take on the battle for Mayor of Hook City. He doesn't dodge the hook from Thresh. It's all the mind games here. Edward expecting a dodge, but it doesn't come out.
There's the E coming in. They know Nijaki down for at least a good 8 seconds on that initiation. So they wait back and bated breath here. Gold card onto Shifter. A blue buff for him, so that'll be up quite soon. Let's see if we have an Oracle on Edward here. We do not. It doesn't look like he has one. And still we can see only Sightstones coming in for the support. So this game has gone slow overall for everything in the economy.
A little bit slow, but it should speed up pretty soon here because we've got 4 members of Coast at this bottom turret, and we just had Void Boy recall. So if Curse can actually chase this 4-man group down, keep them from recalling, which they can't, they just let them go for Dragon for free. They could have chased them over to Dragon and forced that 4 versus 5, but since they don't have vision, it's not going to happen, and Coast again pick up the next global objective.
The thing that gets scarier is, Coast was able to pick up, you know, the 1 buff, the 1 turret after that, right? But now they have the Lich Bane. They have the finished Blade of the Rune King for quite a while now. That Bloodthirster onto Zion Spartan. So it's going to be more than 1 turret if they get a kill here. The ultimate going on to Nijaki, trying to make himself invulnerable, saves himself successfully, and gets out of that fight. But that is a big ultimate in the initiation we've been talking about Curse not having now.
it is a huge cooldown that's not going to be available, and it makes it even worse because he hasn't been able to finish his Zanyas. So not only will he not be able to initiate, he's got no immunity. Oh, there we go. now he'll have the invulnerability to fall back on, but still they won't be able to lock down an important target on Coast. Either the Zion or the Don't Mash Me, even Shifter right now. Pretty much any target, they'd love to lock down at least one of them.
Looking at the inventories, the CS scores we haven't touched on too much yet. 188 in favor of Zion Spartan to 126 on Void Boy, AP to AD. So there's a discrepancy there, but they're still going to get the job done with the CS that they have, so not a big deal. The AD carries staying pretty even, 159 to 164. That was actually just completely even. In the mids, only about 10 off here. It's really been in complete map control for Coast. It doesn't worry about the stats. It's not about the stats, rather, for them right now.
And I'm very impressed with Coast right now. It seems like they have evolved their game. Usually they are all about getting kills, and they love having duels and heads-up battles.
Yeah,
and they would rack up their gold leads by killing their opponents. But because they've only got 4, and it's almost a 10K gold lead, only 9K, but they've been able to rack most of that up with the map control and without having to rely on the bounties from kills.
And Curse has tried to, you said earlier, they tried to do the job of slowing down Coast, and it worked for a while, but Coast said, all right, after the few kills, let's do turrets, and the objectives have been completely in their favor, almost having the bulwark now after the locket onto Nintendude, who again, we have to point out, started the Doran start, bought a second Doran, so he didn't come to the jungle with any consumables, and it seemed to work out well for them because they kept Saint in the top lane the entire early game.
Yeah, whenever your jungler is starting out with one of those Dorans, you're looking to snowball the game because that's a huge early advantage, and you want to continue to roll that through. This is just such a very different look from Coast because not only are they controlling the map, but they also actually have Nintendo building full tank here, which usually they don't build a tank. They usually all go for some damage here, but they are getting those very important team fighting items as well. So even if Curse get to the late game here, Team Coast have so many answers.
And there's such a discrepancy. I said the CS was even, but in power right now between the two AD carries. The Bloodthirster Glacial Shroud forced in for Cop. Yeah, it's part of his build, but it's going to hurt that kind of plateau of damage that he's getting. And right now, Coast is being aggressive mid-turret. Looks like they want these fights.
And even if Cop does finish the Iceborne Gauntlets, it's not going to be such a huge deal for Ghost because that's the main point of that item is for kiting and the extended team fights. But Team Coast are looking to have Shifter initiate with the gold card and then follow that up with Nintendo. There's so much damage. They're going to be bursting down targets so quickly. There will be not much opportunity for those for that kiting potential to come through.
So much gap close potential after that first initiation from Coast. You can see it in the eyes of Curse that they fear that right now. You're going to allow this turret to go down with practically 0 minions on the front line.
And they actually are not even using TF to split push. With the Destiny down, they can just straight up take 5 vs 5 fights at towers and continually poke over and over with those wild cards.
Curse having to put 5 strong in mid. Top lane is pushing. Bottom lane is just past River in their favor. Going on to Nintendo. That's the 3-in-1 Jarvan they have to take down, but was it the right focus? Nijaki very low right now. The Zanya stops the wind slash. They get good kills coming out, 1 per side, and Curse looking good after that.
Great trade there from Curse. They were able to take down their priority target. They got the burst and a free flash there from Daydream, and Void Boy very threatening on that Kassadin. But it was a great counter initiation. We've said it so many times. Zyra, one of the hardest champions in the game to dive in onto there, and you just saw why that Stranglethorn's knockup allowed them to answer with a kill onto Jackie, who, by the way, has an invulnerability. He's got that Zanya, so they were still able to pick up a kill there.
Double locking himself up, so Nintendo out of that fight definitely proved useful for Curse. But how many times can you instantly focus down a Jarvan and get that result in the fight? They were next to their turret, so it worked out a little bit better. But like I said, that looks good for Curse and could definitely happen again. The Sheen picked up with the Iceborne Gauntlet, so those fights may be longer for them, but we talked about the dive potential and the gap closing of Coast. So Cop is going to have to play that Iceborne exceptionally well to keep that kite going.
Yeah, I mean, they could burst down the Jarvan again, but Jarvan is actually the most tanky person on Team Coast, so the next fight could go better if Curse actually pick out anyone besides Jarvan and they burst them down first, because then they'll have more cooldowns left for the rest of the team. everyone else on Team Coast is a huge threat right now. Even Daydreamin' actually is fairly threatening on his support Zyra.
Curse has a great fight in the future. Everything they want to do is AoE based around that one area they want to attack, right? That's what Coast wants to jump in on. So Curse can just kind of wait for that instance once more, get in a better position. Maybe they'll be able to come out harder with a few more kills. Daydreamin', again with this Oracles. We did see him kind of blow Flash a little earlier, keeping that alive. Voyboy, like you said, being very aggressive since the beginning of this game onto that Kassadin. As we look down at the inventories for a quick second here, both teams poising in mid. That Iceborne has been finished, and it's about a few core items for each member now. So these fights are definitely going to be to that full capacity of their abilities.
Yeah, and when you're looking at the next move for Curse, you have to worry about the lack of vision and lack of control of the entire map because Coast have that Destiny available. Shifter right there was almost threatening even to go in and pull off a pick. At any point, you can have that Destiny come out, and they will chase you down if you get too far extended. So Team Curse really are forced to turtle back here and give up all these free dragons and free objectives to Coast.
Well, there's that gold once again. The 4th dragon, as you saw on your screen, going to Coast. It's been dragons and blues, so complete objective control coming from these guys over and over again. This time without even needing really any vision, but they have it completely on the side of Curse to make sure that they don't even get their camps right now.
And with that ward on Baron going out, Curse are all getting a little bit more nervous now because there's definitely the potential for Coast to burst that Baron down. They don't even need Zion with them. So this is a very tenuous situation here for Curse, and it looks like they're trying to make their play on the solo split pusher.
Zion Spartan, look at that shield, just about 400 or 500 damage alone. Daydreamin' so getting a return on that Oracle so far. He has cleared out so many wards from coast to coast. Here's another one going into his pocket. Oh, it just wore out. How unfortunate.
Can't see it anymore, but at least they know that there's one there, so they won't be walking into that. Curse, see, exactly. They're trying to catch someone out. They need to make a favorable sort of skirmish happen where they have the numbers, because if they don't, then they have been just getting trashed.
Well, Curse Communication right now is saying, Cop Farm, we cannot engage or don't be engaged on right now. So you can see him trying to get himself up, maybe get at least last whisper in here quite soon. He's starting to face quite a bit of armor.
What the Iceborne Gauntlet does open up for Cop is the potential to solo with Zion Spartan and keep that split pushing Riven in check, because if he's got a tower to fall back onto at least, then with the added cutting potential of the Iceborne Gauntlet, that can actually be Curse's answer here to the split push of Zion. But really, nobody else on their team can go heads up with that Riven at this point.
And it starts to get scary because the first initial burst that Curse has is kind of that front end load of damage they'll be able to deliver. Then they kite around and do it again. With the Quicksilver coming out now, with the Guardian Angel, that's going to be sustained by, not sustained, but able to last through for Coast. So these fights are going to get harder as it goes on. Curse thought they were really going to be able to adapt to this, but it's again, Coast adapting even better.
Yeah, Guardian Angel is a very popular item on Riven because not only are her cooldowns fairly short, and the duration that the Guardian Angel will let you get back up will allow you to have dashes when you return up, but she also have ridiculous lifesteal, because with the Bloodthirster and her enhanced auto attacks from her passive, she can gain tremendous amounts of life after she does revive and heal up.
So taking this one in the bottom lane, this is where that split push again comes into play for these guys, and he may even go aggressive, puts the ward down to know he has the upper hand, and they're actually going to spread this one out.
They committed 2 people to that bottom lane, with Voyboy actually going over there too, so Coast take that opportunity to start up the Baron.
Another Oracle in the pocket of Daydreamin' keeps him safe here, and they are going to be able to pick up this Baron 30 minutes into the game, a 5-2 as both teams are just throwing wet noodles at each other this whole fight, going for turrets. Oh, Daydreamin' gets hit up. He can go down quite fast. May not see Stranglethorns in this fight. The Baron may keep him alive. He goes down to Ignite. They have St. Vicious in their eyes, taken down by Mashme. Now in the chase, the tumble's in. It's only going to be a few shots, and he comes up with a double kill. Voyboy is the next in the eyes of Coast. He may try to direct him away from the base, but Shifter ports in with the Destiny, and it's Zion Spartan to pick it up with Wind Slash.
And they will not be able to kite that one any longer. Now Coast can easily just run up this middle, and they're going to even take the turret.
That's going to be good hits on a Nintendo. He's got to be careful of the crowd control they have there, though. That could definitely be painful. Zion Spartan says, don't worry, I got it, as they actually micro the damage in and out between themselves, going right on to Nijacki. The Zanyas is only going to keep him alive for so long, but it looks good in the end. They're going to be able to get the inhibitor, Kobe, and a 30-minute push from Baron takes them all the way inside the base.
And they've got their first inhibitor down, 30-minute mark. They can go back and spend the money that they just received from not only Baron, but also that turret they just took down. And once again, the blue buff being denied from the double AP cast in Lissandra, just very huge in keeping them down. And having that on Twisted Fate does reopen the siege potential here from Team Coast.
You know, we see a lot of teams that will go after the first, the second, the third blue buff, but these guys have had that blue buff's number this entire game. It didn't even really spawn in Curse's favor to begin with. Coast has lived in that jungle. They still have a security system of wards throughout it, and Curse has a few to guard their own. They don't have, they have no offensive wards themselves.
Yeah, timing those buffs has always been very important and a very essential job of the jungler, but even more so now in the 3.8 patch, where the buffs have even increased experience gains. Continued timers are what the game is all about for counter jungling, and if you're able to control the blue, especially against a team like this, then you take out so many options from Team Curse.
I really like what Coast is doing, building optimal right now. Third item coming in is going to be a Hex Drinker for Nintendo. Knowing these fights will last a bit longer, that Void Boy and Nijacki, you're getting those cooldowns now. So more magic resistance there. They are really itemizing well.
Yeah, and he's 100% worried about that burst down from Zero, because we saw him at the turret get bursted down. The shield from Hex Drinker is just what he needs.
Oh, flash over the wall. Oh, he gets the ult to go over the wall. These guys, this is just the way the cookie crumbles. It has been unfortunate for Curse. They're doing all the right things.
That was extremely unfortunate. Oh. He barely got out of the ultimate there from Lissandra 2, the Frozen Tomb, just in time to miss the hook from Edward. So there was no lockdown that was there from Curse, and it opens up the top to Team Coast.
And that's the outside poke. That's from Daydream, and just Daydream able to get in with some damage right now. It looks like they're going to continuously push onto this. They have all three lanes, including a Zion Spartan, the bottom lane, pushed up.
Yeah, they're trying to have Cop answer Zion Spartan, but look, he can't even hold up the damage on Zion. He's just taking that turret heads up.
There's a quick Q and W from Nijacki and Edward. Nintendo just kind of walks away from it. The crowd control not meaning much to him. Mashme on the outside, soaking up everything that he can, and it's going to be the turret next for Coast.
Both of the top and bottom are in trouble here. It looks like they're going to get this one down, and another inhibitor.
Knowing that ultimate is down on Nijacki just gives them so much free roam. Now Nass is coming in from the outside. Saint has it onto Mashme, but they know they can't dive it. Shifter's yellow card just wore off, so they have a slight window, but they don't have the entry. Daydream, and it's still Zyra. He can still stop any dive.
Void Boy has really not been able to get off his combo on that Kassadin. Now Jackie's caught.
Locking it in as they go into the fight. Jackie throws down the Zion. Strangle Thorns as well comes in. Zion still pushing the bottom lane, and they're going to continue all the Cataclysm onto Saint, forcing the flash. Zion Spartan with Shifter continuing the fight on the Cop. They are not letting Curse blink or breathe in their own base right now. 33 minutes in, Coast looks to take the Nexus out.
They got one Nexus turret down, and they're going on the second one. Curse are up, though, 4 versus 5.
Jackie dives in once more. The Zanyas is down, but he throws the ultimate onto himself. The invulnerability is there, but is it enough crowd control? Zion Spartan looking to pop his Zanyas, or rather, Guardian Angel for himself. The shield goes on. He stays alive. The Nexus turret doesn't have the same fate.
Jackie does finally take him down, and now Don't Mash Me's under...
Back onto Edward. It's going to be Edward trying to go in. No! Mashme able to push him away. A few more kills. They're going to get a quick pause on the game. Why? It's going down so quick. The Nexus is so close. They are unpausing it. They get a good laugh in. It's us on the screen. What's going on? The game is going to be over. Coast able to take this one out. A very well-played game versus Curse.
Congratulations to Curse, to Coast right there. They actually get a few more seconds to enjoy that Nexus exploding. Take a little picture in sepia tone and upload that one to Instagram, maybe.
Yeah, absolutely. And Adoran's Blade Jarvan from the start. They tried to be aggressive. They actually put all of themselves. They put themselves in the jungle and then almost straight walked into an engagement that they forced Curse out of. So they had a powerful group just to start with. Curse didn't want anything.
Yeah, so let's talk about this early game setup from Coast. They completely planned out how the first 10 minutes of this game would roll. Nintendo did not waste any Yeah, so let's talk about this early game setup from Coast. They completely planned out how the first 10 minutes of this game would roll. Nintendo did not waste any quintessences in his rune page or money on sustain through the early jungle. Just went with the Doran's Blade. He knew as soon as I get both buffs, those are really the giant chunks of experience from the jungle. I'll just get those, return to base, and immediately head to lane for lane farm. And St. Vicious did the same thing, so he didn't really get much out of that early advantage of being able to go for a gank. So it was a great move by Coast. They dictated the pace of the game from the very beginning. Just the early swap right there just completely steamrolled Curse.
Early pressure on pretty much everything. Seeing the double AP comp as well, always stealing away the blue buff. The first one went to them because they were like, all right, yeah, we'll see what happens after this. But the top lane pressure allowed them to continuously go after the blue. They got 4 dragons, then the Baron. The first Baron push got them the inhibitor, and it was, you know, home free from there.
Pretty much the whole story was Team Coast, but what I did like from Curse was the Kassadin sort of sneaky pick there and switch at the end where they gave Voyboy that solo lane in the middle to go on TF and keep TF down, which is a good strategy by forcing the jungler into lanes with St. Vicious going top. It allowed Kassadin to get through the early laning phase, but they weren't able to capitalize on it because of the domination of the split lanes there.
And just a quick little fact, you saw at the end of the game, Zion Spartan with 100% on Riven. So it looks like he still has 100% on Riven coming into that game, and he went 2-0-4. So it's pretty sweet play.
And he didn't even win that Best Riven NA tournament. So North America's got some good Rivens.
So we've got to take a short break, but when we return, Team Coast Shifter will join us to talk about taking down Curse. Then Team Solo Mid and Velocity Esports will take to the Rift for our 5th match of the day. The 2013 NA LCS Summer Split will be right back. Don't touch that mouse.
going on me. They're going on Miles. They're going on Miles. Okay. We can fight. We can still fight. We can still fight.
Wanda's coming. I'm coming.
Zion's on his way. Zion's on his way. Just kill Saint.
I'm coming from behind.
We got him. We got him. We got him. Push mid. Push mid. Push mid. Go on cop. Go on cop. Go on cop. Got him. Got him. Got him. Got him. Go mid. Go mid. Go mid. Go mid. Go mid. Go mid. Boys running away. Boys trying to distract. No, we're good. We're good. Good job. Good job. Good job. Pushing mid. I'm pushing mid. I'm pushing mid. I'm pushing mid. Get that wave going.
Welcome back to Week 5 of the NA LCS Summer Split. And before we get into our next match between TSM and Velocity, I'd like to welcome Team Coast Shifter to the desk. Congratulations on the win, and welcome to the desk.
Oh, thanks.
So, going into that game, were you guys at all uneasy about the lead you had? Because it was just kind of happening. Were you unsure, or were you guys completely sure about everything you were doing?
We were sure we were ahead, for sure, but we just didn't want to throw. Just playing a steady, slow game.
So what goes through your mind in Champion Select when you see the last-minute switch, Voyboy going to take over Kassadin?
We were definitely surprised. We thought it was just going to be Jack or Voyboy playing Lissandra top, because I've seen him play Lissandra a couple times in like solo queue and stuff. But then I know Voyboy played Kassadin like back in like, I don't know, like Season 1, Season 2 or whatever. So I knew he'd be a pretty good Kassadin there.
And did it add anything to the matchup because both of you guys had complete vision of each other's junglers in that top lane since they were up there for so long? How'd the matchup with Kassadin really play out?
Allowed me to shove on him for free because I know Nasus wouldn't be able to gank me at all. So I could just play however I wanted to in that matchup.
So coming out, Nintendo Dex's start, pretty sweet, coming out with the Dorans. What was the idea behind this? Was it for him or kind of something the team wanted to do in the beginning?
It's for him. He's been playing around with stuff. You know, we respect what he wants to play and what he wants to do, and obviously it worked out.
Right on.
And when you do have the Doran start on your jungler like that, do you guys have to change your style at all? Do you allow him to come to lanes more, or what really goes through the team's mentality?
It really didn't change anything. He jungled the same, he ganked the same. We really just played the exact same. It's just a different item start for him.
So you just saved money?
Yeah.
Up front, that's pretty good.
What were you guys thinking in the beginning of the game? Obviously, we were kind of saying, you know, the Dorans, we were kind of putting a lot into the Doran's Blade start. The Saint spent most of his time in the top lane. What kind of freedom did that give you guys in the early part of the game?
Well, we had to have Josh up there to help out the Vayne lane and Riven and stuff. And I don't know, it's just normal stuff, 1v1 bot.
Was it the idea to always, since it was double AP, to keep blue in your hands all the time, their blue?
Yeah, we definitely wanted to take control of all their buffs. We wanted to slowly suffocate them from all their resources and everything.
We've seen you use a bunch of different middle champions here. What really is your team leaning more towards against? Do you like the long-range poke ones, or are you looking more to be a playmaker?
I'm like the medium in our team. You know, I fill whatever we need, whether it's CC, assassins, or roaming, whatever we need. I just play whatever. I could adapt to whatever playstyle we need.
First promotion tournament, you brought out a little bit of Ziggs, a little bit more of a diverse champion pool. Will we see any more of that? Have you kind of focused on maining a few of the recent champions that people consider those top tiers?
I might go back to Ziggs one day when we decide to make a team comp around it.
Okay.
But for now, it seems like TF's a good thing to use right now.
So after defeating Curse here, what are your thoughts on you know, the recent development where we've had a lot of these older teams sort of falling to the bottom of the brackets, you know, and the rise of Cloud9 and Vulcan?
I think it was bound to happen. I think I don't know, we practice with each other every day. We scrim all the top teams. I think we're just catching up, and we're actually like we're all even right now.
Do you have any idea, you know, what it is about these previous top teams that's causing them to fall off?
I think the lesser teams from last split, they just figured out how to play the game more properly and correct. I don't know, last split it was just the lower team just throwing. We didn't know what to do. We didn't know how to end the game. And now that we know how to play the game, it's a really close split this season.
With that confidence coming in, what are the changes being made at the house, kind of between everybody during replay review? What are you guys doing differently?
Well, after scrims, we'll have our coach Elements. He'll tell us what we need to improve on and such, and then we'll use what he tells us and try to do that stuff in the next scrim.
And with your win today, you know, how are you predicting you guys to do in the future?
Hopefully we won a 3-0 this week. Obviously, everyone wants to do that. I think we're on the road to do it, and I think we definitely can.
All right, Shifter, quite a dominating game we just saw versus Curse. Congratulations to you guys in Coast. Best of luck in the rest of the summer split.
Thanks, Trev.
All right, everyone. Now it's time for our 5th match of the day, Team Solo Mid versus Velocity Esports. And Team Solo Mid is coming off a devastating loss to Vulcan earlier today, where their Nexus was taken down in just 24 minutes.
Yeah, so they tried a team composition that we haven't seen before in the LCS, and they ran with a Xin Zhao and Annie bottom lane, or it was actually top lane. It was a duo. Plus, they had Reggie going back in time and pulling out his Zillion that he used to use quite often to enable them to get more snowballing early. You love that experience passive on Zillion. And while it was a North American LCS first, it led to TSM's 7th loss of the split. So those 7 losses in their match history of the spring split have already been matched. And we're only halfway through the summer, so that's not boding well.
It seems kind of crazy to think that we're halfway through, and everybody was kind of like, all these teams are changing. We're like, this is kind of the time they changed last year too, everyone. It's no change there. But now Team Solo Mid will try to get back up to speed against the Velocity team that they have already beaten twice this summer.
So back in week 2, Solo Mid dominated Velocity. They had control of the game, and they took down the Nexus in just 26 minutes. And even though TSM won their matchup last week as well, it was a very different game. They had NK Inc.'s Jungle Evelyn coming up huge in that early game. Very hard for TSM to keep track of him. And Velocity were ahead for most of the match. They took down first tower, first dragon, first Baron, and first inhibitor.
All of it.
They also had more kills than TSM, but Velocity let the game slip through their fingers. And today we'll have to see if Velocity can take last week's moral victory in their loss to TSM and turn it around into an actual victory, or if TSM can make it 3 in a row against the LCS rookies.
And even though Velocity has gotten off to a slow start against Team Solo Mid so far this split, Chris and crew have a plan for how to beat Team Solo Mid for the first time this summer.
This week when we face TSM, we have to shut down Reginald because he's their strongest player. He makes their shot calls, and if we shut him down, he won't make any good calls, and it'll be easy.
Sounds like a plan, but shutting down Reginald is a lot easier said than done. So we're almost ready for Champ Select, so let's check out the lineups. On the blue side, it's Team Solo Mid. Reginald in that top lane making the calls. Jungling is the odd one. Mid is Dyrus. Wild Turtle at AD carry, and Xpecial right behind him. That's support.
And spawning on the red side, it's Velocity. Chris is up top. NK Inc. in the jungle. Echo is now at mid. Maple Street's on AD carry, and Evaniscus is supporting.
All right, so we got a lot of story points here, right? We got the Odd Bros back against each other, right? We have Echo in for Vile Rose, and we also have the Zen pickup for AD carry last time in the composition that TSM ran. So we have a few things to go over here before we get to Champion Select.
With the way that composition turned out for TSM earlier today, I doubt that they'll run it so early without having time to go patch up the problems, because they definitely they do like that composition, but there were a lot of problems, especially in the early game, for that they need some time to actually work out.
Absolutely. It's coming in as well. We know NK Inc., a big smiter, so if the game comes down to that, we'll have to see if we can outsmite the Odd One, but that's one we talked about as well, as the Odd Bros once again facing off against each other. Odd One coming in with Elise a lot this summer. I guess it is the summer. I was going to say this summer. This summer split, we've seen his brother coming out with a lot of Draven. A lot of Twitch was one of his sweet games. He came out with that Avarice Blade Twitch. So both of these guys really making an impact for their team in their respectful positions.
Yeah, it's nice to have family members in the LCS. Everybody's getting a part in it. They both really love this game, but they also both really feel the pressure. The Odd One is one of the most public-facing figures that League of Legends has to offer. And then his brother has had a tough time. When you start out very rough in the LCS, you get a lot of criticism.
Takes tough skin.
This is not an easy job. These guys, they definitely love the position, and they would love to be doing this, but it's very tough. This is not something that you should take lightly.
It's a high-intensity job. It's always ticking on you. Every day, every night, you got to practice, you got to play. And another thing we have to talk about as we go into Champion Select is Echo. They talked about a little bit before between Jat and Quick Shot, but Echo on the team here, he did play his Twisted Fate. We know he has a good Ahri that he played before with Marin, so we'll see if this, and as well, the shot calling that they don't have anymore, can be put into play by him.
I think that might be the biggest discrepancy between Vile Rose and Echo, because Vile Rose, we can hear him in the studio. Pretty much all of their calls. Vile Rose is the shot caller there for Velocity, and Echo is a very quiet player. When he was in here with Team Marin, he would talk pretty much the fewest until the very end of the game. If
Then he
they
was
were
loudest.
winning the game, then he'd start yelling and he'd come out.
Yep. So looking into the bands already, you can see them on your screen. Pretty orthodox coming in. We got the Nunus, the Jaces, the Evelyns, and the Draven. So NK Inc. definitely drawing a respect band on that Evelyn right off the bat.
Yeah, they don't want to have to deal with that one. Paying the pink ward tax there whenever the Evelyn's on the other team.
that was a lot of money they put
Trying
into that.
to keep track of her in the early game is just basically a mini game in of itself that you're adding on top of what you're already trying to deal with.
The Elise out as well. That was taken away from Chris. So Oddwin won't get that in the jungle either. Reginald to pick out, and his Karthus is left open. And it looks like he may be picking for himself. But we have seen Dyrus play it, so we can't say that just yet.
Talk about comfort picks, though. I mean, Reginald, he is definitely known for his Karthus play. Even way back in the Season 2, playing it against like CJ Frost and everything, he loves this champion. And he will take that one if it's up. Adds so much global pressure, plus allows him to stay in the middle and farm up and just amass those ridiculous CS numbers.
So Kennen and Shen left open, both big picks for these guys coming in. NK Inc. usually liking to spice up the variety of his choices. So we'll see what he puts in there. We do have the Shen, but this Thresh coming in instead.
Those are very high priority picks. I mean, Chris definitely loves the Shen. He's taken that in the 2v1 situations quite often because Chris is the type of solo laner that loves to turn his solo 1v2 situation into a gank and get a kill. He's a very, he's very bloodthirsty as far as those solo laners go. And Shen is great at doing that because he can taunt your AD carry under the turret. Unless it's something like Caitlyn with the ridiculous range that she starts out with. So it's good adaptation here by TSM as well, seeing the Shen going with the longer range AD carry.
Giving Wild Turtle his Penta Caitlyn. He'll be very safe. And like you said from the beginning, comfort picks. It's what TSM has right now. So they have wheelhouse strategy right from the start. Maple Street locking in the Twitch, as we were talking about the Avarice Blade build just a second ago.
Yeah, very quickly there. I mean, crits are definitely a big part of Twitch's gameplay. People love to have multiple crits. When you pop your spray and pray, you have the option or the possibility of critting the entire team if they're lined up there. And people have even gone so far as to get that Sword of the Divine to get guaranteed crits and try and just put everything on that spray and pray.
You know, that was actually completely refreshed my memory of how much Nidalee was used last split. Man Cloud, Echo, everybody coming in with Nidalee's first. Link was playing Nidalee, flashed it to us for a second, but he went with the Ahri pick. So, like we said before, he played that very well on Marn. The replay that everybody remembers is that full Marn kill at the bottom lane with an Ahri. So we'll see that coming in. Echo on his comfort champion, but
yeah, I think one of the reasons that the AP Nidalee mid has kind of fallen off is because she lacks a lot of playmaking ability early game.
Right.
She has no hard CC that she's bringing to that lane. There's not a lot of kill potential there. It's really an end game poking they use to, land spears onto high priority targets is always great, and you can zone people off of high priority objectives. But with the focus so much now on those early plays and the crowd control, she just does not bring that to the mid game.
Renekton getting a little bit of love here as well. It's been a while since we've seen Dyrus on that. We'll have to see how he goes into it. Usually not too much from him early game. Obviously, Renekton that meat shield, so we'll have to see TSM kind of draw this one out into the game in that mid to late.
Yeah, so after this very new composition that they used earlier in the day that they've been using in their rank 5 games.
Back to north.
They went way far back to old school TSM. They got the Bash brothers, Nasus and Renekton, comboed with Reggie's Karthus to add in onto any sort of the side lane ganks that happen. So this is a TSM going back to their roots after they got their new composition just stomped on.
I feel like Velocity is going to want to match this lane. So they match the duos so they can pressure mid a little bit more, not have to worry about the 2v1, and just jump this Karthus over and over again.
Yeah, so you talked about NK Inc.'s variety of jungle champions. Jungle Kha'Zix here is fun for solo queue, but we have not seen this in the LCS at all because his early jungle is actually pretty hard to get through, and Kha'Zix is a very snowboy champion. You love to get items on him, so he wants a lot of farm. And this is NK going for a carry jungler, which we don't see in almost any other competitive teams. All the competitive teams are going with these utility, defensive, tanky-oriented junglers, whereas Velocity here, they want NK to shine, and they want to feed him farm. So it'll be very interesting if we see him actually taking a lot of, lane tax, as people like to call it in solo queue, getting that lane farm and getting the Kazakhs fed up.
It comps great with the team. If he doesn't get the kill, you got the perfect setup for a Twitch to just end squishies with his ultimate from the outside. So coming in very big composition here with the Kazakhs. Maple Street on Twitch as well. We'll have to see if Velocity Esports, again, can kind of throw something new into the mix. Now up against Team Solo Mid. They got a lot of their comfort picks, as we said before. Myself, Rivington the third, and Kobe about to bring you the 5th match of the day as we are onto the Rift.
And actually, it does take some of that extra pressure off of Maple Street, because if he can even just get people low enough with Spray and Pray and get everybody worried about their health bars, NK will take advantage of that isolation damage on Kazakhs and finish off people. That's what he's built to do, is jump around. So we'll have to see how he actually builds that Kazakhs from the jungle, and if he goes the same route that most of the competitive junglers are using now, which is just building tanky on everything, or if he builds this Kazakhs into a carry jungler and he can build it damage.
Looks like Dyrus' keyboard kind of just going crazy for a second. We're going to get that plugged back in and set up, as you see QC helping him out instantly as that goes down. So we see a first of the buys that are coming out here. The 6 inventory, or 6 for both. It's only 5 on one side, but the inventory is coming in. 6 for the supports. They do have those Explorer Awards. We'll just say it anyways, but no Doran start except for the AD carries. So nothing really strange off the bat. Cloth 5, though, coming in for Chris.
Yeah, those the Explorer Awards and biscuits, that's cheating for the supports. Fill up their entire inventories. But the Cloth 5 on Chris makes me think he's expecting to get 2 versus 1. So Velocity probably looking for that lane swap and looking for Chris to go with the 2 versus 1. It actually doubles really well against Renekton too, because Renekton, you know, it's all about that physical damage there from Dyrus. So if he does end up going solo with his Shen versus the Renekton, then he'll be in a pretty good situation to sustain through that lane, and he'll really just have to be worrying about the ganks because he's gone wardless.
Right. We'll have to see as they get onto the Rift. We're almost set and ready. Dyrus' keyboard, like I said, it was just giving him a few problems there. We got a ready on the screen from Evaniscus, the countdown behind us, and some League of Legends action to continue. Here, Game 5 now underway. Velocity Esports versus Team Solo Mid. It's been Team Solo Mid's win each time so far. Velocity looking to get some revenge.
Yeah, and TSM are looking to get another win because they have so much confidence versus Velocity from the first 2 wins. And so much, you know, they're kind of on a backward spiral here, especially with the loss today. They definitely want to get something back here, and that's kind of why they've reverted to their older team composition style, and they just want to take it back to that comfort zone.
Wards being placed out here for NK Inc. to stay safe in the bush. They are also guarding very much so for this blue side. They want to make sure that he can get that. Is it tough? If Kaz, obviously it's tough if a mana-reliant jungler misses his blue, but how does that go for Kaz?
That is a good point, actually, because Kazakh's definitely very mana-reliant. He wants to, of course you want to get both your buffs starting out, especially this 3.8 jungle, but he would definitely prefer to have his blue buff first, because even if he starts out with a red buff, it'll be a problem. Odd One does get hooked in, but there's no other members here for Velocity. It's a 3 versus 3, so they don't actually have the advantage in that engage.
It looked good, but he's used to being on a leash. Backing up, Maple Street taking a few lay wastes, and he is going to get himself out. Reginald quite aggressive here. His team really wasn't able to act on that. If he got jumped on, there would have been some flashes burned, but as we look down, it's only Reginald's exhaust, so it's not really going to mean too much aggression to either person in lane.
Yeah, having that down, not too big of a deal because he'll have the flash to get away from ganks, but I love the pink ward there from Velocity because of the vulnerability of Kazakhs early in the jungle. Like I said, you know, he's a little bit squishier, and he does have a little bit of a harder time in the jungle. So clearing that out and assuring him that he will get both of his buffs is huge. Jumping him to level 3 and securing the solo buffs here for NK.
Wild Turtle missing a few shots onto the golems in the bottom lane. He had to walk back and get a few. We'll see if that level 2 can really mean anything against Shen in the bottom lane. Chris should be able to stay safe as they approach. 2.5 minutes in, it doesn't look like there's anything but buff control. Like you said, both junglers haven't even grabbed that yet, but we'll have to see if they both continue to the bottom lane.
Yeah, NK ain't going to be very happy to grab up both of his. They did use the pink ward up top there for that one, so it means that the duo lane won't be able to clear out that Tribush ward for an easy gank from NK, but a definitely worthwhile trade for them. And they're especially happy with the early game, the way this early game has played out, because Chris did get his 2 versus 1 that he was looking for.
Waiting to see what opening either of these teams can find right now. NK does take those wolves, and we're going to see him obviously head towards that bottom lane. The 2v1 experience soak up to be done by both junglers now.
And they're not even going to look for the kill here. It's just NK going to show up straight in lane, exactly the same as the odd one is doing, because Chris did get poked very low. And Kha'Zix, he really needs to get that level 6 and get his evolution before he can look for his execution and his solo kills, because now that he's been changed, the upgrade on his Q actually gives him 8% extra damage, 8% of the target's missing health in extra damage on his Q.
NK Inc. doing quite a good job at picking up CS as Nasus would with Spirit Fire in that lane, so they're keeping themselves quite leveled and quite fed with money that they require. No push really coming from Velocity, though. They're freezing this off the tower as much as possible.
Yeah, we always talk about how great of a wave clear that Spirit Fire is, but it's not that great of a last hitting tool. So he is, missing out on a couple of those last ones. But Darius is doing a good job of picking them up here. So the CS difference is kind of evened out by the 5 of Shen here versus the 13 of Darius landing the last hits.
We'll see what they continue to do in lane 13. Like you said, to 5 in there. We'll see what they can do, as we still have help from NK Inc. in the bottom. Those buffs, unfortunately, only going for experience to the junglers and not really utilized for any of these ganks. This, again, leaves TSM and Echo, or yeah, TSM as Reginald, rather, and Echo in mid lane to farm it up without any pressure for this whole time.
And Reginald's exhaust just came back up, so he didn't lose anything by having that summoner down very early. He's already got the timer reset on it. And as we know, Reggie does like to go aggressive. Now, if he ever does catch Echo out, then he'll have the exhaust tool at his disposal as well.
And we have to consider approaching 5 minutes in the game now. Those 2-minute wards are starting to disappear off the map. Mid is now no longer covered by any wards. Echo is still going aggressive there. Reginald may be helping him to set up for something, but no movement from the junglers just yet. 80 carries and supports still brute force on these turrets.
The 3-minute wards will last through there, though, and so they won't have too much of a problem. It looks like down bottom, though, it's going to be Chris fending for himself, while the odd one is still up in this top lane. So extra damage being put down here. You would usually expect the Caitlyn duo lane to get the early damage advantage on a turret anyway.
We'll see where they transfer to. It's going to be, again, NK Inc. heading down to the bottom lane. And just farm up, we'll see. Reginald finally going back, getting more wards, getting more sustain for lane. We'll see what his first item is as he comes back versus Echo. Betting up the Chalice, just continuing. They know they're just going to fight in lane. He picks up magic resistance and the ability to keep going at it.
Yeah, everybody really stuck in that laning phase right now. So it's not a surprise to see people building for the lane phase right now. We haven't seen the increase in pace that we usually get for 2-versus-1 switches, because both this game and last game, junglers basically just being a second support and heading straight to the lanes after they get their 2 important jungle camps, which are the buffs.
Well, we have to consider what chances Team Solo Mid's going to take here. The calls are coming from Reginald. The calls last game in the picks from Reginald. So he's got to be sure his team comes through with momentum this game and confidence to win, because one after that is going to keep just pressuring them down and scratching away at them.
Exactly. We saw in the interview that Chris's and Velocity's plan for this game was to pressure Reggie. But because both junglers had gone the defensive route and they're staying in lanes, there's no extra pressure on Reggie. It's only coming from his heads-up battle with Echo, who's a sub for the team and doesn't have that communication. There goes Welturo getting taunted.
Some big aggression there. NK puts himself on the backside. Here comes the Requiem from middle. They got to remember when that window is open. First blood goes to Reggie.
This is how TSM made so many plays back in the Season 2. Start off a gank in the side lane as soon as you do have Requiem available. And there it is again, underestimating the damage. And it looks like they're rewarded with not only the kill, but the first turret.
And he had actually just hit level 7, a minion after that kill. So the team had known that was up for quite a while. Velocity just chose to go aggro the wrong moment.
That's actually up to Echo to be notifying his team of and looking to stop. Because Ari is one of a very good, he's a good champion for stopping the Requiem chance, because he can use his Spirit Rush to get in position for that charm to stop it.
One after the other, harass coming from the top lane as Velocity trying to grab a few more back into their favor. Echo taking a good lay waste there from Reginald, hitting all the Skittles that he needs. 8 minutes into this one. He still has enough mana to just kind of hang out in lane, sustain with his Chalice, but he's got to be careful. No, NK Inc. Oh yeah, evolves. I thought he was going back. He may actually come for Reggie in just a few here.
And he has evolved his leap first. He hasn't even gone for the Q, so he's not looking for the early assassination damage and the extra 8% missing health for the executes. He's looking for resets just with his basic kit here. So he's going to be able to continually jump around the team fights if they do get the kills.
A rotation coming in from Turtle and Xpecial here towards the mid lane. It seems like they are trying to catch Velocity off guard here and take out this mid turret, deny vision and map pressure.
Yeah, so usually we see the AD and support switching up to the top lanes there, but now they've made their rotation over to the mid, and that paired with Nasus is a huge, huge amount of damage to be put on the middle turret.
I would have said it was Karthus.
Karthus as well.
NK Inc, the turret goes down. Is Echo there close enough? It's going to be Chris coming in as well with Stand United. They try to pull this one out of the trickery box, but it looks like they may get put back in. Odd one goes down into that one as they throw it down. Wild Turtle's going to get hit up here. Trying to kite with the red buff. Another shot. NK Inc, the burn might be there, but he throws down a potion. Nice orb of deception from Echo. Got the double buff on him. He will have a good amount of damage to come out of this fight still. Foxfire onto both sides. Neither of these two champions can kill Echo by themselves, which is why they are on the run. Echo to chase Orb of Deception left over the wall, and it just misses. Xpecial, a straight line is the quickest way away from your opponent.
Good job there by Xpecial, escaping and not adding another death there to TSM's count. Because even though they got the turret, it was answered by Maple Street left up top alone.
He will start to back, deciding not to push that lane. All of TSM trying to regroup out of the base right now. And it looks like Velocity does have some work to do. So TSM has this time that they've bought themselves. The lanes are pushed. They'll have to reset here. The ping finally going down. I was just going to say, somebody wants that dragon soon.
Well, since there's no bottom turret here for Velocity, they actually need to take advantage of this window that they have where Reggie has shown himself in the top lane split pushing if they want to make that move.
Right. Red buff going over to Turtle. Looks like they will start to organize towards that mid lane. It's going to be Reggie in the top. Requiem is up, so he can somewhat participate in the fight. It's also a lost fight. He's got damage on the top turret prepped for a later time, so looks like they're going to go for it.
He would be able to add his damage in at least, and it looks like that's what TSM is banking on. It's actually TSM looking for this fight because Echo's still in base. So all Velocity are basically out of position right here, and they're trying to burst down this dragon.
It's quite low. Maple Street on the outside. Throws in the flash. They're going to have some expunge damage on this. It goes to NK Inc. He's able to get it. The Smite Wars go to him once again. And it looks like they may try to activate someone to fight. A beautiful Lantern out on the Thresh Express. Dyrus taking quite a bit of damage, but the ultimate is on. The flash forced from Chris as the taunt was just on the tail side. Maple Street should stay alive on the ace in the hole. Everybody backs out of this one. Great steal by NK Inc.
Yeah, and trading 1-for-1 is amazing. This is exactly what Velocity needed. Look at the gold lead. They're back to almost even right here. You saw NK Inc. instantly go down, though, and that's because he's going with that carry build. He's not building tanky jungler here. He is looking to use that Kha'Zix assassination potential.
We can see Velocity also putting a lot of respect towards those wards. Pink wards coming in for NK Inc. The Ruby Sightstone already in for Evaniscus, and more wards just in the inventory to make sure it's not a snowball that they have, but to keep this game going as is and possibly grab an advantage soon.
They definitely do want to keep up that vision. Reggie, though, he did a great job shoving that top lane while he was left alone. Even though TSM did lose out on the dragon,
he's beating on that turret.
They got a lot of damage on the turret. It's still standing, though.
It's still prepped, and the good thing is it's not that bottom turret that you have to worry about Baron at some point in 9 minutes being a threat. So once they kind of tango for Baron, if they haven't gotten the turret, it's more gold for them. So it works out.
Meanwhile, his counterpart, Echo in that Ahri, is putting the focus on his auto attacks and has gone Sheen, which he's looking to build into that Lichbane. It's very interesting, the Ahri builds, the flexible Ahri builds that have come out because of the, wow, her focus on the auto attack. So it is going to be a 2 versus 2, but we'll see that auto attack damage in action here.
They had a ping going down onto NK Inc. I think they saw him in the tri-bush, or just saying Ahri is around this position. So they know it's at least, like you said, that 2v2 in the top, but they're spreading it thin everywhere here. They're trying to just do 2v2 power, or friends with benefits. Take turrets, hold hands, do everything we can.
They didn't get much benefit out of that action up top, though, as both sets of friends end up recalling here. And you can see why. Because the goalie is so even right here, you can always tell how the game is going with where the wards are placed. Both teams basically drawing the line in that river right here and not feeling like they have the pressure needed to venture far into the jungle of their opponents. So this is actually pretty good for Velocity, who want NK Inc. To have the time to ramp up on his Kazakhs and turn his tier into the Muramana, where he actually starts getting some damage benefits from it.
So in the game of focusing Reginald, obviously they haven't really had the chance to due to the way the lanes were matched up. Does that come at another point? Because now that Requiem's up, he's got Death Defile as his passive. It's almost unfocusable.
Yeah, they've kind of missed their window where they talked about wanting to put a lot of early pressure onto Reginald and force TSM into some bad calls. Now it's already at the mid-game point, and Reginald does get focused here as he's taunted under the turrets for a little extra damage.
Oh, a few good shots there. Maple Street making his way in. All in Viz status, but he's not going to be able to do much. But that pulls 4 out of the top lane. That ward has seen them. TSM has already put a few too many number in the top lane. So it looks like they go ahead. They're going to regroup on their buffs, which neither team has had real interest over controlling either buff of the teams, which we saw was a high priority last game. So just game to game, you can see what kind of affects a team's decision.
Yeah, well, if they've got the interest, they haven't had the wards to back it up. You
Right.
definitely very dangerous to go in there, especially if you're Velocity on a jungle Kazakhs. Invading is very, very sketchy because he can be bursted down very quickly if he does get caught in any type of CC. So really it's been both teams just trying to answer with the objectives and farm this up. And it looks like Velocity finally want to make use of that Shen, having him split push up in the top lane and make use of the available Stand United for any sort of action that does break out on the other side of the map.
Just to show not how far they are ahead, but how far they could be quite soon. Evaniscus with the Oracle already coming out around 14 minutes. Like we said, that Ruby Sightstone was finished at least 5 minutes ago, and it's a gold generation item coming in for Special. So they're feeling a little bit of the hurt. That loss of Dragon that NK Inc. still is kind of flowing into that ward. It's going to start being the vision for Velocity.
That is a little bit painful, but look at the action going down here bottom. It'll be a lot more painful. Dyrus is looking to hunt this bug, and NK Inc. just simply hops away, making use of his evolved leap, which not only does it get to reset, but you know, it's a longer jump as well, and he actually is able to escape the wrath of Dyrus.
Didn't float in quiet enough. He was seen. Wasn't one with the river. So 16 minutes in, 3-3. Gold 22,000 to 21.5. So it's actually just a K apiece, K away, I should say. And it's going to be 3 turrets to 1. So Team Solo Mid trying to grab up that global map pressure, be able to figure out which one they want to take next. And right now, with that first line down, that opens up the buffs and gives them the dragon, right? Because they're closer to it, and it's got to be that run coming in.
Yeah, exactly. Both teams are thinking the same thing here, though. They've sent the globals up top here, and Chris brought his own ward. Reggie doing the same thing here, so both of the split pushers still being wary and still having to ward for themselves and not venture too far past that river. You can see as soon as Reggie hit the halfway point, he roams back down to join the rest of his team in mid.
And as soon as Special himself, you can see he just got 400 gold in his favor. He goes up back and buys himself an Oracle as well. So coming out, both of these supports know what vision can cost them at this time in the game. I wouldn't say this far into the game. It's mid-game, but this is when everybody's ramping up with the core items. This is when that next fight of deleting someone's bounty or building that bounty happens.
And the next fight should be at this Dragon. Velocity have Stand United available, so they would definitely love to contest this one if they had vision and knew that TSM just burned it down.
Oh no, Echo's going to try to run in. Trying to save himself, loses one tail, the second one stays on. And it looks like he's going to be able to get out. So that's TSM's first dragon coming in. Oh, misses the wall. That gigantic log. And it looks like he's going to continue to go in. Flashes over for the Shen ulti. Spirit Fire somewhat zones the fight, but nobody gets the real pressure on them. Wild Turtle still has it. He gets the Wild Growth and he's alive. Requiem only doing a bit of damage. The Ignite able to take down NK Inc. from the hands of Dyrus. Oddone on the outside, but he's very low. Just trying to get that alt damage inside. Dyrus going around with Cold and Meek, but he goes down in the end. Maple Street hits him with the Expunge.
And he's not done chasing here. You get speed bonus from that invisibility too.
He wants that Oracle right there in front of him. He throws down the flash. The slow is there. Can't see through the bush. There's no vision. X-Special forcing the flash, and he actually clicks. Hits the ward as it comes around and stops him.
Again, Dragon going to TSM here, but Velocity picking up an extra kill. The only reason that they didn't get another one is because NK not strong enough. Just him and Chris diving onto Wild Turtle, not able to finish him off through that barrier. Even though NK did already hit 11 and he evolved his Taste Their Fear, so he did get the extra execute damage, but wasn't quite enough with that extra shield.
TSM ramping up now. Dyrus with that Sunfire cape coming in. That split push now going to be more effective when he chooses to do so. Right now he's in mid lane. And may they just be guarding that. Right now, they've only lost that top turret, and that's going to be the pressure, as we said, for Baron later if anybody needs to run away. So they're guarding that bottom, they're guarding that mid, knowing that Dragon's going to be better for them. They need it over and over.
And they've again sent both of their globals top, even though they were just used in that last team fight. They're going to stay up in these lanes and continue to push it halfway and then leave your lane. Reggie's going to not venture any deeper into this Velocity jungle because he not only does not have his Requiem, but he's very squishy too, so he could easily get bursted down there by that Kha'Zix.
It's just so much safer to easily triple split push like they are when that mid turret's down. All of Velocity is saying, quick, get to mid, we want to push down mid, ours is gone. But TSM's always there to answer.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a hesitation here too from Velocity. They're not collapsing immediately on the mid turret, and TSM do get to force the reaction here because there's no standing item from Shen. He has to come down whenever they're faced with the possibility of that team fight.
Right, it's when TSM realizes that, hey, we have them in the 4v, and now the 3v as, again, stretched thin. Velocity tries to clear the lanes at least past River. That's kind of been a tough thing for them, but TSM is doing a great job. It's not Velocity's fault.
And Velocity, they're taking every opportunity to grab a few extra minions on that NK Inc. because they desperately want him to become a threat. And coming out of the jungle, he's going to have a little bit lower money than usual, but we've seen them feed a lot of this lane farm to him as well.
Oh, yeah.
You can see the difference here between him and the odd one on Nasus.
Yeah, 126 to 78 in that farm, Kobe, you're just talking about. Almost the items that they need. Chris looks like he could be baiting this one out as you see his team start to roam towards that top lane. The Aegis almost coming out for Odd One, but that's already built onto Chris. And once that Bulwark is up, they only have the AP coming in really of Reginald and then Odd One once he can walk himself into the fight. And there's a lot of kiting that these guys can do.
Yeah, it's interesting differential in items there that's been brought about by basically the reversal of roles where top laner for Velocity is building the team-oriented defensive items because they want their damage potential to come from their jungler, which is NK Inc. Meanwhile, Odd One just finishing up his Aegis of the Legion. So they are able to answer. Both teams are going to be wrapped in that protective aura.
Recurve bow coming into the hands of Maple Street as he locks down a Bloodthirster first. We got an Infinity Edge on the other side, and there you go. Coming in with that Divine build. It picks it up just after we talked about that Recurve.
It's interesting how, you know, the game has sort of stalled out a little bit because each team are looking for that free farm. Reginald always looking to carry on that Karthus, and he is taking that solo lane free farm there for TSM. While Velocity, on the other hand, need NK Inc. to be the assassination resetting champion that Kha'Zix is so that he can take out those threats early in the game.
That Bulwark is finally finished, but we have to consider Velocity has not seen what kind of power Reginald can bring to the fight in at least 5-6 minutes. He's got that Archangel stacking up. The Rod is now stacked up. That's going to soon be a Seraph's. He is quite close to it as we look at it. Actually, he's not quite close to it. I'm a liar. He's 330 of 750. But still, that power he's bringing in hasn't been seen by Velocity. So we'll have to see how they react instantly to this next fight of Area of Effect. You're getting split up.
And I do like that, you know, adaptation by Reggie because he realized that this is a farming game here. we're stalling out a little bit and just looking for those high-impact team fights. He's built accordingly with both of his items as the ramping up items that take time to power up. And he is just fine with stalling this one out because he's only going to get stronger as the time goes on. And he gets more free lane farm up against this Shen.
And Kobe, you're even more right about Kha'Zix wanting to be that aggressor. The red pot, 22 minutes in, spending 350 gold on the chance of a next fight going well for these guys.
Well, they're basically at the point where Velocity are looking for the crucial team fight that will
Right.
turn the game for them, because not only do they have the 2 items completed for Kazakhs here with the Last Whisper and Merman, but the Twitch has finished his Sword of the Divine. So he is looking for those 3 guaranteed crits on as many members of TSM as possible, and then that opening up the opportunity for NK Inc. to go in and execute off and get his resets.
And that NK Inc. Muramana is going to be finished a lot sooner than the Seraph's Embrace. It's only 150 off right now, and after that, still near 150 off, but it's close. TSM grabbing the Dragon as Velocity on the backside.
Velocity just too late once again because of the lack of vision they've been able to keep up around the Dragon. Another global objective just given away. While Velocity is actually at a good team fighting threshold right now, they would love to engage and make use of those 2 items that they just finished.
Look, trying to go in. The minion clears so well here. TSM Dyrus going in. They find Maple Street. Chris actually misses his taunt. No refund there. That's going to hurt Shen's engagement for this fight. You can see Chris on the outside. Only forced to stand united in, but he's going to have to walk with his team here. Taunt is still down. You can see that the crowd control isn't there, and Velocity is just being taken out. Special on the backside trying to help out with that one, but it's Wild Turtle able to get the last shot in. Going after Chris. The Peacemaker to come out. No! Hits him. The Requiem to come down. Not going to be enough. Is the follow-up there? He misses the flash, but he hits the Peacemaker. One and the other. Bittersweet.
Very nice shot there from Wild Turtle, but that is what happens when this Velocity team starts their team fight out on the defensive. They had Maple Street running away in his invisibility as that one started out, so he didn't get off his initial 3 crits that they want to start that fight, which meant that NK Inc. was jumping in on almost a full health Reggie, and he didn't get any kill. There was no reset. He's just a sitting duck there. Kazakhs went down even with that Shen ulti on top.
Maple Street doing what he can, saying, get away from my turret. No respect given by TSM as they just take it down and head out with the gold. 38,000 to 33,000. We finally get a little bit of a discrepancy in the gold there. Team Solo Mid has a great fight, pushes down mid to an open inhibitor.
And what TSM needs to do after that play is leave a ward by Baron so that the desperate Baron from Velocity is not an option. They have this one that sort of sees a few people of Velocity heading towards Baron, so they've got an idea right now, and they need to go over and contest this.
Kobe, you may want to fax them what you just said. They are going to check it, but they don't have the ward there. But it looks like Velocity even knows this one. They are not going to be caught out, and they say this was risky, and we have to be very careful.
They did not want to actually have a fight at that Baron. They were banking on TSM having at least 2 or 3 members recalled at this point. But they did a good job leaving that one stray ward there that saw out the Velocity attempt at the desperate Baron. And now that TSM have defended that early Baron attempt, they have an exposed inhibitor that they can go back to and force another fight when Reginald's Requiem's back up.
And you can see TSM's calls, what they consider. Reginald saying, we have a few, let's make sure this is cleared first. You go back, I'll soak up the wave, and then we'll all go back. Everybody on TSM was just backing, and they're considering, we don't even want to lose that mid turret right now.
Exactly. We just had TSM win a giant team fight and get a really strong objective, but we don't see them going aggressive right now because they're timing their aggression with the long cooldown of that Requiem. So they want the next team fight at that exposed inhibitor, but they want to be at their full team fighting potential, which relies so much on that extra Karthus damage.
It looks like it's going to be at great capacity as well. We're going to see Especial with all the summoners up to maybe the Ignite being up of Evaniscus there. So we'll see the fight in their favor for defensive and continuous fighting in the favor of Team Solo Mid. Right now, NK Inc. still with that red pot in his inventory, building up to the Sunfire Cape. After the Bulwark was Chris, so you can see how he prioritized that team defense over the split push they're trying to get out of these global lanes.
If you're at Velocity right now, too, you are looking to snag someone out of position because your Stand United is available, and if they do get, you need 2 damage dealers on the same target, then a reset for NK Inc. would mean a completely different team fight from the last one. If he can actually hop back out after getting the kill, then Velocity have the time to reset and get, oh, there we go, the Charm to Dyrus.
Dyrus getting out of that one. They pull in Reginald. Is that what they want? Kazakhs to assassinate right on the outside. He jumps onto him, but the jump is wasted because he was already dead, so NK Inc. forced out to use his ultimate. Requiem come down and dropping Echo. That's 2 down for Velocity. Reginald no longer to help in the fight, but it looks like TSM's able to manhandle the base on this one. NK Inc. trying to get back in for some more damage. The unfortunate jump in the beginning really hurt them.
Yeah, they were able to assassinate one target, Great job, you know, using that Sword of the Divine there, but it was Reginald who still gets off damage. There was that Raccoon we just talked about, and now they're on the Nexus turrets.
This is going to be Team Solo Mid, the first Nexus turret, and the second one in their favor as well. Nobody there to rebuttal this one. They take down the Nexus and go undefeated still against Velocity.
So congratulations to TSM going back to their roots, using those globals and the Bash Brothers to take home a win.
Really strong play. It's hard to focus out Reginald. He's got the champion pool. There's things he likes to play. They still had Rise. They still had Kennen if they wanted to bring it out. They also didn't focus Reginald with their gameplay as they said they wanted to. Maybe it could have just been a mind game as well.
So whenever you do have this sort of different game up in the 2v1 lanes where the junglers are spending their entire time up there, you lose all the unpredictability in the lanes, and you don't have that extra factor that allows you to pressure a single person, because you can see the other person and he's far away from Reginald. So Reginald didn't have anything to worry about.
Back to the basics, literally, for these guys. Season 2 play, even more so, like you said, having almost all of their turrets up by the end of the game was really TSM-esque. They've always had really good lane movement. When they want to keep their turrets up, they are kept up. When they want to get the dragons and not let NK steal them, they figured out how to do that too. So it was adapting to basic wheelhouse strats that TSM did all Season 2, and they did a little bit there.
That was a much more calmly executed game.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just relying on the small advantages and waiting for the cooldowns. Drew it out a little bit, but that is how you end a game of League of Legends by the textbook.
And coming out for the play, Maple Street and those guys, they had the right idea coming in for all the plays. I think a little bit, again, in the 2v1s, there was just too much farming for one of the junglers, or not enough pressure in one of those jungle lanes, and it kind of hurt NK Inc. in the end that he wasn't able to charge up his Merman as much as he wanted to, or charge up his Mana Rune at the time as much as he wanted to, and get into the fight as the assassin, which unfortunately didn't work.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons why people in this current state of League of Legends aren't running as many carry junglers, because it takes them a lot longer to get farmed up, and you have to feed them the side lane farms.
And trying to do what they can. Velocity always bringing out different things, and we love to see it. So we've got to take a short break, but when we return, it's TSM's Reginald joining us to talk about shutting down Velocity. Then it's our final match of the day between first place Cloud9 and second place Vulcan. The North American League Championship Series. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Week 5, the NALCS Summer Split. Before we get into today's epic finale between Cloud9 and Vulcan, I'd like to welcome TSM's Reginald to the desk. Reginald, congrats on the win against Velocity. But we're going to talk about the game earlier today, because I think that's what most people want to hear about right now. Walk us through picks and bans. Obviously, it didn't go how you guys went, but what was the idea?
The idea was to do Bruiser and Caster and have a really strong early and mid game. And we really wanted the 2v1, right? But they pink ward our Lizard, and I think that we pretty much lost when they 4-0'd us early game. It was my call, and it was really bad.
So did that scare you off of your Bruiser Mage team comp completely, or is it still an option for you guys?
Well, I think it could still be an option in the future, but right now we're probably going to stick with Standard more. Like when we tried to try something new, it went horribly wrong, and it wasn't really the comp's fault. It was kind of my fault because I walked up top, right, and there was a ward there, so they reacted and they ran back, and I was like, all right, I'm just gonna run back to my lane, and without thinking at all. So I ran past that ward again, and they kind of just converged on me and killed me, and I was like, I don't want to die, I don't want to die, guys, help me! And all three of my teammates came and tried to help me, and they ended up all dying. And after the match, everyone's just like, oh my god. And we thought it was going to be something really cool. We thought that we were going to whip it out, use it, and have a flawless victory with it. Like, we thought we were going to do really well, and things just didn't go as planned.
So coming into this last game against Velocity, they said they wanted to just focus you down. What does that, what does that feel to you, and how do you think they did with it?
Well, I mean, my morale was pretty low after making that really bad call, and I went to the match I wasn't playing like my usual self. I missed a lot of CS. I was pretty nervous. Like, I'm usually not nervous for matches anymore because I've been playing for a very long time. However, like that match, I was really nervous. I was nervous in the match versus Vulcan because we're trying something new, and it was something I wasn't used to. But we've been practicing a lot. It wasn't something that we just thought of on the spot. We actually legitimately used it a lot. And we thought, tears. I'm gonna go back to lane, and we'll win my lane. We're gonna win this game. And I bought a chalice. I was like, oh crap! I really made a big blunder now. So I didn't say anything though, because I wanted to keep the team calm. I didn't want to say anything. So I was just like, I'm just gonna tell them after the game, because if I made a huge deal of it, I was like, oh crud! I freaking bought a chalice. Everyone's like, oh my god, you shouldn't have done that. And then it would be like there'd be a lot of dysfunction. So I kept silent. I played. And we managed to win, and it wasn't a really good showing because we've been playing a lot better in scrims, and that match I felt really uncomfortable. So hopefully we'll do a lot better in our next matches.
So because you had so much pressure on you and you were so demoralized from the game earlier today, is that why you guys sort of went back to one of your much older team compositions where you picked up the Karthus and the Darius on Renekton and stuff?
Well, I was really I was really confused that they actually didn't ban Karthus, because Karthus is one of like our highest win rate comps. And once they gave us Karthus, we were just going to pick it and either play it top lane or even mid lane. It didn't matter. And we just slowly won the game because our team fight was really strong. Like our mid game and early game wasn't that good. We lost a couple dragon fights, and they even stole dragon. So there's a lot of things we should work on. So I think we're going to stick with standard first and really get solid at the basics, because if your basics aren't good, you can't really try something new, you know? You should try to innovate more when your basics are really solid.
So what is it about Karthus that brings it to your comp, really? We know you as an aggressive player, but with Karthus usually off in the lanes, you're giving Requiem as the global spell. Is that just how you guys kind of win with that, or is it something that just flows through the match and usually works out?
I really don't know. I think that Karthus is a really strong champion, and most mids should pick it up. I just happen to perform really well when I play Karthus.
Does a lot change in your guys' practice regiment when you do get sort of demoralized by losses like this? Like after the MLG, when you guys went 0-3 for the first time, has that changed your guys' home life at all?
I mean, there are a lot of like every team would say there are a lot of internal issues, right? And I was having me and Arc Special were arguing a lot, and like if you guys like watching, like hey, I'm not gonna bring that up, but like it was pretty bad at first, and then we worked everything out. We talked as a team, and usually when we have an argument on TSM, it'd be like one person versus me, because I'm always arguing with people. And now like we sat down as a team and we talked it out with 5 people. We decided to not talk about our games until after we watched the replay, because a lot of the times we would just get really upset at players for messing up before even watching the replay, and most of the times, or sometimes it wouldn't even be their fault. Like the game when Turtle got ultimate Malphite, we were blaming him, but like it wasn't even his fault. Like we all got hit by the Malphite ult. So like we just changed the way we go about things. We watched the replays more. we watch it as a team, and we make sure to point out mistakes when it actually helps us. Because after you lose a game, you know, you don't want to really, like, you lose a game, you're already down, your morale's already crap, and you talk about your loss, you're like, oh, I just lost, and then your teammates are pointing at your mistakes. It's not good. So we changed that. We're talking about mistakes at home, and we just focus on the next match. So if we lose the match, we just focus on the next match, and everything's better. So, like, everything's a lot more positive with our team.
And seeing the times, you know, final question, that the turmoil does kind of go get quite high and intense. Yeah. The fans are watching. You know, they get scared about what could happen with the team. What's really going through your guys' mind when you're hashing things out like that? Is it kind of like Yell Fest and then it'll be all right, or can those sometimes get very serious?
A lot of times our arguments get really serious, but at the same time, like, when we're arguing with each other, like, it's usually gone the next day. Like, if we get really upset at a player, we just talk it out. We'd rage at each other at first, then afterwards the next day, we just talk it out again, like, yo, we should change this. And it's happened really well. I mean, even though we lost to Vulcan today, like, our team atmosphere has gotten a lot better. We really try to focus more on the positive side of things.
All right, Reggie, thank you very much. The insight into the team, and congratulations on the win. Best of luck in the rest of the split.
Thanks.
All right, everyone, it's time for our final match of the day. First place Cloud9 versus second place Vulcan. Both of these teams are coming off dominating wins earlier today.
Yeah, Vulcan crushed Team Solo mid in just 24 minutes. And Bloodwater on his Sona and Mandatory Cloud on Jace both came up big in that win.
So in our second game of the day, Cloud9 used their signature high-pressure system to blow down objectives and take out Counter Logic Gaming.
Balls rumbled all over the map and picked up 8 kills with only 1 death, while the king of the KDA, Meteos, didn't let CLG's Zachman bother him. His Nasus refused to die, and Meteos proved again why he's also the king of the jungle, as he increased his league-leading KDA to 12.62.
That's a pretty stacked KDA, if you ask me. So far this summer, these two league-leading teams have split the head-to-head games with 1 win apiece.
So back in week 2, Cloud9 came on strong and took down the first tower before 4 minutes and the first inner turret before 9. Vulcan stayed close by winning most of the team fights and getting a miracle Baron seal by Bloodwater's level 1 Howling Gale on Janna. But in the end, Cloud9's pressure was too much, and they rolled to victory.
But, guys, 2 weeks ago in Anaheim, Vulcan was able to slow Cloud9's roll and their second loss, hand them their second loss of the season, if you will.
Instead of being pushed around by Cloud9 early, like the first game, Vulcan pushed back this time. And just like in their first game, Vulcan won the majority of the team fights. While everyone on Vulcan came away with pretty good individual stats, Meteos was the only member on Cloud9 to have more kills than deaths. Today, we'll have to see if Vulcan can control the game again, or if Cloud9 can get their Hyper-X aggression game rolling early.
And for Zuna and Vulcan, they believe that if they want to take a second game in a row from the NA LCS's top team, they need to focus on one player, the king of the KDA, Cloud9's Meteos.
On Cloud9, I'd say Meteos is by far the best jungler, and I felt like he's the whole reason why they're ever inside games.
And now it's time to check out the starting lineups on the blue side. It's Cloud9. Balls in the top lane, Meteos in the jungle, high and mid, Sneaky at AD carry, and Lemon Nation on support.
And in the red corner, it's Vulcan. Psycho Sid is up top. Smithy's in mid. Smithy's in the jungle, actually. They switched over to mid once in a while, but Mandatory Cloud is in the mid. Zuna's on AD, and Bloodwater
teaching them how to play that Xerath.
Yeah, it's the Xerath. They did that one time where they sneakily snuck Smithy over to the mid.
Sneakily snuck.
Sneakily stuck.
With Sneaky in the bottom.
Sneaky is on the other team this time, though, so that'll be tough.
Had to alliterate into it. So we're going to see what happens coming into this matchup. Velocity playing quite strong within their past few games, but Vulcan, when they got this win, was able to do it in the early game pressure. If you remember, I believe it was the Vulcan Kog'Maw and Ezreal coming in for Sneaky into the tri-bush. Sneaky walked right into that tri-bush and met a face full of hurt and was forced to flash right away. And they didn't let them out of that chokehold the rest of the game.
Yeah, Vulcan didn't get a kill off of that, but they got
pressured
such a huge experience advantage very early, and they didn't let Cloud9 get back in the game, which is very well. They came back a little bit later,
Right.
but it was something that we have not seen in a very long time. A team just completely bully Cloud9 for the first 20 minutes.
Yeah, it was pretty crazy, but it also gets me thinking, right? Cloud9 has the game when it's always in their favor. And we see teams that can, Vulcan actually is the team that grabs a 2K gold lead and holds that lead forever. But that 2K gold allows them to catapult into the win of the game.
Yeah, they definitely love whenever the game goes the distance and they can get into that late game where Zuna can shine on his Kog'Maw or his Tristana.
Absolutely.
Or more lately, even the Caitlyn.
So it'll be interesting to see my point I was saying there as I went off on a tangent about Vulcan, that Cloud9 can handle the early game pressure. They're usually the ones dishing it out, but can the medicine be taken back in the same way? Rumble being out here, so Balls will not be playing that in the top lane, but the Ken and Elise as well for Psycho Sid, Smithy, these guys are all getting the picks that they want banned out right now.
Yeah, and Cloud9 in their interviews have said repeatedly, Vulcan is the team that give them the most trouble in Champion Select because Vulcan players have really deep champion pools as well, and they play a lot of the same champions. So these bans are so interesting that they've actually let both Nunu and Zac through.
And there is Nunu getting picked in. You can see the man on your screen locking it in for his team. A sigh of relief that they picked that up. But I think Meteo's going to be running around this one. We'll see what kind of pressure he can create. He is one to get his buffs stolen, but now he'll be doing the stealing.
Yeah, when he's on that Nasus, he usually has had to deal with so much counter jungling. You know, and we've gave him so much praise for dealing with being counter jungled. If you are on Nunu, though, it's on you to keep up the pressure because if you don't make use of Nunu's kit and you don't steal away high priority targets in the jungle, then you will fall off late game. What you want to do with Nunu is bully in that early game, make use of his ridiculous health. At this 3.8 patch, he does have the highest scaling health plus the 10% buff from consuming a golem minion there. So it's definitely on that Nunu to make the early plays in the jungle.
ManCloud coming in with that Twisted Fate should be his, but ManCloud on a playmaker. This already gets quite scary because Vulcan, whether they had the aggression or not, level 6 is going to be a big thing for them.
I usually say that when you're watching Vulcan, your eyes are usually on Mandatory Cloud to see what type of champion he brings to mid because he does have a lot of options, but they usually tailor the team strategy for that game around, you know, whatever he gets to the middle, whether it be a long-range AP poke or an AD assassin or someone with a half global like TF.
You know, ManCloud reminds me of what we used to say about, or used to, still could say about Wicked in the top lane, is that if he's ever behind, he always bounces back. ManCloud has had games where he's 0-4 in the bottom lane at level 3-1, and he's still getting pushed, comes back to win that game in the spring split. So not somebody to toy with, but also that means it's hard to focus that guy out. We see the next band's coming in. High grabs up his Zed, hasn't played that in a few games recently, and we see Shen and Tristana coming in for Zuna. He hasn't gotten that in quite a while.
So the Zed looking to assassinate middle and just 100% to zero that TF before he gets his Zanya's. Plus, he's looking to be that very dangerous duelist split pusher. TF, though, he has actually a very good counter to Zed in that Zanya, so he can actually negate basically half of the damage. You just have to wait till you get that item threshold. And the other thing that we have to point out is the Shen. On top of Mandatory Clouds, it's very easy to see where Vulcan are going with this one. 2 globals and the Tristana for the late game. They are definitely looking to extend this one.
We saw this being played against Dignitas. Their answer was to kind of grab up Nocturne and have something quasi-global to go against it. We'll have to see what the Cloud9 can pull out here. They do still like the Ezreal on Sneaky. That gives them a global ult, so they can be in the global boat.
Technically, you're right. It is a global
Technically.
there. Him or Draven.
Oh, they get the Ash global.
Bam.
We're missing things, and we call ourselves casters.
It's actually a really good answer, too, though, with the Ryze, because Ryze is a very strong late game mage carry where he can add ridiculous amount of continued damage, a sustained damage. So it's not all about the burst like Zed, but they will have multiple answers here, and they will have the engage that they've been favoring with that Ashe on Sneaky.
It's been such a forgotten thing, Ashe, the enchanted crystal arrow, remembering that the AD carry can also bring an initiation to the game, but we've seen it already pick up a win today. We'll see if Sneaky can do it on Ashe this time with a Zyra support coming in. His Bloodwater now left. He has Thresh on the board. We're looking for a top.
So Sona's been banned.
Probably the jungler.
And Thresh has been picked. So I'm pretty sure Bloodwater's taken care of. And he's going to grab up Jungler, which could either be the Zac You know, or I'll make my guess right here. It could be that Evelyn Riv.
It could be. Did you steal Jat's crystal ball?
Oh my God.
Oh, got it. Lock it in.
So he's going to be looking to. It's interesting how they compare most of the team looking for late game, but then they have this early pressure of an invisible Evelyn and TF once he hits level 6. So there's some very strong ganking potential coming out here from this Vulcan team that could have an invisible Evelyn coming in to deliver a ninja on her back with Shen stand united, and then TF porting in as well. It puts actually a lot more fear into the Cloud9 team for this early game. So I feel like a lot of this for Cloud9 is resting on Meteo's shoulders.
Absolutely. You mentioned last game when it was banned away from NK Inc. that you kind of take away that Evelyn tax of the pink wards you have to buy instead of that. That's now put onto Cloud9, and buying pink wards over regular site wards doesn't allow you to build items that make you fight, fight, fight. And that's Cloud9's motto, is if we're not aggressing, we're not doing it right.
Yeah, and I think the main person on Cloud9 that's going to feel this Evelyn burn is Balls on that Rise, because a solo lane Rise usually starts out with that mana crystal and just 2 health potions, no wards at all. Evelyn can just walk right over there with no fear of being seen out even by early invade wards, because it's just going to be the pink ones that are effective against her. So going after Rise early and often to keep him behind could be a very viable strategy for Vulcan to get to the late game.
But it's interesting to see which way they place the lanes. You see the teams poised behind us, as I am completely ready for this. Moving to the third and Kobe to bring you the last match here in Week 5. Cloud9, number 1 in the NA LCS versus number 2, Team Vulcan. We're getting onto the Rift and underway as both teams head towards mid.
And we do have Rise starting out with that Sapphire Crystal just for the extra mana and bullying, and 2 pink wards picked up here on Lemon Nation. So we'll have to see where he ends up placing those pink wards, because those are going to be very important and a limited resource for this Cloud9 team.
Man, Cloud expecting to get crushed at level 2 buys himself his own red elixir.
Yeah, Zeds are known for their all-ins very early, burning ignites at even level 1 or level 2 with those red elixirs. But Mandatory Cloud on TF has bought a red elixir of his own, which is quite rare, but it actually has been done even in the LCS. Reginald on TF has been known to buy red elixirs too, so even the AP champions will very rarely go for those red elixirs because of the threat of being killed so early in the game, even with Flash Up.
No real offensive wards here. Completely defensive for this game in our last match of the day. So both of these teams have, yes, played, and they've been watching all of the games happen. So different things going through their mind, different intros and starting procedures have happened. It looks like both teams play it safe with the hard hat on here for the beginning of Game 6.
And both supports being fairly stingy with their wards, you have to be very selective where you're laying those, especially if you're Cloud9. 1 pink already down in the mid lane here, and that's where they're going to stick this Rise. So Cloud9 know that Balls would definitely be the easy target for Smithy, and they've made a nice adaptation here.
Ooh.
I love this. Maiden Champion Select, basically, they've decided to switch Balls over to the mid lane here and give him both pink wards at the middle, both of them on either side of that mid lane in the river.
Really a great choice here, and we actually see Zuna going quite hard here with Bloodwater. Smithy going and grabbing his red. He may come to offer a little support or soak up the top lane experience, and then they're going to meet for a 3v1 possibly.
So Smithy actually is not even going to go up to that top lane to soak up this free experience? Okay, there we go. He changed it, turns it back around. He says, Zuna and Bloodwater, you've got that blue buff. There's free experience up here, so I want to nab this. He gets all the way into the bush, and so whoever's in the top lane here, which is now high, instead of that Rise, is really under trouble.
Level 1. This is not going to be good. He flashes. They get the red buff on after the flash. They got the hook. First blood's going to be coming in here. He is going down, and it goes over to Smithy.
That is the second time today that we've seen in the top lane a gank, the solo laner dodging back when there's a thresh hook, but the thresh hook still landing because the particle is so big, and they throw it a little bit behind your solo laner, and they expect the dodge.
Forced movement.
Great job there by Bloodwater, landing that death sentence. And you have to give props too to Smithy sneaking into that bush. He got the red buff slow onto high, which made it even easier for Bloodwater to land that death sentence. Great job here by Vulcan again in the early game, making Cloud9 pay.
And the bottom lane aggression coming in here. 3v1 now to Psycho Sid. Lemonation takes another shot. He's going to be all right. Sneaky gets the kill. It goes on to Meteos. Great turret tanking coming in. They're still pressuring high. Level 1 under his turret to the actual level 6 coming in. 3 level 2s.
And it looks like we might even have another dive now. He's at half life and they're going down.
He has the shadow. There's the dodge. He gets back. The rocket jump. It goes to Zuna. The blue buff transfer. Not going anywhere. Oh, it goes to Zuna. He's still alive with the shield.
A great tower after a minute achievement here. And the bottom turret does go down first for Cloud9, but there's no one else to answer up in this top side, so they're going to get that too. Meanwhile, the Dragon Control, which we usually don't see this early in the game, is made available by this new pick who has a level 2 consume. He's got plenty of true damage to take this one out early.
They rock the Dragon down, but Vulcan delivering the absolute perfect amount of medicine back at Cloud9 in the form of aggression. Cloud9 says we have to react, we have to adapt. They bring it, and it's still 300 gold in favor of Cloud9 after all of that because of their Dragon move.
Yes. If you're checking at home, these are the top 2 teams in the league right now, and you can see why. Both teams executing game plans very, very well. The Evelyn playing to her strengths, going in invisible to come out with the first blood gank top. Meanwhile, Nunu with his Dragon Control, ganking bottom and immediately taking that objective. Great job by both teams here. Action-packed game, only 4.5 minutes in.
One turret on each side evens out what map pressure has been lost and gained on both sides here. 2-1, Xmithy showing himself mid. There's privy information for Cloud9 to be aggressive.
Yeah, and the information is definitely a high priority in this game. You can see that by Vulcan's inventory right now. 4 members with wards. And here comes the flash.
Elimination getting caught out. Xmithy was there, but he never showed himself the second time he comes in stealth style.
That is them keeping track of cooldowns in all lanes. Great job by Vulcan here. You can tell they timed that flash from the bottom lane and knew that it was a free kill, so Mantor Cloud was not wasting his flash to go for that one. Great job in answer and bring back the gold lead.
And they're able to now leave Zuna to free farm in the top lane. 80 carry free farming at 5.5 minutes in.
That plus Shen freezing down bottom over here. They've left Psycho Sid. He's not pushing this wave at all. So they're going with the patented freeze your lane and force Cloud9 to make a move. This early in the game, it's fairly hard for them to grab something now that Dragon's already down. Vulcan don't have more to lose by freezing this lane, so let's go ahead and do it.
A quick kill makes Sneaky grab up another Doran's Blade, trying to get fast damage out of that volley. Looks like Bloodwater pressuring balls here in the middle lane. These guys are just zoning each lane that they can periodically, one after the other. Xmithy leaves this one, probably will go up top, maybe try to zone out that one. They are keeping the CS off, or actually minion kills off of Cloud9.
And it looks like Cloud9's answer to this freezing in the bottom lane here for Vulcan is to just send 3 more members there and continue the pressure deep onto this side. The reason this is made possible is because they've warded up the blue side jungle here. But it opens up again. High over here. He just uses Shadow.
Tries to get on. It looks like he will be able to get out of this one. He still has 75% HP. It's ticking on him with that grievous wound. It looks like it's Smithy. No red buff, but these guys are going to waltz it down. Long walks by the Baron Pit is something we love. Balls is going to join in here. A 2v2. Zuna has his jump, but he is just patiently walking alongside, trying to get into range. High is on the side. Mandatory Cloud. He's got a red guard. It slows him. They put the ignite down. The jump comes in. There's the passive assist. Will he rocket jump again? He does not decide to go in, but they still pick up the coast-to-coast 2 kills.
Mandatory Cloud, red guard worth it. Close enough. There's Destiny
comes in, man. Cloud is participating in everything right here, putting his hand into what he can and what he can't.
They want to keep going.
Oh my gosh. Shen coming. Wow. Psycho Sid almost went down there. They have to be careful now.
Okay, that was a wasted Stand United. But besides that, amazing play right here from Vulcan. You can see why I say keep your eyes on Mandatory Cloud, because he's the playmaker and Smithy is not done. There's another kill for Smithy rewarded, and he hits level 6 with the Agony's Embrace on Sneaky, slowing him down for another death sentence.
Moving in, it's a double kill. Wow, really? These guys are everywhere they need to be at the right time, and Xmithy is making it happen. We can see why NK and Cat and Evelyn banned out last game.
Great job by Vulcan. It looks like their early game pressure back in Dallas was not, or back in Anaheim was not a fluke. They came out ready to play again, and they are definitely pushing back on this Cloud9 team, even with the Meteos on Nunu.
A lot of money for Sneaky here, trying to be put into quick damage. Goes for that pickaxe after the 2 Dorans. The Blade of the Rune King already coming out on Zuna, which is going to mean better objective control as well. And it's almost 9 minutes for Trist. She should not be ramping up at this point.
Yeah, you can tell he's got that gold lead because he keeps on getting the free farm top. This is part of Vulcan's secondary plan here. They've got so much pressure from the Evelyn and Twist of Fate, like we pointed out earlier in Champ Select, that it frees up that Tristana to be ignored in the top lane and accrue all of this free farm.
That's something we've also heard, you know, even Doublelift mentioned, Triss should leave that lane almost 30 CS behind, and that's all right. He's up ahead of the game right now, so he's going to be able to make moves. And we've seen Zuna rocket jumping into these fights. They're not afraid to continue the aggression. If it looks like it may not be happening, they're going to keep going.
And that's one of the reasons why Zuna almost always favors this build of the early Blade of the Rune King, because getting Cutlass is another slow for him, and he likes to jump in on his targets and use that aggressively for extra activation burst damage.
So let's take a little bit of stock of who else has what items. We have the Doran Shield start we've been seeing more recently by these top laners, or solo laners if you will. Shen coming out 0, 1, and 2, the Giant's Belt to start the split push when he can get that Sunfire Cape. Like you said, that stack of balls has been in mid. It's still coming up. The tier going into, again, the Catalyst, but we saw this from Kassadin last time. That means the late game stack up.
Exactly. He is going to be weak early because he's building just mana, isn't even getting boots right now, but he will be the late game salvation here for Cloud9. If he does ramp up when he gets his Rod of Ages completed and his Seraph's Embrace, that's a ton of damage. Another thing that we will have to look for here is if he goes with the recent trend in Korea, where before he even finishes his Seraph's Embrace, he'll go with that Spirit Visage, which adds cooldown reduction, which is very important for Ryze.
Going down towards the Dragon, the first one going over very quick, the Cloud9 that we saw. Looks like they will be getting just vision here. We'll see what kind of pressure Xmithy can draw from this Pink Ward, and then they'll decide what to do.
So it's actually Smithy chipping in here, doing his part to keep control of these global objectives. And they're having a Pink Ward fight between the junglers.
Oh, Smithy and Meteos going ham, but Bloodwater says, I'm going to put my hand in this one too. Meteos very close to going down. Mandatory Cloud ults with his team. It completely turned Cloud9 around. They wanted no part, and he wasn't even close to engaging or start. A double kill for Zuna, and they may look for Lemon, but they turn back for the Dragon.
Amazing job by Vulcan right here. They baited the fight with the Pink Ward combo there, and Meteos just getting a little too big right there. Wanted to fight it, and Vulcan don't hesitate to burn their globals, turn that one around, and get a free or an extra dragon on top of it.
That's going to be their dragon now, the first one. Now one to each team. ManCloud, the Death Mark. Oh, a little bit more damage, but he won't be able to finish it. The Ignite wears off.
Mandatory Cloud can do no wrong in this game. He is just off to an amazing start right here. And Smithy is the one who's actually ended up getting most of the last hits in all these skirmishes. So you have that very early advantage for a jungle Evelyn, which just makes the rest of Cloud9 very scared to go even through their own jungle without a giant line of Pink Wards.
Vulcan has a lot of players, and this isn't to tack on them or say bad things, but they have games where they've come from behind quite a bit. They know how to play from being down, but Cloud9 isn't formulating anything from what we usually see them doing. They're making the calls. They're the ones dictating where the positioning is on the map. But now that Vulcan has control, it's almost like Cloud9 has gone quiet.
I mean, you can tell how much of a problem Cloud9 have with Vulcan just in Champion Select.
Yeah.
They talked about it so many times in their interviews, and it's manifested itself here as they've given over 2 globals to Vulcan that they are able to use very early game to shore up the weaknesses of Tristana and basically make Tristana even an early game beast by giving him all of that free farm in the solo lane. And not only the double globals, I have to add this on, of Shen and TF, but also having Evelyn as your jungler it just adds so much more global pressure because they never know where she is. Even though she doesn't have the technically global teleport or anything, she does have that invisibility, which allows her to exert her pressure anywhere on the map.
Now let's talk about how fast this could change, Kobe, because we talk about it sometimes, but there are bounties to be had here. You have Xmithy be taken down by a high priority target like High, and then a Dragon follows. These guys could be back in the game.
Cloud9 are never out of a game.
Yeah.
We've seen before them come back from so many different things. I would have to say they always have a hope. And getting the bounty onto Evelyn would be a great first step because that's max bounty. That's 500 right there. The thing is, they've only got 2 other kills here on Mandatory Cloud and Zuna, so they haven't stacked up anything big yet either. The target is definitely that Evelyn, but if she does land her multiple person Agony's and Bracelet, it's a bit hard. So there's a great pink ward. They ended up paying the tax, and High will not go down this time to the Evelyn sneak attack.
Stand United still waiting to come up here. It doesn't look like any aggression comes from the vision of knowing where Xmithie is right now. No aggression from Sneaky or Lemon Nation in middle. They're still playing it safe. Maybe they know if they can't follow up on it, they don't want to start it.
Yeah, well, it is very dangerous for them still, and there's the Destiny.
What? What? Right in the face, he takes the turn. I don't think he wanted that to happen. This may be a we need to turn around. It looks like they're still kind of going. Psycho Sid goes in, but look how tanky they are. They can afford to like mess up the engagement.
So it was a little bit of miscommunication from Vulcan, but because of that flash taunt there by Psycho Sid, they were actually able to zone Cloud9 off of that turret, and they get the global objective anyway. Just no kills rewarded.
He didn't even need a Zanyas. He just took an arrow to the face and said, I'll stand still like I have one.
Yeah,
that was ridiculous.
He's got Psycho Sid over there, going to give him the giant shield from Stand United, so he's okay with tanking that one up for a little while. Plus, he has built that arm guard, which does give him a decent amount of armor, a lot more armor than you usually see from a TF, so it's okay for him to take a few tower hits, and that's just because he was itemizing for his lane against the AD assassin.
And really, he's taking the team's aggression with him. That's not a very scary TF. He has 2 rings in that Seekers. He's not going to blow you away when he hits you. But that port in says, holy crap, we need to get out of here. So even in his position, he knows what he can play with.
Yeah, and Sneaky does have to be scared of that TF port. Even though TF doesn't have a lot of damage on him, Ashe, early game, is very squishy and doesn't have an escape of her own. That's why you saw him not hesitate to use his crystal arrow there. As soon as the port's coming in, fire that one up right in his face, because that's all that Ashe really has to escape at this point in the game.
A 6,000 gold lead, we said before the game. Vulcan does well at holding a 2,000 gold lead. So not rather they got the bag of chips and everything else to go with it. The needlessly large rod picked up right now by ManCloud, so that will be a nice burst in damage for him. Sunfire Cape finished up on Psycho Sid so they can continue the split push that much more, and it looks like Cloud9 still trying to answer. Not a lot of wards on the map right now, though.
Yeah, so the options are very
wards.
Very easy for Vulcan at this point. All they have to do is put their wards now deep inside of Cloud9's jungle and continue to use either Shen or TF as a split pusher. Meanwhile, Cloud9 have very limited options. They have to use Ashe's Crystal Arrow to pick someone off. Because if they don't pick someone off, they won't win that team fight. There's so many globals on Vulcan that they have to back up their teammates that if Cloud9 pick off the wrong person, the fight will just completely turn tables.
And we talked about a little bit last time, Lemon Nation on Zyra. Zyra, a very hard champion to die. Vulcan has found their way around that with the shield Psycho Sid brings, with not knowing where Xmithie is. These guys have kind of taken away the niche engagements or disengages that Cloud9 has. So instantly adapting to these fights is something they need to do.
And even their duelist in high on that Zed just now finished his Blade of the Ruin King, whereas Tristana, the AD carry here for Vulcan, Zuna already had his. So he was actually has just as much dueling potential there as the AD carry here. He can split push, and since Tristana is so safe as an AD carry with a rocket jump and her buster shot, he can split push on that AD carry safely and not have to worry about Cloud9 collapsing on him.
And this is Cloud9 really going for the late game here. That Rod of Ages isn't finished on balls yet, so that has still time to ramp up. Another Dragon, the second one, going towards Vulcan here at 17.5 minutes in. The 6,000 gold lead stays true to them. 2-1 in turrets as they look to drop another one. So Dragon into a turret unanswered.
Yeah, you can see
C9.
Even high there, backing off from Zuna. Very wary of the rest of Vulcan that were just seen at Dragon. He doesn't want to overcommit to that one. He pulls all the way back to the secondary turret, but Xmithie is even going to sniff him out back down here.
We have the Oracles coming out on the side of Lemon Nation, so it looks like Cloud9 is waiting to get themselves and their jungle back as their own. Right now it's to guard these turrets. So much pressure from Vulcan, and knowing they can't take Baron allows them to do things like this in bottom.
Oh, there it is on the Zuna, the initiation.
Coming in, Zuna pushes him back. A great buster shot there. And it's not followed up with any damage after the death mark.
And that's amazing restraint from Vulcan. They did not panic and burn the Stand United. They saved it there. So a good cooldown still up for Vulcan, and they continue their dual lane split pushing here. The reason they have Shen top is because Stand United can actually affect that bottom lane here. Smithy picking a fight with Balls.
Ball's able to put out some damage. That Radovage is now charging up. His blue buff. Give it to the team. He flashes the arrow. Beautiful work there in the fast fingers.
Great reactions there from Smithy. So that was one of the globals down here. The Destiny was actually popped for Mandatory Cloud, which, by the way, that's the reason he was in the middle, is because the TF Destiny can only get about halfway, whereas Shen can come anywhere on the map.
He is going to find how to get there any way possible. Right now, given Hai good harassment in the top, you can just see Hai expending all of his energy in that battle to farm. And it's just going to be Vorpal Blades for Psycho Sid. So he's got any chance he needs to get down to help the team. Smithy there being pushed out by Meteos. I thought he was going in, but here's a restraint on Balkan, knowing that they can just continue this poke.
Zuna getting very, very confident right now. So we've seen this actually be a problem for Vulcan. Sometimes Zuna gets a little too overconfident when they are winning this far, and he makes some positional mistakes, which are pretty easy to do when you are Tristana and you're ahead. You feel like you want to jump in and get all those kills. He still should remain calm and just ride this lead out, because Vulcan still can easily give this game right back to Cloud9.
And Vulcan's communication is the same as Cloud9's right now, or Zuna would not have 3,000 gold in his pocket. Usually you go back when you have 1,500, so you can continue to scale with the game, or near 2,000. To have that much gold means the communication is, hang on, let's slow things down.
Exactly, and that's why he was so confident. They've been able to feed Zuna free lane farm since about 3-4 minutes into this game.
Oh, so crazy. 194 to 145 in that realm of the AD carry CS. We see 146 to 138 in the top, and the mid lane is 163 to 159. So, as you pointed out, that free farm has contributed muchly, and now he's not even looking at any real armor yet on the side of Cloud9. So these fights can get real scary with that Infinity Edge being built.
These fights are going to get real scary real quick here, because the global pressure still up for Vulcan here. The Stand United, they haven't pulled the trigger on that one, and it's allowed that Shen to become extremely tanky himself too. So not only do they have a ridiculous backline threat in Zuna, they have a very, very strong frontline tank in Psycho Sid.
Yeah, he's going beefcake, looking for that Randuin's next. Just Giant's Belt on Giant's Belt like it was a sale down at the store. 11 to 1 are the kills. If you haven't taken a look at that score script lately, Vulcan has not been able to find any more kills, but that's because Cloud9 is definitely playing it safe. They may get one here, though. Huge shots from Zuna. The box goes down, and they can't even get close to him. He is given that power to go. Oh, so aggressive. Jumps past the turret so he doesn't grab aggro. The positioning, oh, so good coming in from Vulcan right now. ManCloud eats the arrow once again with good hands. Looks like they grab the turret, and once again, just out pressure these guys.
Yeah, and there's again, Vulcan, they are basically a 5-man team down in this bottom lane, even with Shen top and Twisted Fate middle, because both of those champions can instantly join the fight. And because they picked off Balls so early, got him down to 50%, able to even dive turrets.
This has to be the one time we've really seen Cloud9 not bring that Zac initiation, that Jarvan, that's something that can jump into the fight for them. They are waiting for something to happen every time, and it's not their forte.
I feel like it's Cloud9 who were baited. They bought into the hype of Nunu here, and Cloud9 almost thought a little bit too much about it. Everyone in North America has been talking about Nunu being this guaranteed first pick.
Yeah.
But really, it's not a guaranteed strategy that you can easily pull off. Just having the Nunu is only half the battle, Riv. You got to actually be able to steal away the early buffs and keep up the vision inside your enemy's jungle, which is why Vulcan did that start where they had the support and AD take away blue buff.
But Kobe, how can you, when it's a 7-0-3, an Eve that's in every lane when you want to be counter jungling? It's so hard, and Smithy has done everything to the T to get things done for his team this game.
Smithy definitely deserves a shout out. Exceptional play on that Evelynn, using her kit for exactly what it was meant for. The invisibility that you get starting out the game allowed them to snowball that top lane. He's the whole reason why Zuna is this strong. Because of those 2 repeated ganks on high up top and allowing them to take that turret, he's the reason why they got that huge early advantage.
We'll see what else Cloud9 can put in their hands here to stop that Smithy. Stop that Evelyn. They're still working with just the Sightstone. Buying up the pink wards has, like we said, cost a lot of money in that mini game of playing Find the Evelyn. Make sure she's not 7-0-3.
And because Cloud9 almost outthought themselves where they put both of their pink wards in the level 1 around that Ryze in the middle to protect Ryze, they actually left High up in the top lane blind. And that's exactly the weak point that Vulcan went after.
Zuna and Vulcan controlling the objectives thoroughly right now with a near 10,000 gold lead as it ticks up slowly, still CSing in each lane. The top outer turret from Cloud9 here to be dropped. They're trying to fund themselves with a little bit of that global gold, get a little bit more vision on the map. It looks like Cloud going in here, gets a few good attacks onto it, but like we said, he doesn't have that burst damage yet, so it's to create the utility of the fight. The box goes down. Again, Vulcan trying to micro that damage to the turret in and out. Zuna has not been focused, but he still has the turret on him. They continue to go on to the fight, and he finds himself another kill coming out, a triple overall for the top turret in favor of Cloud9.
And that was because both solos of Cloud9 were up top trying to take out Psycho Sid. Smithy now is going to get found out here. How'd he go seek your hit?
He didn't say Ali Oxenfree. He would have been perfectly fine.
Okay.
He would have been fine. Sometimes you forget when you grow old.
Yeah, that's like when you walk into the kitchen and the little 5-year-old is just hiding behind the refrigerator door there. I see you, buddy. Your shoes are sticking out. He does go down for free. So that is Smithy finally dying, and that bounty you're talking about finally going over to Cloud9. So they at least got a tiny bit of gold in their pockets now.
The Blade, the Rune King, we saw finished on Zed earlier. He gets that last Whisper on. Finally, he does have quite a bit of armor to deal with on the other side. ManCloud, again, throwing himself into the fire to begin that fight and really waiting on that Zhonya's, just baiting people out, saying, hit me, then finally hitting it. The Lich Bane is there, allowing them, we've seen it, increase that speed on objective taking, and the turrets, which are in their favor, 4-2.
Yeah, he's got the items to back up his play now, and it was just such a fortuitous destiny that he pulled off in that last dive, because not only did it allow him to go in directly on Sneaky, but it revealed the solo laners of Cloud9, like I said, High and Balls, were up all the way in that top lane trying to pull off their gank on Psycho Sid. Very hard to pull off those sneaky bush ganks when the other team has TF, which will reveal your entire team.
So we got about 375 gold spent in wards. Just the pink ones coming out. Meteo's placed his down. We can see that High still has one. Lemon Nation picking one up. Does he still have his Oracle? So these guys are, no, he does not. So that went down as well. They're trying to stay safe. And really a 7, like we said, 7-1-4, coming in super strong. He is initiating the fights. Vulcan is coming out big, but Cloud9 doing what they need to. They've stretched this one out, and they're starting to be able to fight back.
So at this point, Vulcan really need to turn the screws and keep on the pressure here with the objectives. They actually have a new option open to them at this stage in the game, since they have accrued enough items to take down Baron very quickly. They can use Psycho Sid and Mandatory Cloud to keep up pressure in the lanes and sneak Baron with their AD carry that has Last Whisper, Blade of the Ruin King, and Infinity Edge. That Zuna can easily burn down Baron if they decide to switch gears and go for that purple buff instead.
It's something that Marn started doing when Tristana, Heartbeat started bringing it back with Blade of the Rune King. Build it for objectives. Shred down Baron, shred down Dragon. So like you said, that option is super open. And Vulcan, we know the aggression of him. He has that red buff, playing a little bit aggressive, dodging out the grasping root, get himself some CS on the Thorns. Looks like they will start to pressure this turret. They're just not even scared right now. They're taking turret shots in front of Cloud9.
Well, you can see, this is one of the reasons why everyone talks about Tristana's late game hyper carry potential, is her ability to siege turrets. Her range at level 16 already up to 685 right now, and it will break 700 even by the time he gets to that level 18. So he can get those free shots off on the turret that we're seeing right now. Plus, with the Lantern of Thresh, he even has extra escapes.
Just find his way out. Psycho Sid being a bully.
Those free shots off on the turret that we're seeing right now. Plus, with the Lantern of Thresh, he even has extra escapes.
Just find his way out. Psycho Sid being a bully in the bottom lane. Rocking out with this Sunfire Cape, trying to push.
Oh, there's the Crystal Arrow initiate.
He jumps it away. He gets a pretty good shield coming out. Deathmark going right down on him. High takes a few shots, and he gets almost obliterated on that. Going down, Zuna is godlike coming into this. Where are you going, man? Cloudy just puts it on for vision. He is a little too close and takes a turret shot to boot. They are still going to be right on the Stranglethorn. It's going to be Psycho Sid up. He is the tankiest one, and he's not taking much damage from Rise.
Actually a good trade there. 1-for-1 is something Cloud9 will take every day, but the turret will not be long for this world.
Taken down there by Zuna. You can see him a quick twist to the neck as he shakes that one off, prepares his team for the next fight. 16-4, 28 minutes into this matchup. The 10,000 gold lead you think would allow Zuna and team to kind of start the train up a little bit harder and run it right into the front door, but it's been Cloud9 able to find a way to stall that train out.
So that was exactly what Cloud9 would prefer to have start out the team fights, is a Crystal Arrow onto Zuna, followed up by assassination attempts from High. But with the Stand United there, Zuna was able to stay alive, and they weren't able to finish off the rest of that team fight. So basically it was High diving into Vulcan and Smithy diving into Cloud9 to keep them back, and both of those heroes losing their lives.
And here, Kobe, as we reach 30 minutes, we take stock again of the items. The Bulwark coming out instead of the fast Randuin, so they give the AoE magic resistance to the team. And that Spirit Visage, yes, finished off onto Rise finally.
Yeah, so we did have Balls go for that popular Korean build where they'll get that Spirit Visage before finishing the Seraphs because of the cooldown reduction and also because of the increased healing from when he pops his ultimate. 20% is actually a huge amount because of the massive spell vamp that Rise does get when he pops his ulti.
Fourth Dragon going over to Vulcan of the game, and you can see it increasing in that gold lead at the top of the screen. Next to the kills, an arrow dodged out there, but he jumps into the rest of the team. They take out the assassination and the engagement that Vulcan's been bringing to the fight.
That was because we had Stand United still down, so there was not an extra answer here from Vulcan, and Cloud9 doing exactly what they... Oh, here comes Balls, he's not done!
Desperate power, he throws it on. It's going to be mandatory Cloud in the Zanyas. Oh, in absolute zero, they're forced to flash out of it. Stranglethorn popping up the entire team of Vulcan. The focus on Zuna. Can he keep himself out? The damage is gone for the AD carry, and it's going to be Sneaky coming from the back line. High to finish off the kill, and he picks it up with the blades. Zuna now in the front, a little too sure of himself. The shutdown bounty going to Meteos.
And this is why you never count Cloud9 out, because they can turn team fights being more than 10k gold down. Great execution right there, starting it off with the Crystal Arrow pick and then turning it into the Venn diagrams of the Nunu ult plus the Stranglethorns from Zyra to turn that team fight.
That was a full bounty shutdown going from Tristana. That's going to be very nice for them to bring in. Smithy looking to get back in here. You can see High just kind of putting his arms back, relaxing on that one. The team all smiles right now for Meteos to Sneaky on your screen.
You can take a breather after that one, guys.
Absolutely.
Amazing execution to get right back in this game. Vulcan hesitate for a second to finish it off. And even though Smithy flashes the Crystal Arrow, he still was bursted down so quickly because of the long cooldown on the Stand United, which is the counterplay that's built into this Shen. Like, he's not just some amazing 100% win champion, and that's why, because the cooldowns on these global ultimates are much longer than those of the sort of normal ultimates, I guess.
We have to thumbs up Cloud9 completely buying wards the whole time. Everybody's chipping in, and it finally paid off. They had to blow a few flashes, but they took down Smithy, and it looked like a better fight for them overall as they just walked through that one. It wasn't Vulcan being able to have any peel or any answer back, so it's Vulcan to not make that mistake again.
That's why everyone's always talking up wards as the strongest item in the game. Because even at points like this, when you're down over 10k gold, Cloud9 showing solo cures everywhere that you can still have hope and you can come back from these. What you need to look for are the pick-off opportunities.
Probably going to have a change in thought, a change in mindset, that is, for Smithy. He may be by the team a little bit more, only coming around the backside when he knows it's going to be safe. No more single roam for him. The wards are out for him. He has a pink ward, so it looks like he will still be trying to get himself into some tricky positions and get ready for these fights.
Yeah, I mean, and that's exactly why we aren't seeing Cloud9 go aggressive after their, oh, you know, we had a great win on our team fight and we got Baron. they're very much aware that they're still behind in this game.
Yes.
Just because we are congratulating them on a very well-executed mini comeback there, they've got a lot bigger of a hill to climb to get on top of this game. They're definitely still on the back foot, and even with that Baron buff, they're a little bit scared to engage on Vulcan.
Well, they're definitely doing the right things, Kobe. That used to be an 11-1 score. Yeah, Vulcan picked up a few more, but picking up 6 more for themselves has been very good, and definitely the gold they need coming into high, coming on to sneaky as well. Elimination, like we said, able to get that Ruby Sightstone out in this wards that they've needed so much for that power, so much for that vision.
And all the wards, by the way, this ward battle that's going on is all in Cloud9's jungle. Like, we don't even have Vulcan's jungle as an option here. Nobody's even thinking about placing stuff down on that side of the map because that is a long ways away for either of them right now.
The ball has been on this side.
Exactly. And we can see Cloud9 immediately pulled back from that mid turret. Even that outer turret, they have no option to push that one down because of Shen's constant split pushing bottom.
And also to see what kind of strength the mid turret holds. It hasn't been much pressure from Cloud9, but there's been a lot of focus on Vulcan to keep that up. They know that spreads to the buffs, right? Nobody's going to go outside to go all the way in. It's really helping them keep a defensive wall across the whole river.
That is basically their base of operations where most of their plays are coming from.
Mid-turret.
Exactly, because they want that Twisted Fate, that Mandatory Cloud in the middle so that he can have the option of either helping Shen top or joining the rest of the team bottom. And so that point of control of the map is just so crucial that they've put everything to keep that one turret standing.
Also, that double global doesn't allow hardly any split push to come from Cloud9. Right now, Cloud9 making that forward part of, or rather Vulcan making that forward part of Cloud9 jungle theirs.
Exactly. Cloud9 are not the ones to make the first move anymore. They have to wait for the opportunity to land another crystal arrow from Ashe onto a high priority target that is either Smithy or Zuna and burst that champion down before they can be the ones going on the offensive.
Once it gets to this 5 to these 6 items, it kind of erases what's happened in the game. Besides you have it in turrets and inhibitors down, these fights go to positioning, they go to mechanics, and really that final focus. The items are just the perk of the fight.
Exactly. The items are just the power in the punch that you are packing. It's all about that positioning, and especially for Vulcan here, you have to keep your eyes on Smithy because he's the one that's trying to be coming in from the sides here. Evelyn players are always trying to flank the enemy team to come in on the squishier targets from the back, because if you land your Agnes Embrace on more people, then you're rewarded with a bigger shield. So you want to try and get to the back line and hit as many people from the side as you can, which makes you more tanky, which allows you to go in.
So the timer now for Vulcan, as they get themselves back and tanked up just a little bit more, going to be 38-10 coming out on that Baron. They are going to get themselves back and set for that. Wouldn't be surprised if we see Psycho Sid go back towards that bottom lane for a global pressure stand united towards that Baron.
The Baron coming up in 1 minute and 20 seconds will certainly be a highly contested objective of the game.
Both teams know it. They're getting wards out.
Vulcan, while it's a bit safer to siege up, if they can draw Cloud9 out to the center of the map, and not even, if they don't even get Baron, it doesn't matter. As long as they can draw Cloud9 out and land some kills, then they can take those death timers at this point in the game are long enough for Vulcan to easily break through an inhibitor turret.
There's the Destiny to figure out where everyone is. Bloodwater trying to zone out here. Good shots from Meteos. The arrows used onto Bloodwater. That's a lot of focus onto the support. Stranglethorn does not stop Zuna. He is left on the outside to be open. They try to get the box in. A great flash in from Bloodwater really shuts down the team. Balls and team trying to get back in, but he falls down high to take down Nick Smithy. He gets himself a killing spree. The outside of this fight is chaotic. Everybody is trying to find the right positioning.
And Cloud9 actually come out ahead on that one. They got 2 kills. It's going to be up to Meteos and High to heal quickly, but they answer
over the shoulder, and Zuna finishes off another kill. He is taking turret shots right now. He needs to get himself to safety.
Zuna's still firing away at the turret, but he stayed too long!
Oh, they hits him. The arrow followed him through the air. High to now have red buff. Bloodwater's going to get knocked up on this one, and he's going to get taken down. The double kill going to Sneaky. The 80 carries getting fed.
So let's go all the way back to the beginning of that fight that was initiated there Mandatory Cloud did actually a really nice job teleporting in and immediately Zhonya's-ing so that 3 members of Cloud9 grouped up around his Zhonya's position and allowed Smithy to land a 3-member Agony's Embrace, but it wasn't enough. And because of the positioning there of Zuna, they were able to come out with a head and a second Baron going down to Cloud9.
Absolutely ridiculous. Lemon Nation with an immaculate Stranglethorn there. He put it right in, knocked up 2, and Zuna's like, I have to run in the opposite direction of this fight. Like you said, that positioning hurt them in the fight. Cloud9 finding ways back in.
Exactly. Even though the Crystal Arrow landed on Bloodwater, which is not ideal,
yeah.
Zuna was zoned back by that to dodge it, which allowed the Stranglethorns to zone for another 2 seconds there. So a great combo of Lemon Nation and Sneaky. Actually, even though they didn't kill Zuna, they negated his damage for the first part of that fight, which allowed Cloud9 to take down those early targets. And just Cloud9 are making one of the best cases for a comeback that I have seen all summer.
We said it just a few seconds ago, Kobe. It's going to be the positioning in the fight. That's still a 9,000 gold lead right now. If you can do math right, I had to add it up for a second. But with a 9,000 gold lead, that's a few core items for multiple people. That means you are up in damage. In scaling, everybody's just about level 18 besides the supports and maybe the jungles. Smithy is 17. So Cloud9 is showing that they have the better fight prowess.
Exactly. The longer we go, the less those level advantages matter that Vulcan have, because everybody's capping out here. And one of the biggest items that was just now completed for Cloud9 was the Void Staff on Rise. So he actually will get a huge amount of increase in his damage because of the percentage penetration that offers.
And you can see where Cloud9 puts themselves right now, where they're thinking, we have Baron, we're going to use this to completely defend. They know they don't need to pressure themselves in anything silly.
Yeah, I said it last time, which was the 30-minute Baron or so still that they got. They didn't use it to go offensively, and still,
10 minutes later,
the second Baron even that they've gotten, they still do not want to overextend, because Vulcan can do exactly what they did all early game, which was use the Stand United and Destiny to pick off the members of Cloud9 and make them pay for splitting and poor positioning.
Zuna definitely showing that he has the items in his favor with the Phantom Dancer and the Quicksilver Sash already created with the Distortion Boots to keep that barrier and flash coming up quite quick. It looks like it will be a Quicksilver Sash for Sneaky, but he's a little ways off of that. See if it affects the fight greatly in this next engage if they go for it.
So Baron is going to drop in another minute and a half here. Until that time, Cloud9 are pretty much safe to defend their inhibitor turrets. They don't have to worry about the siege here from Vulcan because of the regeneration and the extra stats that buff offers.
Whole lot of items coming out for both teams. Looking at each inventory right now, that Hex Drinker on top of Randuin's as well. High starting to build a little selfish mitigation for the damage that he's finding as well, and that's what you're going to be able to do once you start hitting these 6 items. You see everybody start to build for themselves a bit.
And the reason we've had this adaptation from High has a lot to do with Zuna's defensive item that he's gone with, which is the Quicksilver Sash. So he can Quicksilver Sash off that death mark, which is basically half of the burst damage that High would be putting out. So High's opting a little bit more survivability there to stay in longer and be able to make use of his other damaging abilities and not just be a one-hit wonder relying all on the death mark.
And we have to consider in the last 3 or 4 minutes, since this Baron's been taken, so it hasn't been that long because then that Baron would be wearing off, that these guys haven't even really seen each other. There are a crap load of wards in the jungle right now. There's probably like $1,000 worth of wards by both teams in that jungle. Nothing on Vulcan's side. Like we've said, the game hasn't happened over there this time, but they are just waiting this out. Like I said, they haven't seen each other for the last 5 minutes.
And they haven't seen Dragon either. Neither team feels like that global gold over there is even worth their time walking over to, because even though Vulcan have complete control of the map, they've had to keep pressure up on all 3 lanes to keep vision of Cloud9, and they haven't had the opening to go for that Dragon here. Very interesting turn of events with the Tristana shoving that top lane. Cloud9 know that most of the damage here for Vulcan's not available.
Oh, the flash on the Man Cloud. They have a only 5-on-1. He gets out. No way! Vulcan gets the turret. He gets the Thresh Express. He bought his monthly card. Bloodwater's there for the save. They go turret for turret, and it's a teleport for a push in the bottom lane.
Great job by Mandatory Cloud, baiting that one in, wasting their time, and allowing the opening for the inhibitor turret from Zuna.
That was the ridiculous positioning by the Thresh Lantern. Considering the entire team of Cloud9 was hatching the Lantern, I don't know how Mandatory Cloud found it.
It's pretty hard to click on one of those, and if you body block it very hard, Mandatory Cloud still has his flash up because of that Dark Passage. And with one inhibitor down, the hardest part of the game for Vulcan has now been passed. They actually have the opening into the base of Cloud9 finally.
That gets scary. Psycho Sid.
Oh, there's the barrel.
Oh, they hit Zuna. There's the cleanse and the sash. When he gets hit up, that means the death mark is going to hit. He gets down. Balls hits him with one more Q. Balls goes down as well. The 1-for-1 retribution kill. The shutdown going over to Elimination. This is going to be an obliteration fight for Cloud9, and Sneaky picks himself up another one.
And you can see how Vulcan, the two members that could get away, did not hesitate to leave everyone behind, because if that was an ace, Cloud9 could very well hide on.
Oh, Smithy goes in. He goes the death mark, not death mark rather, but the E from High going off, saving him quite easily. Looks like they won't have minions for this turret, just a few, but they're gonna try to tank this one out.
Smithy just pulled so much pressure off of the base of Vulcan right now by stopping High's back. But he's actually going for the bottom turret, and they're looking to trade inhibitor turrets right now. That would actually benefit Cloud9.
There is, oh, High goes in, Smithy popping out the Zanyas, does not, as he throws down the ultimate, won't have the damage though. The Ignite's gonna be there. It won't allow him to get back, and that sustain goes down. They will lose the inhibitor. Cloud9 trading very nicely.
Ooh, so not only did Smithy not go back to base to defend their inhibitor turret, but High comes down to answer, make him pay for trying to split push that. Very, very good answer here from Cloud9, just clawing their way back into this game.
And this is where Cloud9 wanted to be. They get the little extra pieces of candy. Everybody can buy an Oracle now. The no Eve surprises are going to come out. We saw High put one under his belt there, as well as a Thorn Mail coming out. Like we said, once these 6-item builds start coming out, the previous part of the game pretty much gets erased, and it's all about the now.
Well, you talked about the positioning earlier in the game. About 20 or 30 minutes ago, we were talking about positioning, and I was talking about Zuna having a tendency to get a little overconfident and be on the front lines, and we saw them pay for it right there too, where the arrows are landing on Zuna, forcing him to use his Quicksilver very fast. This Baron timer for Cloud9 gonna pay off once again. Another Baron going down for them.
Coming in on that one. Finally bringing the gold within 3,000, a reasonable amount, but they don't care. They've been fighting with 10,000 down, and it's been going well for them. With 3,000 down, this is starting to go sour for Vulcan, and they know they're starting to lose ground in these fights.
They definitely were not ready for that Baron stake, and they finally actually turned their attention over to the Dragon to try and answer.
6-1.
But now the Destiny comes out, and they could actually go for a pick.
Dragon, I thought that was a body, but it was just the lizard falling over, going down. Nobody gets hurt. Zuna makes it out.
So they have both red buffs there. Destiny for a red buff steal. At this point in the game, Vulcan are not looking to dive onto Cloud9, so the cooldown on that Destiny will be back up before they need to exert that pressure again, and it's not a wasted ultimate. That was actually a pretty good steal to get another red buff.
Thornmail's getting a lot of love in this game. We have 3 on the map now. Psycho Sid purchased one. There's also one on Meteos, and we said High has one to himself, along with the highest CS in the game at 370. So no, 409 coming in from Zuna. I guess it's been all that free farm.
Yeah, Zuna's a fairly rich man. He's actually got that Mercurial Scimitar upgrade now, so the only thing that he could possibly continue to spend money on besides consumables with those elixirs is changing over his Distortion Berserker Greaves to a Zephyr for the extra CC reduction. Which would be an interesting trade-off. Since he is being hit with so many crystal arrows, he might actually consider it so that he could save his Quicksilver Sash or his Mercurial Scimitar activation for that death mark.
I feel like Cloud9 is antsy on this one. They know what to do, and they don't want to rush out of the base. They need to wait for that inhibitor, but I'm sure they don't want to use this consecutive Baron that they've been grabbing for defense again. They want to use one of these for offense. The lanes have been forced not in their favor. Cleaning that up right now. They may still get to use Baron for a fight, but Vulcan is trying to make that non-existent.
Cloud9 are doing such a good job staying calm, and we keep seeing the player cams over there showing them after every Baron a sigh of relief and 4 more minutes of game time extended there for them. Every single one of those is one step in getting back in this game, though. They know that they cannot overextend after one of those, and that's why they haven't been pushing this. They're taking it one step at a time and making sure they don't drop this game.
Kobe, that ward down by Wraiths, or Wolves, I should say, in the bottom half of the map, that's probably one of the first ones they've had to place there, thinking they're going to get aggressed on in the past 30 minutes. So you can see that Vulcan is considering Cloud9 very much has the way to get this back in their favor.
They definitely are now thinking about the dangers of the Cloud9 offensive movements, which have not been a problem for the first 40 minutes of this game.
Sometimes it takes that long. We've seen teams do it. Chronologic Gaming loves this style, have adapted to different ones, but it can still be used, and Cloud9 is really doing it for the first time here towards the late game. I think it's actually the second time they put it in the late game, but this time, the first, they've been stressed this hard.
Yeah, and this late into the game, we're seeing some very interesting changes because of the team comps and the late game item builds. When you have Guardian Angels starting to come into play, it makes it very, very dangerous for Vulcan to have continued engages now. They would much rather have sporadic fights and be able to pull out after dropping someone, because if that Ryze revives and gets back up, talking about that earlier Spirit Visage build, he'll be able to regain a whole bunch of life once he does get back up. Pop that ultimate and you get so much spell vamp that he can actually sustain for a very long time.
So the scores will just go from what they were. It was 11-1. Then it was 16-7. Now it's 19-15. Within 4. Within that 3,000, well, it's 4,000-ish gold right now. And 7-5 in turrets, as Cloud9 has also been closing that gap.
Cloud9 are definitely going to look for an arrow very soon here, because that Shen is split pushing bottom.
There's the Destiny from Twisted Fate. Shen's going to be coming back in. They try to lock down this fight. Man Cloud in the backside. Psycho Sid goes with the taunt back to Sneaky. Sneaky is not doing damage to the full bore of the team, but the arrow comes in. Bloodwater on the backside. Zuna is still alive, wreaking havoc from the back line. Gets slowed by the Ice Blast.
Guardian Angel number 1 is down. Number 2 was also popped on high. Both of the Guardian Angels are down, and Zuna can re-engage.
Oh, Zuna started shooting a minion instead of Meteos. Oh my gosh, he's getting taken down now. Meteos back in the fight. One more Ice Blast. It's going to be Psycho Sid getting hit up. How unfortunate could that have been?
Shen is still alive. Now you have to worry about the home guards coming out as Vulcan are trying to recall to get back into the fountain.
Cloud9, after 40 minutes of being on their heels, going for the first Nexus turret. It's 40 seconds on Twisted Fate and Zuna. They're going to be going to the fight. Smithy has the power to push them back. Lemon Nation goes down, and the Nexus is safe for now.
Those are the 2 home guards right there, Smithy and Psycho Sid. With those guys just paying for them, they got 2 more kills, and now they have control of the map once again with an exposed inhibitor and 60-second death timers. We'll have to see if they actually want to make an offensive move here.
They will have to do something. That bottom inhibitor can completely be pressured with a Ryze and an Ashe up right now. Sneaky headed towards the bottom lane. They don't have ward coverage of where they're going, but they are hauling ass down mid.
And we talked about cooldown management earlier in the game. Vulcan need to time these Guardian Angels, because those are the game-changing items right now. 5 minutes is the revive cooldown on those Guardian Angels, and Vulcan need to keep that in mind for the next team fights. If those come back up mid-team fight, that would be devastating for them.
Mandatory Cloud. Looks like he's going to pick up his blue, and then he will return to the fight. Their lanes are quite pushed for aggression that they want to put on right now. Only the bottom lane being pinged out that's past river. That's pretty much where you want to get it cleared to. Approaching 52 minutes into this game at 22-17 between the number 1 team in the league, Cloud9, versus the number 2, Vulcan, and they are giving us just that matchup.
It's very interesting that we just saw Cloud9 come out with a win, but because that game is so late, a middle inhibitor down for Vulcan does not mean a whole lot. They are not worried about the mid-line of siege minions, because they have both TF and Shen who could easily clear side lanes of minions and join a team fight around Baron. You can see Sid, he's all the way down in that bot lane. Usually that would be a terrible thing.
Yeah.
But he can come in and fight for this Baron. What Vulcan have to do is keep up their vision on that Baron, because they don't want to give up another one.
The Banshee's Veil taking off a Sneaky right there, but it's not going to matter. The rest of the Destinies really giving them clear vision. And it's up to this point of what's going to happen. Who has it? Lichbane on that man cloud, able to take one down. They're going to pressure this in the mid lane. They're not going to let them back as easily as they want to just run here.
Cloud9 have to make a move, and they just whiffed the arrow bottom. So that was a huge engage that's gone. Mantor Cloud, though, in a very, very tough situation. He's cornered in the base.
Oh, he threw the card instead of waiting on it. Going to go ahead and sit on this one, but his team is at Baron buff.
He is going to get a little bit of damage onto High, but High can heal up pretty quickly, and here's the engage at Baron.
Taking it down. Meteos is in the front line, trying to get that absolute zero off. He can't get to the back. He's trying to Ice Blast on Azuna. So much focus went to Zuna, pushing him out of the base, and it might have been what they needed here at the Baron Den. Psycho Sid taking so much. Zuna's forced to back. They're saying, you are our last defense.
They were able to get the Baron, but at this point in the game, that's not worth 4 members because Cloud9 can go right up the middle here and end the game.
This is what they wanted at this point in the game, Kobe. We talked about a lot of what happened not meaning anything. Any fight at 60-second game timers is a one and done if you make it happen right.
It looks like Cloud9 are just going to go for that win right here. Nexus turret won't stand a chance.
The lockdown towards Zuna. He has red buff, but there's no kiting to be done. The fight is in his face. He goes down. Cloud9 comes back from what looked like an impossible win and keep themselves on top at number 1.
Congratulations. Look at them. What? They can't even believe it. That was the most amazing comeback that we have seen in the summer split.
GG. Unsure how they stopped it. It was multiple Barons to go. He doesn't. I cannot wait for this interview. You can see Vulcan. When we do get to interview them, we're going to have to figure out what was going through their minds. They had a 10,000 gold lead. How can you not close with a 10,000 gold lead? And that's not to say the Vulcan did anything wrong. We have to say Cloud9 also played exceptional.
A 10,000 gold lead team with a Fed Tristana, a Twisted Fate, and a Shen on it. It's not like they had options. They didn't have options available to them. It was just, you can see Smithy at the end there raising his eyebrows and rubbing his back because he's been in that chair for a long time, trying to figure out what went wrong there. That VOD is going to be looked over from beginning to end by both teams.
And we're going to look at that last Baron fight right now, actually, so we can figure out how it went down.
All right, so this was what was going on at Baron as Meteos did, he wasn't able to steal the Baron there with the Nunu, but it doesn't matter because they're going to come out with all the kills here. TF was already down because he had teleported and tried to backdoor. High already answered with that kill, and so they easily clean this one up. And losing 4 members at this stage in the game is a death sentence.
Along with being an amazing game, Kobe, I have to say, and for everybody out there that plays League of Legends, these are the games that make you realize you can still win. It can still happen, and that you should never, even like Reginald said, I didn't want to tell my team I bought Chalice because it might have brought the mood down. You can guarantee that Cloud9's mood was up and up on that game throughout the whole entire thing.
You could see them after the first small comeback of one of many Barons that they were able to get off.
And the smiles.
The size and just hands in the air. They knew that it wasn't made, but they had a small step on their road back to victory.
What an incredible game to end that Week 5, Day 1 for us. We've got to take a short break, but when we return, Cloud9's Meteos and High will join us to talk about their amazing comeback win. Then we'll break down the best of the plays of the day and check out the standings after today's 6 incredible matches. The NA LCS Summer Split will return right after this.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Week 5 of the North American LCS. I'm joined by Meteos and Hai after what is one of the best, most exciting comebacks I think I've ever witnessed in League of Legends. First of all, congratulations. That was a hard-fought victory. I want to try to take you back all the way back to the beginning, all the way back to the start. Let's talk through picks and bans. I overheard you guys talking about Nunu. What do you think about the decision there, Meteos?
I hate that champion. I was really hoping they would ban it because they didn't. I didn't want to play against, so I was like, I guess I'll play Nunu. And that was like the most painful game of my life. I'm not good at him. I don't like him at all.
I want to talk about your ultimates with Nunu in particular, because we've seen it was comboed with Zyra, which is another champion that we've seen from you guys that we haven't seen all split long. You guys were staggering your ultimates really well. Have you practiced that? Was it just something that happened?
Not really. That's our first time we played Nunu in like 2 weeks. Like, we randomly picked Nunu because we didn't want to play versus it. And then we also did the random lane swap with me and Balls because like Balls doesn't like 1v2s. And I was like, I got this. But then I died like 4 times. So not only did we pick a random champion we haven't played, we also did a random lane swap. And we were just getting dumpstered all game.
So talk to me, why do you do the random picks? Why do you go for the random pick and the random lane swap? Was it just the pressure that it was Vulcan, a team that's beat you guys already? Or?
I think that was part of it. Our bans and picks weren't as prepped as they could have been. We kind of banned ourselves out a little bit with the Ken and Elise, and we forgot they played Eve. So our bans were pretty sloppy that game. And then, yeah, the Nunu was just a complete takeaway. Like, I didn't want to play against it because that's almost as bad as playing it. And so, yeah, it wasn't as good as it should have been.
I got a question for you, Hai. You had a very shaky early game. I mean, you were 0-3, 0-4 at one point. Look, let's be honest. They were camping you. They were giving you a lot of love. They were visiting your tower. But you guys managed to pull it back. So for you personally, how difficult is it coming back from that deficit to a position where you can actually kill people as Zed?
I don't know. I just started laughing. The game was funny. Like, we were getting destroyed. We're down like 13,000 gold. I'm like, all right, if we can like stall the game like in 50 minutes, we might win, guys. So then like our entire team just started having fun with it. We were losing. We're getting smashed. No one was getting mad at each other because we all knew like this game was like probably over unless like we do something sweet. So it's just like we stayed in good morale. We just stayed in a good mood, and I was just like farming. And like once I got Botchka and last switch, I'm like, it doesn't matter how farmed they are. I'm Zed with 2 items. I can always kill them no matter what. So it's just like, I don't know, man.
That's really great to hear, talking about the mindset in-game, because you guys were behind for a very long time, and it was the engagement that when you caught out Smithy at your blue buff. You managed to pick him up, then you got 2 more kills, and you guys rolled around to Baron. What was the call within the team? You've talked about you there, but when you got that first Baron, was there that like real glimmer of hope? Like, hey, maybe we can do this now?
Well, when we caught Smithy, I like barely saw him on a pink ward, and I was like, oh, he's over here. And then we baited out his W from some other slow, and then I just like flashed and ice balled him, and so we got that pick off. After we got the first Baron, we were kind of like, is this really happening? Like, I can't believe we just got a Baron when we're this far behind. And then we weren't fully thinking we'd get back into it, but then after like the second and third Baron, we're like, wow, we can actually win this game.
How is it possible that you survived long enough to get 2 and 3 Barons, Hai? What was it that either you did right or Vulcan did wrong that allowed you to actually get back in that game?
Well, they had a tower dive us to take turrets. Like, we had a decent wave clear, so it's either they had a man up and tower dive us, which they didn't do that. They tried to split push still. So like they just like let us stall out the game. They could have towered up and probably destroyed us when they had like 13,000 gold. But Evelyn built like a Deathfire Grasp or something, no Hourglass. So like if he ran in, he would probably just die. So if they changed their builds and actually dived us when they were that far ahead, they probably would have won the game. But they kind of got like scared and like didn't want to throw, which is like understandable, but like they ended up throwing anyway because like they didn't dive us. They were supposed to dive us, but they didn't, so like it worked out for us. And we have very good counter engage anyway. We have the Zyra ulti and the Nunu ulti, so like if they do dive us, it might turn out very bad for them. So
it was a difficult position for them to be in, and it was one that you guys managed to capitalize on. It was fantastic. It was extremely exciting to watch, and I know that throughout the entirety of that match, everyone's going, there's no ways this can happen. So you guys are now sitting 11-2. It's your second victory of the day. Earlier in the day, you guys took out CLG, which was a pretty good game as well. Talk me through some of those victories. Now, that game was a little bit slower paced as well. It wasn't necessarily as hard in your control. Now you've picked up 2 wins against teams that have beaten you. How does that make you feel going into the rest of the split?
It's a pretty good morale booster. I thought this would be like one of the hardest days we've had in a while, CLG and Vulcan, because we've lost to both of them, and they're both really good teams. So it feels really good to beat them. And yeah, that's about it.
So like against Vulcan, we just like, throughout the game, we're just like, bring out our inner CLG, guys. We got this. Bring out our CLG. We're like the next CLGE or something. It's just like, I don't know. We kind of used what they did against us against Vulcan. And then against CLG, they just kind of got snowballed on, which is a respectable way to lose. We almost lost that way too. So like, I don't know. It's pretty sweet that we won both those games. I'm happy.
Yeah, well, you guys are sitting in a position where you're looking to go again 3-0, maybe picking up another, undefeated week. Tomorrow you play Velocity Esports. They unfortunately lost both of their matches today. Have you guys got anything special planned for them? Any picks or bans, maybe not locking in Nunu?
We have a ban and pick sheet. We do that for every team every week. So we already have a sheet back on our notebook. It's our secret notebook that no one can see. So we'll probably go back, look at it, and review it one more time so that we don't do the same mistake we did against Vulcan, because we forgot about their Evelyn and Shen comp. So as long as we go look and review it over again and look at what Velocity plays, we probably won't get caught out in our ban and pick phase again. So
does that include Echo in the playbook, or is it still with Vile Rose?
It did not include Echo in the playbook. We didn't know he was here until we got here. So now he plays Ari and TF, so now we have to count that into the playbook.
All right, well, hopefully you guys can update that playbook as quickly as possible. Congratulations again, going 2-0, and thank you guys so much for actually, stopping by and putting on such a fantastic game. I think that's probably the biggest comeback that we've had in the LCS in terms of gold, kills, and absolutely everything. So fantastically well done. That is it from us here on the couch, ladies and gentlemen, for day 1 of week 5 here at the North American LCS. We have seen 6 awesome games that have been relatively one-sided, and I think we're going to have some awesome replays with Jat over at Replay Central.
Thank you very much, Quick Shot. And I want to break down a couple of fights that may have swung the favor back into Cloud9. I obviously can't cover everything, but here are the things that stood out for me. So this was the first one, and this is always the most important fight. Remember going in that this is a 4v5. Eve had recently been killed in the jungle, so Vulcan is all grouped up in mid, 3 right here, trying to be defensive from Cloud9, who's really far away at this point. So what Cloud9 tries to do is they try to cut around from multiple angles and close in exactly on Vulcan as they're trying to run away. Let's roll this at full speed to see how it happens. ManCloud sticks around a little bit to keep them back, but then Balls comes in from the flank, and he actually flashes for an initiation. Let's pause it here. Now, remember this is a 4v5. ManCloud has just used both his stun and his wild card, so he is essentially out of damage from here on out. Psycho Sid is a tank, but can he reach Sneaky? Because that's essentially what he has to do. And there's no Eve around the back to be able to get for him. So if we compare the 80 carries in this fight, when we see it play out, Zuna versus Sneaky, who has to move and who has to react to the enemy versus who does the most damage. Let's roll this at half speed to see what happens. Even though Hai doesn't have his ultimate, he's still keeping Zuna at bay, and Zuna's not hitting priority targets, whereas Sneaky basically gets to pick whatever he wants to hit because there is no backline pressure on him because Eve wasn't there in the 4v5. So despite this 12,000 gold disadvantage, if we now speed this fight up to full speed, Vulcan had to bail out because they did not have the positioning and they got zoned out by Cloud9's brilliant circle control there. So this was the first fight. Cloud9 took a Baron off of it and then started their stall. This was actually a Baron later. There was a fight in between this that Cloud9 won as well, where they also took a Baron, but the Baron's out because this was a huge, really big gold lead that they had to come back from. It's still only 7,000, but let's roll the start of this clip just to see how this next fight plays out. The Ash Arrow hit Zuna, and if we actually pause it right here, we'll see how low his health has just been taken. There was so much chaos, he actually had to burn his flash there, so Zuna can no longer disengage. And once again, we need to look at the difference between, I'm gonna use red again, Zuna and Sneaky, and how they have to react to the enemy team. Vulcan doesn't put pressure onto Sneaky to change his targets, even if he's buffed up as new Ash, whereas Zuna is immediately taken out of the fight. And then the only other thing we need to keep track of is ManCloud's combos versus the DPS turret that is Balls' Rise. Let's watch this fight play out at half speed to see just why Cloud9 was able to win despite their gold disadvantage. Zuna's gone at the start of the fight. So Sneaky then gets to hit whatever he wants because there's no threat behind him. X-Smithy could never make it around the back. ManCloud could never get damage out for the turrets of damage right there. And everyone on Cloud9 got to do what they wanted in these fights. Let's roll the rest of it at full speed. Shortly after this, the Baron respawned again, and Cloud9 got a 3rd Baron of the game. This was the comeback of the season for Cloud9, and it showed why they're the first place team and why you keep a positive attitude when you're down in the game. Let's send it back to the guys at the desk.
Thanks, Chad, for the replays on an awesome day of games. And with today's 6 games in our match history, let's take a look at the standings. Cloud9's incredible comeback win has opened up their summer split lead to 3 games over second-place Vulcan, while CLG and Team Coast are tied for 3rd at 7-6.
In 5th place, it's Team Solo Mid with a 7-7 record, while Dignitas, Curse, and Velocity remain at the bottom of the standings.
And coming up tomorrow on the NA LCS, we have 6 more games. First, it's Curse taking on Counter Logic Gaming, then Dignitas battles Coast, and Cloud9 squares off against Velocity.
After that, TSM fights CLG, Vulcan takes on Coast, and Dignitas faces off against Curse.
It all starts Friday at 1 p.m. Pacific and 10 p.m. Central European Time. And that does it for today's broadcast of the NALCS. For myself, Kobe, Quickshot, Jack, and the entire live broadcast crew, thanks for watching. Hasta luego.
So good.
Reginald is in a lot of trouble. The flash from Bloodwater. 4 for 0. Vulcan go huge.
Oh my God! We got it!
Is the follow-up there? He misses the flash, but he hits the Peacemaker.
Going cop, going cop, going cop. Got him, got him, got him, got him. Go mid, go mid, go mid, go mid, go mid, go mid.
Bye.